Sorry, good morning, friends. See, today, uh, almost say, for example, for 8 continuous hours, we have planned for this marathon session. Almost all important topics will be discussed today. So, we'll start with geography today. So, how I have planned for next 1.5 hours. Somewhere I'll be concentrating on those areas of geography which has been in news, right? Apart from that, I'll also talk about some of the evergreen topics. The target is ambitious today, but somewhere in another 1.5 hours we'll try to somewhere comprehensively we'll try to cover those topics. And somewhere I am of the opinion that you have already prepared this subject. This is just the gist of important, say for example, development in the last 1 year will be given more focus. Okay, right, my dear friends. Now, the first part of our session I'll be focusing, say for example, based on those, say for example, which is there in news, which was there in news, right? In that regard, say for example, say climatology, geomorphology, oceanography, even Indian geography for that case, I'll be emphasizing on the initial half of the class, right? Will be followed by the evergreen topics as such. Okay, having said this, my dear friends, some of the topics which were there in news, for example, right? Very recently, right, we would have heard about this news that the inner core of the earth almost, say for example, stopped its rotation. Correct? Now here, say for example, whenever there is a news, always I should somewhere talk about the associated facts, right? Somewhere I should talk about the associated facts. Having said that, when I talk about, say for example, this particular topic, it was there in news, somewhere I have to concentrate more on the internal structure of the earth as such. Okay, right, my difference. What exactly was there in news? A study published in Nature Geoscience states that globally, the consistent pattern suggested that inner core rotation has recently passed. The rotation came to a grinding halt in 2009, and then it surprisingly turned in an opposite direction. Researchers long believed that inner core rotates relatively to the Earth's surface back and forth like a swing. See here, this is what the news is. Largely, what exactly they earlier believed, we have two parts of core, the outer core and inner core. It is strongly believed that this inner core also, say for example, goes for a rotation. But this rotation is not somewhere in unidimensional fashion. It will be going like a swing. For example, this cycle of swing is somewhere around 70 years, right? 35 years approximately, it will be moving in a particular direction and it may somewhere revert in other direction. Okay, that's what the recent study says. Now here, the news as such is not so important for us, but somewhere taking a clue from this news, knowing the internal structure of the earth is very important for us. In that way, my dear friends, when I talk about internal structure of the earth, earth's interior, right? There are different layers. I can classify them as compositional layer, or I can also classify them as what? The mechanical layers as such, right? Either you can classify as compositional or mechanical layer, whatever is the case. If I just talk about the compositional classification, the outermost layer I call them as crust, the middle layer I call them as mantle, and the inner layer we call them as what? Core. And this core, my dear friends, this core, further it is subclassified into two other categories. It means the outer core is generally liquid in nature, right? It is generally liquid in nature. Whereas when I talk about the inner core is solid, right? So when I just talk about, say, for example, the recent news, when I said that the core stopped its rotation almost, we are talking about this inner solid core which has somewhere stopped its rotation very recently. See, what can be the reason for its rotation? It is very obvious. Entire core, the outer core is what? Liquid. Inner core is solid. The inner core is actually floating inside the outer core. Because of the spin of the earth and other various reasons, somewhere I understand there is n number of chance that this inner core can also goes for its own drift. Okay, now here, when I talk about the internal structure of the earth, right, of course, I said there are plenty of classification. The most commonest classification, the popular classification, is this compositional classification. We do have a mechanical classification, right? Now mechanical classification is not so important. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. Having said this, let me talk about this core as such. What is very important, since this core is there in news, when I talk about mantle and core, right? Till say, for example, 2,900 kilometers approximately, right? Say, for example, till 2,900 kilometers, we have mantle. And below this, say, for example, 2,900 kilometers, what we have is what? Core. Okay. What exactly separates this mantle and core? We have a discontinuity. And this discontinuity, very popularly, we call them as what? Gutenberg's discontinuity. You call them as what? Gutenberg's discontinuity. Gutenberg's. Okay. And similarly, if you ask me what exactly is that discontinuity, see, when I talk about discontinuity, actually speaking, the word discontinuity almost we started using along with the earthquake, seismic waves. Whenever the seismic waves gets refracted, that place we used to call it as what? Discontinuity. Okay, whatever it is the case, it overlaps with this layers being separated. So mantle and core is being somewhere separated by Gutenberg's discontinuity. Whereas core itself, when I talk about outer core and inner core, to be very precise, outer liquid core and inner solid core, my dear friends, they are separated by this discontinuity called as layman's discontinuity, right? It is separated by layman's discontinuity. Both are equally important. Knowing the name is very, very important. Okay, right. Now, since we talk about this internal structure of the earth, my dear friends, I'll give you a rough idea. Of course, you know, right, about the internal structure, but generally, when talk about internal structure of the earth, the outermost layer we call them as what? Crust. And this crust, I know the fact that crust itself is of two types. What makes that part of the continent, or say, for example, whatever lies below the land where we stand, we call them as what? Continental crust. And generally, what lies below the ocean floor, we call them as what? Oceanic crust. The outer part itself, you call them as crust. That's okay. But crust itself, I have two types of crust. Outer, the continental crust and the oceanic crust as such. Okay. Now, general difference, if you ask me, the basic difference between this continental crust and oceanic crust, generally we have an idea that continental crust is thick and oceanic crust is thin. This is one aspect. But apart from that, building material itself is different. Continental crust is made up of granitic rocks, whereas oceanic crust is made up of basaltic rocks. Granitic rocks are generally less in density and basaltic rocks are more in density. This is just because of this density difference, my dear friends. Whenever this oceanic crust and continental crust goes for a convergence, what happens? Oceanic crust being heavy in density will be going for what? Subduction. It will be going for a subduction. That's what somewhere I'm just showing the same here. Whenever this oceanic crust and continental crust is going for a convergence, this oceanic crust being heavy in density will be going for subduction. Right. Now, basic, most of these facts, you might be knowing it, but somewhere I'm just giving you a recap. When I consolidate, continental crust is thick, oceanic crust is thin. Continental crust is made up of light density or say for example less density granitic rock, whereas oceanic crust is made up of heavy density basaltic rock. Sometimes we also say this continental crust is more of a sial and oceanic crust is more of a sima. See, crust itself we say that it is made out of this silica and aluminum. That's okay. But oceanic crust separately, when I talk about oceanic crust alone, I understand that oceanic crust is more of sima. Oceanic crust is made out of the material, right? Substance, which has somewhere, right, almost came out of what? This mantle as such. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. Now, basic difference we have an idea. Now, one, say for example, a fact which is slightly a deviant fact I would like to bring in. We know the fact that Earth's crust is majorly made up of silica and aluminum. We know this fact. But somewhere, if examiner is asking you, what is the most dominant element, say for example, in this crust, if you ask me, interestingly, it is not even silica. More than silica, what is more dominating is what? Oxygen. 47 percentage of the Earth's crust is made out of oxygen. Silica comes only at the second place. Silica occupies only 28 percentage, followed by aluminium and followed by iron. This is with respect to Earth's crust. On the other hand, my dear friends, when I talk about the entire earth for that case, right, entire earth for that case, I understand, say, for example, entire earth, which is the most dominant element, if you ask me, it is ferrous, it is iron. Okay, right. Apart from that, what follows this, say, for example, this iron is what? Oxygen. Okay, right. So, both these facts, I feel it is very, very important. Now, with this, a basic facts about mantle I have given. Mantle is the middle composition layer, primarily made up of silica and magnesium. Extends between 60 kilometers and 2,900 kilometers. This is one way of saying it. Or I can also say mantle extends between Moho's discontinuity and 2,900 kilometers. I know you call them as what? Gutenberg's discontinuity. You call them as what? Gutenberg's discontinuity. Okay, right. Average density of this mantle is somewhere around 4.3 grams per centimeter. And let me tell you, my dear friends, mantle happens to be the largest layer not only by volume, also by mass. By mass, it occupies somewhere around the 67 percentage of Earth's mass. Maybe as a layman's understanding, I can take it as Earth's weight, something like this. By volume, it occupies nearly 82 percentage, or simply you say more than 80 percentage of Earth's volume is what? Mantle. So be it by mass or be it by volume, mantle is the, say for example, the largest layer. Okay. Now, what was there in news, and of course, what is very important, we have to talk about this core. See, I know the fact that core is primarily made up of nickel and ferrous. That's the reason. Core itself, we call them as what? Knife or knife, right? It is rich in ferrous, and I should also understand that this ferrous-rich core is the one which almost facilitate the geomagnetic property of this Earth. Earth behaves like a giant bar magnet, right? Why exactly Earth is behaving like a bar magnet? Primarily, if you ask me, it is all because of this ferrous-rich core. And the density of this core is somewhere around 11 to 13 grams per centimeter cube. 11 to 13 grams per centimeter cube. My dear friends, with all the layers and density, if I just take it for that case, right? The average density of the Earth stands at 5.5 grams per centimeter cube, right? So one thing I understand, you increase the depth, density will increase. Not only density, temperature also increases. With increasing depth, density increases. Like density, temperature also increases. Okay. But whatever it is the case, with 5.5 grams per centimeter cube of this density, Earth is the densest planet in our entire solar system, right? According to the, say for example, the image what is available in the NASA's site, right? Actually, it was borrowed from that site, right? When I talk about, say for example, normally the density of the planets. See, I know the fact that Earth solar system today, we have 8 planets. Pluto, on and off it comes, it goes. Now it is gone. Now we have 8 planets, and these 8 planets can be divided largely into two groups or two categories. The inner four and outer four. Inner four, you call them as what? Terrestrial planets. And outer four, you call them as what? Jovian planets. It is Jovian versus terrestrial planets. Normally, we find that these terrestrial planets are very near, proximate to the sun. Jovian planets are far away from the sun. I also know the fact that terrestrial planets are small in size, Jovian planets are large in size. The point to be noted here, I said that Earth is the densest planet in our solar system. But when I talk about all the planets taken together, normally we find that these terrestrial planets, the density of these terrestrial planets are much more than the density of Jovian planets. Jovian planets are bigger in size, but when it comes to density, it is not as great as the terrestrial planets, right? That's a fact. I have to somewhere take it. Okay. So all the basic facts I have just given you, my dear friends, right? About this Earth's interior. Now comes another question. How exactly we would have identified the Earth's interior? That I'll just take it with earthquake, right? Now, like density, I have also given you a graphical representation for this temperature, right? Not only density, with increasing depth, the temperature also increases in Earth's interior. For example, if you ask me what is the surface temperature, what is the average temperature right at the surface you experience? It is somewhere around 15.2 degrees centigrade. Roughly, you take it as 15 degrees centigrade. Examination, competitive examination is all about approximation. Okay. It is roughly around 15.2 degrees centigrade. That's the temperature at the surface. When I talk about the Earth's interior, I've just given it here. Right at the center, if I just take it, right at the center of this Earth, the temperature is around 6,000 degrees centigrade. 6,000 degrees centigrade. See, when I say 6,000 degrees centigrade, this is the same temperature what we have in, say, for example, the outer surface of the sun. So, temperature at the outer surface of the sun and the temperature at the Earth's interior, my dear friends, both are similar. Okay, right. That's all about Earth's interior. In a nutshell, I have just given it. Right. Now, one more fact, I'll take it which is there in news. Now, say for example, you would have seen repeated earthquake struck Turkey very recently. Am I right? See, for example, current affairs. After April, we don't feel that it is so important for this year's examination. But still, Turkey was constantly there in news. Turkey's earthquake, right? Not only earthquake, say for example, even the larger loss of life is also, say for example, somewhere, right, blamed for the corrupt government. Okay, whatever it is the case, Turkey. And even adjoining Syria also suffered, right, with Turkey's earthquake. Now here, somewhere the next topic what we'll be discussing is about earthquake. Then very recently, you would have heard about this particular satellite called as NISAR, right? NISAR is a joint development or a joint venture between NASA and ISR, right? Both coming together, right? It is a joint venture between India and USA that NISAR satellite has been developed, and of course, it is not still launched. The launch is somewhere awaited in January 2024. But when I talk about the versatility, when I talk about the application of this NISAR satellite, it is immense, right? For example, when I talk about, say, for example, NISAR will be concentrating on, say, for example, the critical informations on Earth's crust, ice sheet, ecosystem, climate change, right? Natural disasters like earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruptions, even soil moisture, agriculture also it helps in. Okay. So somewhere I understand, say for example, it has a larger role, but one of the role is to somewhere predict the possible regions in Himalayas which is more vulnerable to earthquake as such. Okay. In that order, somewhere again I understand, right? Be it Turkey or Nisar, somewhere it is directly or indirectly associated with what? Earthquake. Even when I talk about Earth's interior, right? When somebody said, say for example, when somebody said the core, the rotation of the, say for example, the Earth is stopped, right? The rotation of the Earth, sorry, excuse me, kindly excuse me, rotation of the core has been stopped, right? And somewhere I understand. Now comes the question: how exactly they would have identified that? Okay, what are the different layers in Earth's interior? Obviously, it is studying about earthquakes, seismic waves. Seismic waves or seismology is the one which has given the larger idea about Earth's interior as such. Okay, right. Again, we'll be touching this earthquake. Some basic facts about earthquakes. We'll just take it now. If you ask me what exactly is an earthquake, the sudden release of energy from a deformed rock. Okay, or I'll put it this way, right? What exactly is an earthquake? Name itself says earthquake, right? Quack. Quack in the sense. Shaking of the earth's surface, we call them as what? Quack. Am I right? Or you call them as what? Earthquake. Now comes the question. Why exactly the earth's surface is somewhere, right, shaking if you ask me? Because somewhere some energy is released. When this energy is released, my dear friends, this energy will be traveling via different layers or even the surface of the earth in a form of a wave, right? Whenever this wave passes through, it will be inducing that shaking amplitude. That is what you call them as what? Earthquake. Okay. So having said that, I understand whenever I talk about earthquake, somewhere, someplace, some energy is released suddenly, right? And of course, I understand only if the rock is subjected to faulting breakage, right? This energy will be released suddenly. Going by that logic, my dear friends, going by that logic, right? The exact place from where the energy is released, we call them as what? Focus or hypocenter. And the place which is exactly located above this focus, we call them as what? Epicenter. Okay. The sudden release of energy, you call them as earthquake. The place from where exactly it is released, you call them as focus. And focus always lies below the surface. And epicenter is the nearest place, which is placed on the surface of the earth. And epicenter is the place where exactly you'll be having maximum damage that is resulted in any earthquake as such. Now, I've just given you the complete backward linkages of this earthquake. What is an earthquake? Sudden release of energy, you call them as an earthquake. Why we have an earthquake, if you ask me? Because somewhere there is an accumulation of energy. Why exactly this energy gets accumulated? Because there is an inducement of stress. And my dear friends, why there is an inducement of stress? It is all because of the movement of plates. Very popularly, you call them as what? Plate tectonic. Sometimes this inducement of stress can also be because of human activity. If human activity is resulting in an earthquake, such earthquakes we call them as what? Man-made earthquakes or induced seismicity. Okay, or you can also call them as what? Anthropogenic earthquakes. Okay, right, my dear friends. Now, when I talk about this earthquake, largely I understand earthquake is the result of the movement of plates as such. It is all the result of movements of the plates, plate tectonic. We'll be talking about this plate tectonic also. And again, I have just included some of the terminologies already what we have discussed. What is focus? The place where the energy is released, you call them as focus. The place which is located exactly above the focus and on the surface of the earth, we call them as what? Epicenter. And imagine, my dear friends, the depth of the focus and say, for example, the intensity, they are inversely proportionate to each other. What do you mean by inversely proportionate? It means more is the depth, more deeper is the focus, less will be the intensity. Now comes another question. What do you mean by intensity? Simple. Intensity means impact of an earthquake. It means it is an impact of an earthquake. Okay. Impact means what exactly is the damage that is caused by an earthquake. That's what we call them as what? Impact of an earthquake. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Now, okay. After having understanding about the basic informations, I would also like to bring in those earthquake prone zones in India. What exactly NISAR satellite will be largely, say, for example, concentrating. It will be concentrating on the zone 5. According to NDMA's classification, we have something called a zone 5. So what is zone 5? Generally, we say it is a very high damage risk zone. You call them as what? Zone 5. So these are the regions in India which is highly prone to what? Earthquake. The probability of having an earthquake is high. If at all, if I am having an earthquake, the intensity and magnitude of these quakes will also be what? Higher. Okay. In that way, my dear friends, in that way, when I talk about, say, for example, this zone 5 in India, there are somewhere around 7 such regions which is marked as zone 5 in India. Last updation we have updated in 2002 because 2001 we had one devastating earthquake in Gujarat, Bhuj, Run of Kutch. So that's somewhere, right? We have just modified our zone 5, and as of today, 7 regions are identified as zone 5 in India. What are the 7 regions? Number 1, it is Run of Kutch region, right? Run of Kutch region, Kutch Peninsula. Number 2, Kashmir Valley. Number 3, Himachal Pradesh. And number 4, my dear friends, Uttarakhand, the 2, eastern Uttarakhand. The Kumaon ranges of Uttarakhand is more known for this zone 5. Then even the northern Bihar adjoining Nepal region, the Tarai regions of Bihar is more prone to earthquake. Then entire northeastern state, barring the exception of Sikkim. Sikkim falls under zone 4, not zone 5, right? And finally, my dear friends, Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So these are the zone 5 regions in India, which is highly prone to what? Earthquake, right? My dear friends, entire India is divided into 4 zones. Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 4 and Zone 5. There is no Zone 1 classification according to NDMA classification. Okay. Only zone, 4 zones are there. Roman letter 1 is not there. Only 2, 3, 4 and 5 we have. 5 is very important because they are somewhere regarded as the most vulnerable regions of earthquakes. And one commonality you find, all these regions except, say, for example, when I talk about all these regions except maybe I'll put this way, right? Except Run of Kutch region. The rest of the places, if I just take it, I find one commonality. What is common, right? They are the direct and indirect stretches of Himalayas. Even when I talk about Andaman and Nicobar Island, I know that it is an indirect extension of what Himalayas. Okay. So one thing is there, not only here, any fold mountains of the world, to be very precise, any young fold mountains of the world are highly susceptible, vulnerable to earthquakes. Even till today, if you ask me where exactly we have recorded the largest earthquake, Chile. Chile, way back in 1960, we have recorded an earthquake of magnitude of 9.5 approximately, right? And I understand this earthquake is along this mountain called as Andean Cordilleras or Andes. Not only here, any fold mountains of the world, they are young fold mountains of the world, they are highly vulnerable to earthquakes. Okay, right, my friends. Now, I also said that not only earthquakes are natural, earthquakes are also man-made. If human activity can result in earthquakes, we call them as what? Man-made earthquakes. Plenty of activities can result in earthquakes. Logic is very simple. Whenever there is a large scale modification of the lithosphere by human activity, right? Somewhere I can say, right? It can result in earthquake, right? Large scale modification as such. It can be addition or it can be deletion, whatever it is the case. Okay. Right, my dear friends. In that way, what activity of human being has resulted in large scale or large number of earthquakes, if you ask me? Mining as an activity. See, mining itself is an umbrella term, right? Apart from mining, my dear friends, if you ask me what activity of human being has resulted in large earthquakes, then it is construction of dams, artificial lakes, reservoirs, etc. Okay, and all others what I have just given is the other possibility. And according to me, the last point is very important, etc. Because see, normally we have a conception that whatever it is given here in the list, it is the only way how exactly man-made earthquakes can be resulted. Not exactly. Not exactly. Somewhere I said, right? Whenever there is a large-scale tampering of lithosphere takes place, whenever the stress and strain pattern of this surface of the earth or the earth's crust is altered, that may result in what? Earthquake. That is the idea. Okay? Right. Right, my dear friends. Having talked about this, say for example, this earthquake, even I have shared one bizarre incident, but this incident is, say for example, a very old incident, very old in the sense, somewhere, right? It is almost, say for example, 4 years old, right? Okay. Somewhere even the celebration out of excitement, there was a match between Germany and Mexico, 2018 World Cup. Germany was the defending champion, but very interestingly, who was considered as an underdog, right, in the status when it comes to the, say for example, almost the competition of the unequals. Mexico surprisingly won. So the Mexicans who watched this match got excited. They started celebrating. All of them, they started jumping into the air together, right, together. And when they reached or they landed back, right, when they landed back, what exactly it has resulted in? It has resulted in causing what? One earthquake, my dear friends. Okay. So that's the reason, very sarcastically, we used to say that even excitement can result what? In earthquakes. Okay. So sarcastically, we used to say that. Okay. Now, the only thing is, the point is that I just want to include this word called as except, right? So forget about these bizarre incidents, but I understand one thing. Whenever there is a large scale tampering of lithosphere takes place, it may result in what? Earthquake. Okay, right. Now, fine. Coming back to the main aspect of this earthquake. Every time we used to say that intensity and magnitude, right? When I said zone 5, earthquake zone 5 in India, right? We believe that, say, for example, these are the zones normally where the probability of having an earthquake is higher. And even if you have this earthquake, right? You have this earthquake, The intensity and magnitude of this earthquake will also be on what? On a higher side. This is what the generally we understood. Now comes the question, what do you mean by this intensity and what do you mean by this magnitude? See, for example, I'll also take it this way. If you ask me magnitude, how exactly magnitude is measured? Magnitude is measured using this Richter scale, magnitude. And if you ask me intensity, intensity is measured using this Mercalli scale. That's the reason the scale itself says it is Mercalli intensity scale. Now, what is magnitude and intensity if you ask me? Magnitude, my dear friends, when I talk about magnitude, okay. When I talk about, say, for example, magnitude, magnitude is all about measuring the size of an earthquake. It is all about measuring the size of an earthquake. Whereas when I talk about, say, for example, Mercalli scale is all about measuring the impact of an earthquake. Impact of an earthquake. Magnitude is all about, say, for example, measuring actually the size of the earthquake. When I talk about the size of the earthquake, in the sense, actually you're quantifying an earthquake. Right? What exactly is an earthquake? Earthquake is all about the amount of energy. Say, for example, somewhere the energy is released. Right? Somewhere, if I can somewhere quantify this earthquake, somewhere if I can measure what exactly is the energy that is released in an earthquake, I call them as what? Magnitude. Right? On the other hand, my dear friends, when I talk about, say, for example, somewhere assessing the damage that is caused by an earthquake, we call them as what? Intensity. We call it as an intensity, right? So somewhere, what is magnitude and what is intensity? We have an idea. Magnitude is all about measuring the size of an earthquake. Intensity is all about measuring or assessing the damage that is caused by an earthquake. What can be the damage? Damage can be loss of life or loss of property. Am I right? Right? So Mercalli scale, when I say intensity scale, is assess the loss or damage caused by an earthquake. It assesses the loss of life. It assesses the loss of property. It assesses the loss of men and material, my dear friends. Okay. On the other hand, when I talk about Richter scale assesses or measures the magnitude. Okay. It measures the size of an earthquake. It measures the energy released and the shaking amplitude of an earthquake. Okay. And furthermore, difference, if you ask me, Richter scale and Mercalli scale, what exactly is the difference? Richter scale is a log scale. Richter scale is a log scale. Whereas Mercalli scale, we say it is a 12-point scale. We call it as a 12-point scale. What is this 12-point scale? Somewhere, it has a Roman letter rating, my dear friends. It has a Roman letter rating. This Roman letter scale rating ranges between Roman letter 1 to Roman letter 12. Right? When the scale rating increases, the intensity also increases. Okay. Somewhere the intensity increases. Okay. Fine. Now, what exactly is this 12-point scale? Somewhere, remembering all these Roman letters are not needed. Somewhere reading it for you. 1 is instrumental, 2 is weak, 3 is light, 4 is moderate, 5 is rather strong, 6 is strong, 7 is very strong, destructive, violent, intense, extreme, and cataclysmic. So one thing I understand, as you increase the numbers, the intensity also increases. The damage caused by an earthquake also increases. In that way, my dear friends, what I understand here, when I talk about cataclysmic, cataclysmic means catastrophic in nature, total destruction. Everything is destroyed. A line of sight is distorted. Levels are thrown into the air. Sometimes they say even the ground will start moving in waves and ripples. Somewhere I can imagine what exactly is the intensity. Okay, right. Now, one thing I understand, as the number increases, the intensity of this quack also increases. Okay. Now comes another question or fact. Richter scale, we call them as what? Logarithmic scale with base 10. Richter scale, the earlier slide I said a Richter scale ranges from 1 to 10. A small clarification. The feelable earthquake starts from 2.0. Feelable earthquake, what I can feel, right? It starts from 2.0. And actually speaking, it is an open-ended scale. When I say it is an open-ended scale, it is an open-ended scale. We do not have an upper limit. But let me also admit that till today, when the recording scenario started in the human history, we have not recorded a two-digit earthquake. The largest earthquake what we have recorded is Chilean earthquake. It is somewhere around 9.5, 9.6 in magnitude. We have not recorded a double-digit number. Okay, right. Now, talking about the same, when talk about, say, for example, this Richter scale, I understand Richter scale is a log scale with base 10. So I have to understand what exactly is this log scale, right? Right, my friends. Now here, talking about this log scale, maybe I'll just try to understand with the example. For example, when I talk about Richter scale, as I said, we'll just take it by example. I'm just taking three different earthquakes. Earthquakes of 2.0, earthquake of 3.0, and earthquake of 4.0. On the face of it, all these are Richter scale rating, no units are attached. On the face of it, this 4.0 appears as though 4.0 is twice as large as 2.0. It appears, right? As though it is twice large than 2.0. But when I talk about, say, for example, 4.0, my dear friends, it is not twice as large as 2.0. Actually, it is 100 times larger earthquake than 2.0. It means, for example, every number that increases, when I talk about 2.0 versus 3.0, two earthquakes, if I'm just taking it. Earthquakes, when I talk about Richter scale measures shaking amplitude, Richter scale measures energy released, right? When I talk about the shaking amplitude, by difference, when I talk about the shaking amplitude, every number that increases, shaking amplitude increases by 10 times, whereas energy released increases by 31.6 times. Again, 3.0 and 4.0, 10 times. So 10 into 10, 100 times, 31.6 square, 1000. That's the reason we said every number that the Richter scale rating increases, the size of this earthquake increases at least 10 times. Why I'm saying at least 10 times? Because shaking amplitude alone increases by 10 times, but energy released increases by 31.6 times. Okay, right. Why? Example we have taken. That's all about Richter and Mercalli scale. Right? I repeat again. Richter scale is a magnitude scale. Mercalli scale is an intensity scale. Richter scale quantifies an earthquake. Mercalli scale qualifies an earthquake. Richter scale, one earthquake will have only one value. Mercalli scale, one earthquake will have many values. Right? Richter scale, as I said, right, it is a logarithmic scale. Mercalli scale is a 12-point scale. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Having said this, now we'll also try to understand that how earthquake helped us in understanding the internal structure of the earth. Even the very recent news I said, right? Somewhere I understand they have predicted that the core of the earth almost stopped, the inner core rotation has stopped. How exactly they have predicted it is all about analyzing the seismic waves as such. Seismic waves played a very important role in somewhere acting as a windows to Earth's interior. It played a very important role in analyzing the structure of Earth's interior. In that way, whenever I just talk about seismic waves, my friends, different waves that is produced during an earthquake, we call them as what? Seismic waves. In that way, from focus, the set of waves are produced, the pair of waves are produced. These waves, we call them as what? Body waves. We call them as what? Body waves. And these body waves, as the name suggests, they travel only via this Earth's interior or Earth's body. Whereas, when this body wave strikes the epicenter, the surface, from epicenter, another pair of waves are produced. You call them as what? Surface waves. Okay. So we have this body waves and surface waves. Okay. Now here, when I talk about this body wave and surface wave, my dear friends, when I talk about body waves are the one which helps us in understanding the interior or internal structure of the earth. Surface waves, they act as a geomorphic agent. They act as that, say for example, those waves which can result in some making some changes in the surface of the earth. Okay. Now here, what is very important for us is the analysis of the body wave. We have a pair of waves. You call them as P wave and you call them as what? S wave. P wave means primary waves. S wave means secondary waves. Okay. Let's talk about P wave. Why exactly it is called as P wave? Because among all the earthquakes, this is the fastest moving wave. That's the reason you call them as what? P wave. Okay. S wave follows second. For example, P wave roughly travels to somewhere around 6 to 7 kilometer per second. If I consider it as 7 kilometer per second, my dear friends, it is somewhere around 25,200 kilometers per hour it travels. Imagine the speed, velocity at which it travels. S wave travels half the velocity of P wave, somewhere around 3 to 3.5 kilometers per hour it travels, half the velocity it travels. Okay, right. Surface waves put together, they'll be traveling at somewhere around 2.5 kilometer per hour. Okay. So, if I talk about the sequence of the waves that is recorded on the surface, what will be recorded first is P wave, followed by P wave is S wave, and followed by them is what? Surface waves. Okay. Now, talking about the interiors of the earth, how exactly this body waves help us in understanding the internal structure of the earth. Body waves are compressional waves. How exactly they move? They move in alternate sequence of compression and expansion, something very similar to that of a sound wave. Very technically, we call them as a longitudinal waves. Okay, alternate sequence of compression, and expansion, right? Compression, right? And expansion, or you call them as what? Compression and dilation, whatever it is the case, right? Now here, whereas secondary waves or S wave travels almost, say for example, they are a distortional wave. They normal move like a normal sine wave, my dear friends, right? Normal sine wave inducing that shearing stress in this, the medium through which it propagates. In that way, taking the example or taking the, say for example, the nature of these waves, P wave and S wave, my dear friends. P wave is more similar to that of a sound wave. S wave is more similar to that of a light wave. So, taking the property of this P and S wave, my dear friends, one thing I understand, only the crux is important. P wave has the ability to change the shape and volume of the medium through which it propagates. So, all this analysis is not needed, but crux, if you want to take it, this is very important. P wave can propagate via both solid and liquid mediums. See, P wave can also propagate via gas as a medium. But in Earth's interior, we do not have a layer of gas. We have only two layers. Either it will be solid or it will be liquid. Now, immediately you may ask a question, what about asthenosphere then? Asthenosphere is partially molten. Accepted. Asthenosphere is partially molten. But somewhere, when talk about asthenosphere, if you want to take it as a binary classification. Either you have to include this asthenosphere in solid category or a liquid category. If that is the case, if it is a binary classification, then asthenosphere should be more regarded as a solid layer, right? If not, never as a liquid layer. Okay. It is plastic. It is plastic. Plastic cannot be liquid. Am I right? If that is the case, right? It is semi-solid. I'm not denying the fact. But somewhere when it comes to binary classification, regard it more like solid. Okay. Gas as a layer is not there. If gas would have been there in the Earth's interior, understanding says yes, P wave would have also traveled via this gaseous layer. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. Now, on the other hand, when I talk about S wave can only change the shape of the medium through which it propagates. So, given the fact, my dear friends, S wave, right, S wave can propagate only via solid medium. Can propagate only via solid medium. It means it cannot propagate via liquid medium. It dissipates in liquid medium. So given the property of this S wave, my dear friends, normally when earthquake occurs, everywhere this body wave is recorded. Everywhere the body wave is recorded. But there is a combined geographical location where a body wave is not recorded during an earthquake, right? This region you call them as what? A shadow zone. S wave creates a larger shadow zone, almost say for example from 103° on either side with respect to the focus, right? Normally, a S wave shadow zone is created. So this S wave shadow zone strongly suggests there is a presence of liquid layer in that Earth's interior. And what is that liquid layer it is suggesting? It is suggesting what? The presence of outer liquid core. On the other hand, my dear friends, you may ask, right, if that is the case, why exactly P wave is, say, for example, resulting in that shadow zone? See, we are talking about discontinuity, right? I told you discontinuity is the place where this earthquake waves normally goes for a refraction. For example, whenever the wave propagates or enters from one medium to another, from a lighter to denser or vice versa, from a solid to liquid or vice versa, what happens? There will be a slight deflection in the path of this wave, right? The deflection, when it occurs, say for example, for the path of this wave, you call them as what? Refraction. The multiple refraction has caused what? P wave shadow zone also. So one thing I understand, the presence of S wave shadow zone strongly suggests the presence of liquid layer in Earth's interior, that is nothing but outer liquid core. And presence of P wave shadow zone strongly suggests the presence of different layers in the Earth's interior with a different density and different state of matter. It is analysis of this P wave and S wave shadow zone is how we have concluded that how this Earth's interior might look like. See, it is more of a belief, we believe it. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Now, surface waves, to conclude, if I just take it, surface waves are the geomorphic agent. Whenever the changes are happening to the surface of the Earth, right? What exactly induces that changes, if you ask me? It is largely the surface of the, surface waves as such. We have two waves, you call them as Rayleigh and Low wave. Rayleigh wave, the wave propagation is more like a sea swell motion, and accordingly it results in vertical ground shift. Low wave, it moves more in a whipping motion, and it results in horizontal ground shift, right? And I've also consolidated, I've also given you that how exactly all these waves as such moves. P wave, how exactly they move. S wave, as I said, like a sine wave. Low wave, like a whipping motion, resulting in horizontal ground shift. Rayleigh wave, like a sea swell motion, resulting in what? Vertical ground shift. Okay, some of the facts which is there in news, we have taken it. Right. Right, my dear friends. Now, going further. One more news, what recently we happen to see. The Great Rift. Africa splitting plates could give birth to a new ocean, but with consequence. That is okay. See, this is very rare in the sense, our own time we are witnessing a visible divergence. See, divergence is a continuous process. From the very beginning of this earth till today, the plate movement is happening. The plate movement is happening, right? From till today. Till today, the plate movements are happening. Okay. In that way, what we understand, in the sense, okay, it is a very slow process. It's a very slow process in the sense. It takes millions of years and it is a continuous process. The rate at which the plates are moving, that is different. That may differ from time to time. But movement of plate itself is what? A constant activity. You call them as a plate tectonic. And plate tectonic is the ultimate reason for having every endogenic process and feature. Why we have the great Himalayas or the young-fold mountains of the world had its formation? Plate movement. Why the block mountains of the world had its formation? Plate movement. Why do we have an earthquake? Plate movement. Why we have volcanic activity? Plate movement. Why do we have the formation of trenches? Plate movement. Why do we have, say, for example, almost formation of mid-oceanic ridge? Plate movement. What causes lava plateau? Plate movement. Let me tell you, my difference. Any endogenic force you take it, or entire geomorphology, particularly when I talk about the endogenic aspects, they are resulted due to what? Plate movement. And what is a plate? See, outer surface or outer layer of this earth, you call them as what? Lithosphere. Sometimes you call them as lithosphere, sometimes you call them as what? Crust. There is a greater degree of overlapping, but both are not same. The outermost layer, you call them as what? Lithosphere. And the solid lithosphere, my dear friends, they actually float over another layer called as what? Asthenosphere. It floats over an asthenosphere. The layer called as asthenosphere. This lithosphere floats over another layer called as asthenosphere. Asthenosphere is a layer of magma, right? It is a layer of magma. So what happens? Under the convective magma currents, this lithosphere will be floating, this lithosphere will be drifting. The drift of this lithosphere is the one which ultimately causes the, right, plate movements as such. Causes the plate movement as such. Okay, now, assuming that I know what exactly is a plate movement. Now, what is there I'm seeing in news? I'm seeing the rift of plates or the divergence of the plate that is taking place. Two plates, right? Visibly, we are seeing that they are splitting. See, already the split is the one which has caused the Great African Rift Valley, right? Split caused this Great African Rift Valley. That is accepted, right? But somewhere altogether, right? Say, for example, what you find here, we call them as what? Tensile crack. We tensile crack, or we call them as what? Say, for example, the fissure zone, right? This itself is created in our own time, right? In front of your eyes, you find or you see that two continents are moving away from each other, right? And that is very rare. Okay. In that light of this news, two things we have to understand. Number one, along the divergent boundary, what exactly is the feature that will get developed? Number two, in a gist, we'll also talk about continental drift theory, particularly about continental divergence. Okay. Now, I said divergent boundary. Wherever divergent boundary is there, my dear friends, the default feature that is created is what? Block mountains. More than block mountains, it is rift valley. You call them as what? Block mountains, or you call them as what? Fault mountains. Okay, how exactly these fault mountains are created, I am just telling you. And if you ask me location, where exactly these block mountains are formed, either they are formed along a divergent boundary or they are formed along a transform boundary, right? When I talk about this divergent boundary, my dear friends, right? Somewhere I'm taking a block of rock. If this block of rock is subjected to divergence, this divergence will be resulting in a tensile crack or a tensional crack. Okay. Tensile or tensional crack, right? Whenever, say, for example, it goes for a crack, many friends, it goes for a crack, right? What happens? This crack, extension of the crack will be resulting in a parcel of the land or a larger block of a rock to descend. Once it descends, it forms a rift valley. Again, the similar process will be creating another rift valley, and the intermediate area appears to be an elevated region. You call them as what? Block mountain. Or technical terms, if I have to include. Any divergent boundary, what is very normal and common, if you ask me, right? You call them as what? Heave. Heave is horizontal displacement. Horizontal displacement, we call them as what? Heave, right? Horizontal displacement. This heave can result in a throw. Throw is a vertical displacement. We have two types of throw. Either this throw can be upward throw or this throw can be a downward throw. Okay. Upward throw will be resulting in block mountain formation. Downward throw will be resulting in the formation of a rift valley. Technically, we call them as what? Graben. Block mountain, we call them as forest, and right, rift valleys, we call them as what? Graben. Right. Now, if I'm just taking all the combinations, assume that okay, heave, horizontal displacement is taking place. We talk about heave, the horizontal displacement. The heave may resulting in what? Fracture zone, right? May result in the development of a fracture zone or a rift valley. Whereas heave along with the downward throw may result in a rift valley. Whereas heave along with downward throw will result in rift valley, upward throw will be resulting in what? Block mountain. In that way, wherever divergence takes place, the most commonest feature what we'll be finding is what? Rift valley. Great African Rift Valley, right? The largest rift valley of the existing world. Today's world is Great African Rift Valley. Right? Along with this Great African Rift Valley or any rift valley for that case, my dear friends, you may find what? Block mountain. Any divergence, for example, even when I talk about Vindhyans, Satpura and Satmala, they are block mountains, but not the recent mountains. They had their formation during Paleozoic era, old block mountains as such. Right. All right, my dear friends. Now, somewhere, wherever divergence takes place, we have an idea that any divergence, the commonest feature what we find is what? Rift Valley. Everywhere, what you have is a Rift Valley. Right. Now, taking this plate tectonic theory. What is a plate tectonic theory? It strongly believed that lithosphere is divided into different fragments and pieces called as plates. Different plates are there are seven major plates, and somewhere around 20 minor plates are there. North American plate, South American plate, Pacific plate, African plate, Eurasian plate, Indo-Australian plate, Antarctic plate. These are the seven major plates. Pacific, or somewhere I'll just put the numbers as such. Pacific, North America, South America, Africa, Europe and Asia put together Eurasia, India and Australia on the same plate called as Indo-Australian plate, and number 7 Antarctic plate. These plates almost take the similar names, right? These plates almost take the similar names of the continent as such. Takes the similar names of continent as such. But the larger understanding says continent is different, plate is different. Continent includes only land, but a plate includes both land as well as the adjoining ocean. It includes both continental crust as well as what? Oceanic crust, both it includes. Okay? It includes both. Right, my friends. 7 major plates of the world, we have just seen it. Now here, what is very important, we'll concentrate only on the development, what is happening in what? Africa, right? And when I talk about the plates and movement, my dear friends, this movement makes at least 3 different types of plate boundary. You call them as convergent boundary. 2 plates converging with each other. Divergent boundary, 2 plates diverging away from each other. Transform boundary, slide past each other. The third type of a boundary. Now, when I talk about African region is more an example of divergence. And divergence happening in the continent, we call them as what? Continental divergence. Right now, what exactly you experience in Africa? What you have witnessed in Africa? See, African plate is one single plate, my dear friends. Right? Within this African plate, what we are experiencing is an example of intra-plate divergence. Intra-plate divergence of African plate. Okay. And within that, this African plate itself, you can say somewhere divide them into Nubian plate and Somalian plate. So as of today, what are the 2 plates that is actually departing or diverging away from each other, if you ask me? It is this African plate and Nubian plate. African Nubian plate. Okay, right. See, both are part and parcel of this African plate. That's what. African plate is the main name. Within that, Nubian plate is given. Within African plate, Somalian plate is given. Apart from that, we have one stable, say for example, dome called as Kenyan dome and Ethiopian dome. Okay, right. Right, my friend. So what are the plates that is actually today it is going for a divergence somewhere we have seen, that is Nubian plate and Somalian plate. Now, as a feature, what all I'll be finding here, divergence. Just now we said, any divergence you take it, the default feature what I'll be having is what? A rift valley. I'll be having a block mount. That's a default feature. Apart from this Rift Valley and Block Mountains, my dear friends, Rift Valley, what is the example of a Rift Valley? Great African Rift Valley, right? Is that example, right? The Great African Rift Valley is the example, my dear friends. Then when I talk about, say, for example, this lava plateau, how lava plateau? When the entire continental crust opens up, what happens? The magma from asthenosphere can come to the surface, and this magma can spread a larger horizontal distance, and it may form a plateau-like structure. You call them as a lava plateau. And we do have a lava plateau here in this region called as Ethiopian highland. And my dear friends, this region also has lot many number of volcanoes. Lot many number of volcanoes. Among them, some of the very popular names, Mount Kenya, and more than Mount Kenya, it is Mount Kilimanjaro. It's Mount Kilimanjaro. These are some of the very popular volcanoes what we have in this region. Okay, right. So continental divergence was there in news. So somewhere I have just taken it. Okay. Now again, some of the facts that is there in news, my dear friends. Return of El Nino, 2023. Last time we had El Nino was 2018. After 2018, again, the mid of this year, El Nino is expected to be back. but the effectivity is somewhere expected to be somewhere around 60 to 70 percentage of the normal El Ninos. Okay, whatever it is the case, what is there in news? El Nino likely to return this year, fueling global temperature, WMO says. World Meteorological Organization says. Okay, right. So if that is the case, we should understand two things here. Number one, what is El Nino? Right? Number two, how does El Nino can affect Indian monsoon? Indian monsoon. Correct. In that way, I'll couple both the concepts, monsoon and El Nino, both I'll just couple it. For example, if I just take the case of monsoon. What is a monsoon? The seasonal and the regional reversal of wind, we call them as what? Monsoon. See, in India, talk about in India, my dear friends, one part of the year, wind will be moving in southwestern direction. Another part of the year, wind will be moving in what? Northeastern direction. So what I understand, there is a complete 180-degree reversal of wind that is taking place. Completely. There is a complete change in the direction of the wind flow it happens. That complete reversal of wind is what we call them as what? Monsoon. Southwest monsoon and northeastern monsoon as such. Okay. Now, what is southwest monsoon and northeastern monsoon? Assuming that you know, but still, in a gist, if I want to include it, I know the fact that ITCZ equatorial low. For that case, any pressure belt will shift north and south during their respective seasons. For example, every pressure belt will be shifting north during summers and south during winters. Every pressure belt, there is no exception. Every pressure belt will be shifting north during summers and south during winters. That is universal. But when I talk about ITCZ, my friends, ITCZ, what is ITCZ? ITCZ is the other name for equatorial low. So this ITCZ or equatorial low, when talk about say for example summer, somewhere I've just given you right July, how exactly it looks like. In summers, what happens? Almost it gets confined completely to what? Northern hemisphere. Completely to northern hemisphere. And winters it gets completely confined to what? Southern hemisphere because it is a shift. Somewhere I said it shifts north and south during summers and winters. The general shift of any pressure belt somewhere it occurs or happens somewhere around 5 to 10 degree north and south of its original location. ITCZ is not an exception to it. The general shift of ITCZ during summers, trying to understand what is the southwest monsoon or advancing monsoon. During summers, what happens? This pressure belt, almost say for example, shifts 5 to 10 degree north of equator. But given the vast continental size of Asia, this low pressure gets so much deviated, and that too, it creates one exceptional bend, right? What is creating this exceptional bend, if you ask me, it is the vast continental size of Asia that is creating that exceptional bend. And my dear friends, this vast continental size of Asia, my dear friends, which is creating that exceptional bend, right? And I should understand that this bend is even beyond the Tropic of Cancer, right? This is how this ITCZ is placed during summers, somewhere in the month of June and July. Once this ITCZ goes for that exceptional bend, what happens? The southeastern trade winds, in order to confluence with ITCZ, southeastern trade is nothing but what? Trade wind of the southern hemisphere. So this trade wind, in order to confluence with ITCZ, is now entering northern hemisphere. So as and when it enters northern hemisphere, under the effect of Coriolis force, it gets deflected towards right. Because I know Coriolis deflection in northern hemisphere is towards right, and southern hemisphere it is towards what? Left. Okay. It gets deflected towards right. So the southeastern trade, after getting deflected towards right, eventually becomes what? Southwest monsoon. It becomes southwest monsoon. So what is southwest monsoon, if you ask me? What exactly is southwest monsoon? Southwest monsoon is nothing but what? Deflected southeastern trade in northern hemisphere. Okay, that is what southwest monsoon. Now see, we do have northeastern monsoon. What is northeastern monsoon? We call them as a retreating monsoon. The ITCZ somewhere shifts south of India by the month of September, November, October, November, and all. Somewhere I understand the displaced northeastern wind or displaced northeastern trade once again gets re-established over India. Right? This re-established northeastern trade is what very popularly you call them as what? Right? Very popularly you call them as northeastern monsoon. Okay. So what is southwest monsoon and what is northeastern monsoon? We have an idea. And let me tell you, by default, if I use this word called as Indian monsoon, without suggesting whether it is southwest monsoon or northeastern monsoon, simply if I say Indian monsoon by default means southwest monsoon because southwest monsoon nearly covers a 90 percentage of Indian landmass and it brings nearly 75 percentage of annual amount of precipitation. So be it the coverage of the land or be it the precipitation or the moisture, what exactly it carries, right? Enormous. That's the reason by default we say Indian monsoon means southwest monsoon. Now, having said that Indian monsoon is southwest monsoon, now I understood. When talk about say for example Indian monsoon means southwest monsoon. But what exactly is southwest monsoon? Southwest monsoon is nothing but what? Deflected southeastern trade of southern hemisphere in northern hemisphere. Correct. The southeastern trade, when it enters northern hemisphere, gets deflected. Why? Coriolis effectivity. So, our southwest monsoon itself is nothing but what? Southeastern trade of Indian Ocean. And my dear friends, normally I understand, say for example, low pressure should be there over Tibetan region or over India. And a high pressure should be over Australia so that our Indian monsoon will be successful. It means Indian monsoon can be successful only if southeastern trade of Indian Ocean is very strong. And what is interesting, we have an indirect effect. And this wind, my dear friends, when I talk about the origin, this wind, they actually have their origin almost from what? The Peruvian coast. The entire wind do not comes from Australia alone. We have an indirect connectivity till that of Peruvian coast. Okay. So it means I understand, say for example, the southeastern trade itself has its extension with what? Southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean. So what exactly is the larger idea here? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. For a successful southwest monsoon, the southeastern trade of Indian Ocean should be strong. Not only that, the southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean should also be what? Strong. But what happens during El Nino condition? The southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean becomes weak. For example, why exactly it becomes weak? I'll tell you. What is a normal condition? Forget about this low pressure and this high pressure. This high pressure also you forget about. For having a successful southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean, a high pressure should be there along the Peruvian coast and a low pressure should be there along the Australian coast. Okay. Only this low pressure and high pressure along the respective coast exist. I can have a very strong southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean. It means for having a low pressure along the Australian coast, what you need is a warm current which is flowing there. Warm current, because warm current induces low pressure. For having a high pressure along the Peruvian coast, what you need is a cold current. Cold current, right? And very interestingly, this is the common condition what we have. Australian side, I'll be having a warm current called as East Australian current. Peruvian current, I'll be having a cold current called as Peruvian current or Humboldt current. That is a normal condition, my difference. But what happens? During El Nino condition, things will get reversed. El Nino is a condition where the cold Peruvian current, right, will be replaced by the warm waters sourced from Australia. It means during the El Nino years, the Peruvian coast will become warm. The Peruvian coast will become warm and comparatively Australian coast will become what? Cold. See the difference, right? The Peruvian coast will become warm, right? If the Peruvian coast is becoming warm, it may result in a low pressure formation. And similarly, the same time, Australian coast can comparatively become colder and it may result in what? High pressure. So what I understand here, I'll be having a reversal of wind that takes place. I'll not have the southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean any more stronger. Either I'll be having a weak southeastern trade or a reversal of wind that takes place. Now I understand the wind which comes to India, only half the wind will be coming to India, not the entire wind. Now I can understand that how exactly El Nino is affecting this Indian monsoon, right? During El Nino condition, southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean, what you see here, during El Nino condition, the southeastern trade either becomes weak or it goes for a reversal, right? Either it becomes weak or it goes for a reversal. Okay. Now, El Nino in simplicity, my dear friends. Normal condition, if you ask me, what is a normal condition? Normal condition, we say that Peruvian coast always comes under the influence of this cold Peruvian current. Australian coast comes under the influence of this warm Australian current or East Australian current, which is a warm current. That's a normal condition. But during El Nino condition, what happens? The warm waters will be traveling towards the Australian coast, right? Why? Because the level of the waters will be different. Warm water will be less in density, it will be rising. Cold water will be more in density, it will be subsiding. So what happens? The warm waters from the Australian coast will start moving towards the Peruvian coast. Once it reaches the Peruvian coast, the cold Peruvian current will be superimposed by warm currents. So what is El Nino? The cold Peruvian current being replaced by the warm waters sourced from Australian coast is the condition of El Nino. Or simple man's term, we can take it, Peruvian current being replaced by warm water. Or Peruvian current goes missing. We call them as what? El Nino. Okay. So El Nino is actually bad news for India. It's a bad news for India. Right. Then what is La Nina? La Nina is a normal year. Normal year. When the warm currents once again or the warm water once again reaches the Australian coast. Okay. See, any ocean you take it, you'll be having an oscillation of the water between the different coast of the ocean. Always you'll be having that. You'll be having that difference. Okay. Why the difference, if you ask me? Because any ocean you take it, both the coast I'll be having difference in temperature. The west side of the ocean comes under the influence of a warm current. Eastern section of the ocean comes under the influence of a cold current. So there will be a density difference. There will be some altitudinal difference. Very minor altitudinal difference will be there, right? Few centimeters. So the water will start oscillating. To and fro movement will be there. But mostly this movement of water will be happening in equatorial region because this region is a doldrum region. Because there is no wind. The easy, say for example, to and fro movement is much more easier than in equatorial region as such. Okay. So what is El Nino? Somewhere I said El Nino is a condition where cold Peruvian current is replaced by warm waters. Sourced from where? Australian coast. During El Nino condition, southeastern trade of Pacific Ocean becomes weak. Thus, it affects Indian monsoon adversely. Whereas La Nina is a normal condition. La Nina is a favorable condition. La Nina is a favorable condition. Okay. So what is El Nino? What is La Nina? This is a phenomena that is happening in Pacific Ocean. While talking about this El Nino and La Nina, my dear friends, and one more thing, whichever coast comes under the influence of a warm current, warm current, warm current will induce wet condition. How? Warm currents normally is known for resulting in low pressure. See, this is very, very important. Warm currents is known for inducing low pressure, and low pressure is known for inducing what? Wet condition. Very important. Similarly, cold current are known for inducing high pressure, and high pressure are known for inducing what? Dry condition. Both are equally important. Okay. So during El Nino, what happens? Normally, if you ask me, normal condition or El Nino condition, normal condition, this is normal. This is abnormal. Okay, when I talk about normal condition, by difference, Australian coast comes under the influence of warm current, this wet. Peruvian coast or South American coastline comes under the influence of cold current, thus dry. Thus dry. That's the reason adjoining the coast you have this very famous, popular, say for example, this desert called as Atacama Desert, right? Very popular desert. Every coastal desert you take it, coastal desert normally comes under the influence of this cold currents. Cold currents plays a very important role. Okay, right. Now, during El Nino condition, what happens? Things will differ. Australian coast coming under the influence of cold water becomes dry, whereas South American coastline, Peruvian and Chilean coastline coming under the influence of warm waters becomes wet. Okay. What is bad news for India is not the bad news for Peruvian coast. Peruvian coast, there is an advantage. In that way, pictorially, I also represented one such phenomena which happens in Indian Ocean. You call them as what? Indian Ocean dipole. Indian Ocean dipole, I'm not explaining it because it is not needed. The same phenomena. Normal condition, if you take it, we call them as positive phase. Positive phase induces strong southeastern trade of Indian Ocean. Positive phase is a normal condition, and very importantly, positive phase is positive for India, right? It is favorable for India. And when I talk about negative phase, my dear friends, reversed condition, and it is unfavorable for what? Indian monsoon. See, negative phase is more like a theoretical phase. Till today, once the recording system started, we have not recorded any negative phase. Even neutral phase we have recorded. We have not recorded any negative phase. So what I'm just trying to say, even if El Nino persists in Pacific Ocean, if I can have Indian Ocean dipole positive phase, still our Indian monsoon will be successful. That's what I have tried explaining the same in this chart. I've just given all the combinations. This combination is completely theoretical. What is favorable for India, if you ask me? La Nina and Pacific Ocean is favorable, and Indian Ocean dipole in Indian Ocean is favorable. Okay, I have given you one combination chart. Even if you have El Nino, this is very important. This is very important. Even if you have El Nino in Pacific Ocean, what we are experiencing today or this year, if we can have Indian Ocean dipole positive phase in Indian Ocean, our monsoon can still be what? Moderate. Moderate itself is what? Success. Okay. So this is all about monsoon, my dear friends. Okay. Right. And one more geographical process which was there in news. You have heard about king tide. See, high tide and low tide every day it happens. Spring tide and neap tides fortnightly it happens. On a full moon day we experience spring tide, and new moon day we experience what? Neap tide. Sorry. First quarter and third quarter we experience what? Neap tide. Full moon day and new moon day we experience what? Spring tide. Now what exactly is a tide, my dear friends? Right? What is a tide? Every day you'll be finding the level of the water in the sea will be rising and receding. Why the level of the water? When the level of the water rises, you call them as what? High tide. When the level of the water recedes, you call them as what? Low tide. Right? Now, why exactly this level of the water is rising, if you ask me? It is rising because of the gravitational attraction either induced by sun or moon on the surface of the earth. So it will start attracting. The level of the water will rise. And exactly the antipodal location also, the level of the water will be rising. Right? Level of the water will be rising. Both the places I'll be having high tide. If two places on the earth experience high tide, two other places will experience what? Low tide. Okay. So every day, every place you take it, it will be experiencing approximately two high tide and two low tide. And the level between them is what? We call them as what? Mean sea level. Okay, fine. What is a high tide and low tide? Somewhere I said. The rise and fall of the level of the sea, you call them as what? Tides. Now, tide is caused by moon, tide is caused by sun. But the tide that is caused by moon is more effective than the sun because of the proximity. Lunar tide is more effective than what? Solar tide. Now what happens? What is very practical is what? The combined tide or the mixed tide. In that way, if sun, moon and earth almost comes in a same line, what happens here? This is the same place where a high tide is created by moon, and it is the same place where high tide is created by sun. See the beauty. Already the high tide is created by moon. Furthermore, sun is also increasing the height of this tide. So, on a spring tide, my dear friends, on a day of a spring tide, the high tide created will be highest. The high tide created is highest. The low tide created will be lowest. So the tidal range will be maximum, right? And that's the reason normally we say on full moon day and new moon day, the sea will be very rough because those waves are created by the tides. We call them as what? Tidal waves. Okay. So new moon day also this phenomena happens. Full moon day also this phenomena happens where a high tide is created by both sun and moon at the same place where the level of the high tide will be more. See, normally high tide and low tide is created every day. Sometime you go to the beach, the sea will be very close to you. It means that is high tide. You go to the same beach after some times, the sea will be very far away from you. That is low tide. Correct. Why exactly this phenomena difference is taking place? It is all because of what? The rise and fall of the sea level. That is okay. Now here, when I talk about the level of rise and fall will be very high during a spring tide. Okay. And sea will be very, very rough. When the water level rises, it rises to a maximum level. If it rises to the maximum level, it can also reach a larger region towards what? Inland as such. Now, in the light of this statement, my difference, neap tide is exactly opposite. Neap tide, say for example, this is a place where a high tide is created by moon, water is rising. But this is the same place where the low tide is created by sun, plus low tide that is created by sun. So normally what happens? The high tide itself will be low tide itself will be high, the tidal range will be maximum. On this day, the tidal range will be what? Minimum. Sea will not be that much rough. So spring tide, sea will be very rough. Now I am taking a special case of a spring tide. The special case of a spring tide is what we call them as what? King tide, my dear friends. What is a king tide? Simple. Same spring tide, right? But happening along with perigee or perihelion, right? With or without perihelion. For example, generally, I'll put it this way, right? If I have a spring tide happens either on a full moon day or a new moon day. Okay. Either on a full moon day or a new moon day. And say, for example, this full moon day or a new moon day happens in the month of December or January. And say, for example, if this full moon day also happens to be a perigee, I understand, all coming together. Why I am using January? Because January is a day of perihelion. Perigee, every month I'll be having one day of perigee. Okay. So, my dear friends, if that perigee and full moon day combines together, simple. Springtide coinciding either with perigee or perihelion or both, right? It will be resulting in what? King tide. King tide, the level of the tide will be very, very high. Level of the tide will be very, very high. That's what it is written here, right? King tides feared next week, okay, for almost okay. King tides are the highest and most extreme tides of the year. Gravitational force and the alignment of the sun and the moon causes the tide to change, right, throughout the year. Okay. So let me repeat it. What is a king tide? The high tide of a spring tide which coincides with perigee or perihelion, you call them as what? King tide. On the day of king tide, the height of the tide will be highest, right? More than the normal. If it is more than the normal, certainly speaking, the coastal erosion will be very, very effective on these days. Coastal erosion will be very, very effective. Okay. So, king tide is one informal usage of the word. Okay. It does not say, for example, a formal definition, it is an informal usage. Okay. So, normally it occurs in the month of October, November, and particularly December, it is very, very common. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Furthermore, few more places which is there in news. Chardham region. And I've just given you the places of these four places, Chardham put together, what you call them as Chardham regions. I talk about Chardham Yatra. Yamunotri, Gangotri, Kedarnath, and Badrinath. So, what is very important? Value addition. Not only knowing why this Chardham was there in news, because one of the reasons that is cited for this Joshimath, the sinking nature of the Joshimath, the landslide caused in the Joshimath regions, one of the reasons cited is what? The unsustainable developmental activities that is taking place in Himalayan ecosystem, including the construction of power projects and dams, along with construction of roads. And these roads are the one which is aimed at connecting these four places, right? Popularly, you call them as what? Chardham. Yamunotri, Gangotri, Kedarnath, and Badrinath. If possible, kindly add those rivers which is originating from these regions also. Okay, very important, right? Now, these are some of the facts that is there in news, my dear friends. With this, let me also give you one more fact. You just look for it, which was again there in news. Van Tidu, or you call them as what? Van Island. Van Island is an island in Gulf of Mannar. Gulf of Mannar. So why exactly this island is very important? Why it was there in news, if you ask me? Because this was one of the island which artificially we have reclaimed. This island was completely submerged by constructing the coral reefs with the help of IIT Madras. This island slowly, steadily, we started reclaiming this island. Okay. So this island was one of the very successful reclamation process what we had, right? So Van Island or Van Tidu in Gulf of Mannar kindly added. Okay. So these are some of the facts what we have seen in news, and somewhere it can also be asked as a question, if not directly what is there in news, some of the associated facts we can always take, right? Apart from that, there is always some evergreen topics that can be added, my dear friends. In that way, when talk about agriculture, because of the time, I'll give you what are the crops that has to be concentrated, right? Only those crops you kindly concentrate, right? For example, when talk about these crops, my dear friends, only 9 crops I'm just giving you where you have to concentrate. What are the 9 crops? When it comes to food grains, right? Rice, wheat, and millets. What type of crop is that is important. Whether it is Kharif, Rabi, or Zaid is important. What is the temperature needed? That is important. Okay. Similarly, when I talk about what is the amount of water needed, that is important. What type of soil is needed, that is also important. That's what you have to concentrate. So I repeat, it is rice, wheat, and millet. When it comes to commercial crops, it is cotton, jute, and sugarcane. Jute you have already done with, in the sense, whatever is the condition needed for rice cultivation is the same condition needed for jute cultivation. Okay, cotton, jute, and sugarcane. When it comes to plantation crops, it is tea, coffee, and rubber. Materials suggested for major crops or agriculture in India is NIOS material, not even NCRT. NIOS material, agriculture, you take it, that is more than enough. I have also discussed some of the crops. Rubber, I have not discussed about. Jute, I have not discussed about. Rest of it, I have discussed it. So kindly go through these documents as such. And similarly, my dear friends, when I talk about soils in India, again, when I talk about soils in India, there are 5 to 6 soils that I have to concentrate. Forget about this USDS classification. When I talk about the classification of soil based on the composition, genesis, location, etc., we have this alluvial soil, river deposited soil. The largest area in India is covered by this alluvial soil. Kindly go through it. Black soil exactly overlaps with the volcanic features, lava plateaus. Wherever we have this Deccan Trap region, there we have this black soil. Red and yellow soil, wherever we have this shield and igneous rocks and metamorphic rocks are confined, there all we have this red and yellow soil. Rich in metalliferous minerals, particularly iron. Red is because of the diffusion of iron crystalline forms. Yellow, the same iron in hydrated form, it will be forming what? Yellow in color. Laterite soil, later means brick. Wherever I have this hot and humid climatic condition persisting, there all you'll be having this laterite soil. Arid soil, name itself says drier locations as such. These 5 soils are important. I've also discussed about, say for example, these 5 soils here, my dear friends. Okay. Again, 11:30, the next subject will be starting. So somewhere I'm just giving you, just go through the slides as such. That should be more than enough. Okay. And apart from that, what are the other areas you have to concentrate? I'll tell you. When it comes to river system, kindly add 7 rivers to your list. Indus, Ganga, and Brahmaputra of the northern Himalayan rivers. Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri in the peninsular rivers. Right. With this, I think some of the areas we have covered. Right. So wishing you all the best for this preparation. Whatever best you can do, give it your best, right? Go for a constant revision, solve more number of MCQs, right? And that should be enough. Confidence is very, very important than the content and knowledge component. Okay. I'm wishing you all the best. God bless. Thank you. Yes.
So I hope I'm audible and visible. And through this marathon session, we have been wanting to cover a lot of important topics, a lot of important verses with respect to your prelims 2023 examination. Can you just give me a couple of seconds? Let me just sort a couple of things and we will be good to go. Yep, just getting into the center of the screen. Now, these sessions have been planned for one particular purpose, and that purpose has been to make sure that you guys are well prepared with respect to the prelims 2023. Now, through this session, I am going to take the feet forward and we are going to discuss relevant topics and important topics with respect to polity. Now, in this session, particularly, what we are going to do is we are going to take up all the important topics that have happened in the recent past. We are going to pick up on all those topics. We are going to, try to delve into the subject matter. We are going to make sure that we understand the topic in a manner that it is required. Reason being that polity as a subject has changed over the last couple of years. And let me just open up the comment section as well for you guys so that I can be in touch with you. I hope is the sound okay for me? Am I audible and visible now, guys? Can you let me know in the chat section? I hope I'm audible and visible now. Can you guys please let me know in the chat section? If everything is working fine with you guys. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Sanjay, Bhavya. Thank you. Now we are to take up important topics, relevant topics from prelims, for prelims, and in polity we are going to be discussing those topics, those refined topics. For example, the kind of topics that I've brought to you for today, for example, is going to be including, say, the office of whip. For example, we will be discussing about the deputy speaker. For example, we will be discussing about various other constitutional positions with respect to CAG, with respect to other aspects of Indian polity. See, in the recent past, people who are setting the exam, they have changed the approach towards polity. Now, it might be seeming like Lakshmikant is the answer, but honestly, the answer itself falls short of what is required to solve those questions. The reason is that Lakshmikant is unable to cover those nuances, those important topics, those relevant topics in depth and in detail. So, what here through this marathon session we are going to do, we are going to take up all those topics in depth. All right. So, for example, the very first topic that I've brought to you is section 153A of the Indian Penal Code. Now, what is this section and how is it relevant for all of us? Guys, please make sure to share this session with each and every one of your friends, because this is not going to be a standalone session. We are going to have a special session on 14th of May as well as we will have a special section on 21st of May, all the Sundays that are going to happen before your prelims examination. Section 153A was recently in news. Indian Penal Code is relevant to the extent for us. Guys, listen very carefully. The Indian Penal Code is relevant only to the extent where it picks up on certain constitutional rights or certain constitutional matters. Now, the section 153A of Indian Penal Code suggests that it will penalize promoting enmity between different groups. On what grounds? Number one, religion, race, place of birth, residence, language, etc. Now, if you remember, there have been recent circumstances where people from different states residing in different other states where the same language is not spoken, most of the times they face certain level of discrimination. And if cases were to put up against such activities or such individual circumstances, then section 153A can be one of the places where individuals can seek their legal rights being validated. How that can happen? Because the provision in the law suggests, number one, religion, number two, race, place of birth, residence, and language, etc. Any sort of diverse attributes or identities that people of India acknowledge or attribute themselves to, all of that. And based on that, if there is any form of prejudicial act or any sort of harm to the maintenance of harmony in the state happens, and that is safeguarded by section 153A of IPC. Recently this happened, and that is why this is in news. The origins of this is pre-independence era based, and that is why the case is relevant for us for मेंस perspective, but prelims के अंदर केस नहीं पूछा जाएगा. Rangila Rasool case was the case, and Punjab High Court before independence had acquitted a publisher, the Hindu publisher, of a tract that he had made. Basically, he had made a disparaging remarks with respect to the private life of the prophet, and he was charged under section 153A. Now, section 153 has 153A has pre-independence based origins. That is the first thing that we need to remember. The reason is that just because 153 के साथ A लग जाता है ना, तो sometimes what happens is many individuals think that it is a post-independence thing. Number one, it is a pre-independence era law. Number two, this is punishable up to 3 years of imprisonment with a fine or with both. When I say that law mentions such things, remember one thing: when it is with fine or with both, it means it can either be fine or the imprisonment, or both can happen. That means three possibilities of penalties or rather imprisonment can happen. There are three processes. Further, in 1898 it was enacted, and but it was not a part of the original code. That we need to remember that. Further, guys, can you just can you please help me out here? I am just checking if I'm audible and visible now. Can you help me in the chat section if I'm okay? Fine, because it's not playing on my end. Just to make sure, huh? It's been a while we went live now. आप लोग recorded sessions देख रहे होंगे हमारे. Now, section 505, there is another section which is associated similar to that, and that is section 505. Now, section 505 penalizes statements conducing to public mischief. What is mischief? Mischief is basically a crime which happens when the overall sentiment of the public, or the overall sentiment of the society is at stake. Now, any statement that is made and it amounts to public mischief, that is covered under Section 505 of the Indian Penal Code. Recently, a data from NCRB has shown that the conviction rates of Section 153A, they are very low. Along with that, in 2020, cases registered were 6 times higher. That means there were more cases, but the convictions have been very low. That is a grim case. Now, what happens is UPSC tends to ask you certain statement based questions. So, we should be ready with all the data that is relevant or that is required for us. So, the conviction rate in 2020 with 6 times higher cases was only 20%. That means it is either fraudulent cases, or basically what happens is where the society becomes more acknowledgeable or more nuanced towards their various identities. They start to consider certain libel or certain statements as being discriminatory against certain languages or places of birth or grounds based on religion, race, etc. Based on that, now, which tells us that recently what we have seen is a spark of identity crisis, or rather a very critical stage of identity aspects of Indian society, which you should definitely be able to use in your mains examination. Now, what are the safeguards against the misuse of this section? Section 153A and 153B, they are read together. They require prior sanction from the government before you can initiate any sort of prosecution. When I say prosecution, there is a difference between prosecution. Now, this prior sanction is required before the trial begins, but not at the stage of preliminary investigation. What is preliminary investigation? Basically, when you put up an FIR, when an FIR is lodged, after that, a preliminary investigation starts. That preliminary investigation happens at the purview or at the behest of a police officer. So, the police officer in charge under whom you had lodged a complaint or you had put up the FIR, that person, that individual officer is going to investigate it, and that is preliminary investigation. And based on that, a complaint is filed in the courts. Now, when the complaint is filed in the courts, the court finalizes certain charges. And when the charges are filed, at that stage, trial has to begin. Now, it is at that stage that the government's approval is required or the prior sanction is required, not at the stage of preliminary inquiry, not at the stage of putting up an FIR. There are certain reasons associated to it. Number one reason is that FIRs have to be accessible. FIR basically is a process through which law and order administration gets in sync with the society. Otherwise, there will be a huge gap. आप जानते हैं what happens when it comes to sexual harassment cases. FIRs are not being lodged, and because of that, the law and order administration stays aloof of. When we talk about police administration or police personnel administration, the first thing that comes to our mind is the gap that there is between these two entities, the subjects and the law and order administration. And that is why FIR becomes a standalone point of connecting these two individual entities. For that reason, FIR should not require any authoritative sanction. That was the basic premise of the reason that at the FIR stage, the prior sanction was not mandated. The second reason is that government cannot enter or delve into each and every matter, and for the cases of exigencies, exigency is to improve efficiency. So to improve efficiency and reduce any sort of hassle, बेफिजूल का अननेसेसरी प्रोसीजरल एनहांसमेंट करने की जरूरत को खत्म करते हुए व्हाट हैपेंड वाज प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन तक कोई प्रायर सैंक्शन को मैंडेट नहीं किया गया. व्हाट वी डिड वाज add the prior sanction just before the trial. Now, why before the trial? Because the charges have been set. What are charges? These are the claims that this individual has committed these offenses, and based on these offenses, this person has to be tried. That is what trial is, and that is why setting of charges basically is the beginning stage of the trial. And at that stage, the government sanction is required. Now, I hope you have understood the legal rights aspect of this topic. Now, curb the indiscriminate arrests, the Supreme Court had laid down certain guidelines. Remember this, that it was not the government, it was the Honorable Supreme Court that had laid down certain guidelines. Most of the times, when it comes to offenses under Indian Penal Code, it is the Honorable Supreme Court that sets out certain guidelines, be it sexual harassment cases, be it related to dowry, be it related to domestic violence. All these guidelines come from the Honorable Supreme Court. Agar statement based question aata hai, we should be ready for that. Now, according to this, for offenses that carry a sentence which is less than 7 years, the police cannot automatically arrest an accused before investigation. So, no arrest before investigation for at least all those offenses. Now, less than 7 years of imprisonment comes under those categories which are not serious offenses or serious crimes, because most of the times the imprisonment less than 7 years imprisonment is either up to 3 years or 3 to 7 years of imprisonment. So these are the two categories of imprisonments that generally occur in IPC. Now, for us, it is relevant that for non-serious offenses, non-serious means, for example, it is not a case of murder, it is not a case of bodily injuries amounting to murder or such atrocious activities which otherwise would have caused disharmony. Say for example, you talk about cases where you have criminal conspiracies to the attunement of terrorist activities. So for the all those activities, for all those offenses, the imprisonment is more than 7 years. We are talking about less heinous crimes. The Honorable Supreme Court said no automatic arrest. So what happens is the police calls you up, they put you in the police station, they ask you certain questions, but you can be present with the lawyer. What happens is you can also file the anticipatory bail during that period. What happens is there are certain other procedural matters, but not relevant for a UPSC aspirant. We are not going there. What we are going to look into is the legal rights aspects. So, as a matter of right, legal right, no automatic arrest happens on the basis of this. In a 2021 ruling, the Honorable Supreme Court also said that the state will have to prove intent for securing the conviction under Section 153A. What does that mean? It means that what is the purpose of convicting an individual under a certain premise coming under the purview of Section 153A. If you want to prosecute an individual and if you want to convict that individual, you will have to prove the intention for securing that conviction. That means the depth of proving a person being guilty has been enhanced. When I say you have to prove my intent, for example, while I'm teaching, you will have to, or I will have to rather, prove my intent for the purposes of this session. I will have to tell you why this session exists, right? So the intention of this session comes into play. That is where I am to prove that, right? So the government will have to prove whether the conviction is upright or not. Should it be upheld or not? The burden of proof is on the government, not on the accuser, not on someone whose rights have been infringed, because it is the government who's fighting the case on behalf of that individual. That is how things will proceed here. Now, Section 153A as a topic is relevant up to the level where the question might be asked. मैं आपको points बता रहा हूं, उन्हीं points पे focus कीजिएगा. Let me write it down here. Number one thing, the first and foremost thing that you'll have to remember, it is pre-independence. Pre-independence. Handwriting, I hope आप सब लोगों को समझ में आ रही है. I'm trying to write as legible as possible. I've just changed my writing pad. Let's hope that it works well for you guys. The second thing that you will have to remember, the level of imprisonment. Because generally what happens is UPSC, when it is asking questions based on statements, it tends to add at least one fact along with it. तो थोड़ा factual information होना भी जरूरी है, that is relevant for you guys. Second, number 3, you will have to remember that there is lack of convictions. The number of convictions that are happening वो कम है. So this is data based analysis. Number 4 that you will have to remember is that there is no automatic arrest. And why there is no automatic arrest? That is something that you'll have to remember, that it is based on the Supreme Court guidelines. The Honorable Supreme Court gave that. Now, with that knowledge, let's move forward and talk about the next topic, and that is caveat. Recently, what has happened is that many students, law graduates or undergraduates pursuing law, basically when they learn law, it is like a revelation. It is like being close to God. Me myself pursued law for the same reason, because if you have to do anything in this world, you have to understand law, because it is the basic premise, the basic subject that everybody would be using at one point or the other. I don't know how many of you guys in the chat section, if you can let me know, how many of you guys are actually lawyers or are pursuing law. You would relate to that, because it is like, I, for myself, I pursued sciences, engineering, I pursued masters in engineering, and then I pursued law. So for me, it was really relevant. Now, what has happened is recently the Honorable Supreme Court, particularly the Chief Justice of India, he has reprimanded, when I say reprimanded, फटकार लगाना बोलते हैं, a student for filing a caveat in a petition seeking menstrual leave. Now, what is this caveat? What is the relevance of this caveat? And why do we have to study this? You know those questions I call laddu sawal, laddu questions, which are really nice looking questions on someone else's plate. I am talking about that question. A very simple question can come. What is a caveat? Caveat is a very important point which you want someone else to notice, or you want someone else's attention towards that topic. That is where caveat is used. The person who's lodging the caveat is known as the caveator. Caveat in legal sense is like a formal notice where you request the court, wherever it is put up, you request the court to refrain from taking any specified action without giving prior notice to the person lodging the caveat. In common parlance, in normal English, you use this term caveat, but there is a caveat, there is a catch. What is the catch? It is basically a precondition associated to that event. Similar to that, caveat is a term which is used in laws as well, where caveat in laws, it means something as simple as telling someone, particularly a court, that you should not take up this action unless and until you inform me. Now, this happens as a matter of legal right. There is no constitutional right, and there is the discretion of the court. It is a court's discretion. It is a legal right, but there is there is no absolution in it. It is not absolute. Of course, it is not absolute. Why? Because then every individual, everyone who's looking through this session, everybody would want to put up a caveat. For example, if there is a decision on the disqualification of the member of parliament, very recently a very important case happened. है ना? Now, if in that case someone puts up a caveat, that would be a breach of delivery of justice. It would be hindrance to the principles of natural justice. For that reason, it is not absolute. It is in a matter of, say, legal right, but there is the discretion of the court. That is why it is not absolute. It is just a formal notice where you request the court to refrain. Do not take this specified action for a specified period of time without telling me first. That is what a caveat is, and that is why it is relevant. Now, you might not want to remember this case, but this case is relevant because the term is not expressly defined anywhere except in 1978 when the Honorable Calcutta High Court explained it in the ruling Nirmal Chandra Datta versus Girendra Narayan Roy. Now, when you have two individual names and not the name of the state, most of the times these cases are based on civil law. So in a civil law, it is relevant to know that it is not something that happens in criminal law. It happens something in civil law. Just a second, guys. Now, another important fact, you need to remember this further. It is only a precautionary measure to make sure that there is nothing that happens which is against your civil right. Because most of the times in the hustle bustle of administration, particularly land revenue administration में इतना hustle bustle हो जाता है एक डीएम के पास एक एसडीएम के पास, there are so many cases or so many letters and documents and things to take care of, that it becomes very difficult to take care of all the civil rights of every single individual. So you have to tell the administration particularly, and it is used in the administration in the sense that, for example, in case a property would be transferred in a fraudulent manner, you send up a letter marking the fact that this property, if it were to be transferred, I have civil rights associated to it, so please tell me that. Now, based on that, civil law is the basic premise for this particular provision. Now, Section 148A of CPC, you might not want to remember this section, but if अगर अच्छे से याद रह जाए तो और उसमें बुराई क्या है. Section 148A of CPC elaborates upon what caveat is, and it was inserted by an amendment in 1976, a very important amendment which came after the recommendations of the Law Commission. Mind you, Law Commission as a body, Ram ji, Law Commission as a body, can anyone please tell me in the chat section what is the term for the Law Commission? What is the term for the Law Commission? I'm looking at the chat section. If someone can tell me the term for the Law Commission. Simple सा सवाल है, basic question है, right? पंक्ति, अर्पिता, साईचंद, अमन, भाव्या, प्रणय, anyone? What is the term for the Law Commission? Lucky for you guys, you can also look it up on Google right now. But otherwise, if you have read about it, you would know about it. This is a very relevant question because very recently there were certain instances because of which Law Commission was in news. Now, as far as Law Commission is concerned, there is no term associated with it. You should know that. Further, Section 148A of CPC was not a part of the original text. That you should know. Any person can lodge a caveat in a court. This is a fact. Further, the caveator or the person lodging is also required to serve a notice of caveat by registered post to the person on whose plea they are lodging the complaint or they are lodging the application. I hope you understand what I'm talking about here. If you have any doubts, see guys, for this session to have relevance for you guys, you will have to make sure that you respond in the chat section. Now, we have brought a lot of other things. We have brought a lot of information for you guys. For example, if you talk about right now, just give me a second. Yeah, sorry. Now, right now we are talking about polity. We have already discussed, say, for example, geography. We will be discussing economy. We will also be discussing, say, for example, environment. Also, we will be discussing history. Make sure to watch this entire marathon session. जैसे भी हो, इसको follow जरूर करना. All right? चलो. Now, further, the caveator should serve a notice to the person जिसके there is this Bollywood, if I were to use the Bollywood language, जिसके फट्टे में टांग अड़ा रहे हैं हम, जिसके इशू के अंदर हम घुस रहे हैं, हम नोक झोंक कर रहे हैं, उसको भी तो नोटिस देना है. So you will have to give the notice to that individual, just that. But this is only a procedural measure. You should not be focusing on that. Moving further. Yes, I can use Hindi as well. थोड़ा सा बीच बीच में हिंदी भी यूज कर लेंगे, but let's focus on the agenda. अमन, आपको जहां जहां पे भी परेशानी आए आप पॉइंट कर दीजिएगा. I will explain everything in detail. आप परेशान मत होइएगा. Just follow things through. You won't have to worry about anything. All right. Chalo. Now, moving on to the missing deputy speaker of Lok Sabha. Now, the 17th Lok Sabha has completed 3 years and 7 months of its term, but the House has not yet elected a deputy speaker. This is of utmost concern, guys. Now, for the purpose that deputy speaker has huge loads of relevance when it comes to various committees, when it comes to important decisions. Now, what is the relevance of the office of deputy speaker, and where is it mentioned, and how it has been mentioned? All of that has relevance for us. All of that. All right. Now, एक एक करके उन सभी relevances को, उन सभी importances को जरा समझते हैं. Now, as far as deputy speaker is concerned, he there are provisions with respect to speaker as well as deputy speaker in the constitution. The constitution itself mentions the presiding officers of Lok Sabha when it talks about presiding officers. Plural में बात कर रहे हैं. That means ये ऐसे लगा ना, इसकी relevance है, importance है. It is talking about the speaker as well as the deputy speaker. When I talk about the relevance of a speaker as well as the deputy speaker, yes, Rutuja ji, yes, don't worry about it. Now, when it comes to the office of the speaker as well as the deputy speaker, there is a relevance associated to it. Now, if you notice the powers of speaker as well as deputy speaker, ये थोड़ा अलग कॉनोटेशन में चलती हैं. अगर आप इनकी पावर्स को ध्यान से स्टडी करेंगे, दीज आर टू क्लासेस ऑफ ऑफिसर्स इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, चाहे वो स्टेट लेवल पर हो, चाहे वो सेंट्रल लेवल पर हो, पार्लियामेंट्री लेवल पर हो. These classes of officers, they have huge significance for Indian polity because these individuals have to maintain a non-partisan and unbiased process and follow the procedure or follow the rules of code of conduct and business rules with respect to various houses, be it the Lok Sabha or the center state legislative assemblies. When you talk about these officers, they have been given utmost respect. In fact, so much so that the speaker comes in sync with the Chief Justice of India जब हम बात करते हैं ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस की. आप लोगों ने ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस के बारे में सुना होगा. आई विल बी डिस्कसिंग द किहोतो होलोहान केस एज वेल, एंड इन द किहोतो होलोहान केस, what was the relevance? Why is it that not yet there has been a streamlined process with respect to disqualification of MPs? अब ये क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा है? Because the fundamental question जहां पर बात अड़ रही है, गिरारी फंस रही है, वो है whether the honorable Chief Justice of India, who is at similar level of order of precedence, can this individual office holder tell someone of the same level in order of precedence how he should conduct their businesses, and to what extent we can expect the separation of powers being maintained or being mandated? किस हद तक रह जाएंगी अगर जुडिशरी ही ये बताएगी कि एग्जीक्यूटिव को, रादर लेजिस्लेचर को, किस तरीके से, किस सलीके से आगे प्रोसीड करना है. So if the procedure is also to be mandated by the Chief Justice of India, and that is why there is no time frame, there is judicial review on the decision of the speaker. You have judicial review, but that is on the decision. On the decision. What if I do not decide? What if I'm like, okay, fine, I'll look into it. Okay, fine, I'll see what I can do. Cannot do anything on someone saying that, particularly who is sitting at the peer level. And that is why the officers are relevant. These officers are actually the reminiscent of the kind of separation of powers that we have. So when you talk about the level of differences, or when you talk about the distinction or the separation of powers in that sense, the offices of speaker and deputy speaker become relevant. Further, these officers, how associated they are with the legislature, ये वहां पता चलता है जहां पर इनकी सिग्निफिकेंस आती है when it comes to removal. When it comes to removal, can somebody please tell me, if speaker was to resign, if there was supposed to be a resignation, whom does the speaker sign this resignation on to? ये रेजिग्नेशन साइन होकर किसको दी जाती है? चैट सेक्शन में बता सकते हैं आप. What happens is that these are the reasons. I'm leaving this question as a homework, guys. And why am I leaving this as a homework? Because on 14th, I will ask a question out of it, because this is highly relevant and separation of powers से related है, associated है. Now, the thing is that when you talk about these positions, how relevant they are for the legislature, we have to imagine it is an emotion where the legislature, which has been created on the basis of the verdict, based out of the democratic setup that we have, which ensures a certain level of separation of powers without the interference of the executive per se. No doubt, executive sits within the legislative premises, but still it becomes a part of the legislature when it is doing so. Otherwise, the legislature itself is handling businesses on its own. It is not being meddled with by, say, for example, the ruling party or, for example, the opposition. No, when it comes to speaker and the deputy speaker, every member of parliament becomes a member of parliament or the member of legislature, so to say. ठीक है जी. Wonderful, Bhavya ji, Aman, बहुत बढ़िया. That is how I want you to cover certain topics. Like it should be covered in a holistic manner. Now, these two positions have been mentioned in the Constitution. Article 93, for example, talks about the fact that as soon as may be. The words used have been as soon as. What does that tell you? There is no time limit, no time period defined. It is not said कि भाई अगले दिन, the next day, or within a no, you can give a notice of, say, for example, 10 days, and after that you will have to elect the speaker. कि हाउस को नोटिस दिया और 10 दिन के बाद स्पीकर इलेक्ट कर लिया, उसके 5 दिन के बाद आपने डेप्यूटी स्पीकर. नो टाइम पीरियड हैज बीन मेंशन्ड. दैट is of paramount importance here. This is the most important and relevant concern with respect to this particular topic, right? Now, further, article 178 correspondingly talks about speaker and deputy speaker at the level of the state. Now, both these provisions, they are working in tandem. See, this is where you will find resemblances or similarities at various levels of the federal structure in the Indian polity, where the central provisions are quite similar to the state provisions, or so to say, vice versa. The state provisions are similar to the central provisions, but there are certain differences with respect to qualifications of election or certain disqualification measures, so on and so forth. But the basic premise remains the same. That is how we have ensured integrity within the federal structure. तो वो जो फेडरेशन विद यूनिटरी टेंडेंसी है, वो यहां से आता है, दैट द प्रोविजंस ऑफ 93 बिकम अ टॉर्च लाइट और बिकम मशाल बन जाती है फॉर ऑल द प्रोविजंस फॉर द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, और रादर फॉर द स्टेट लेवल इन द फेडरल पॉलिटी. नाउ, ऑफिसर्स ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट कहा जाता है इन्हें, चाहे वो स्पीकर हो चाहे वो डेप्यूटी स्पीकर हो. दे आर डिस्क्राइब्ड एज द ऑफिसर्स ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट in the constitution, which means the parliament being the legislature, they are an officer for the legislature. They are not someone who's coming from the executive or who's coming from X, Y, or whatever limb of Indian polity. They are related to the legislature, and that is what they make sure that it runs smoothly. Right now, let's focus on deputy speaker first, and then we'll move on to other provisions as well. As far as deputy speaker is concerned, article 93 बात करता है It says as soon as maybe, no time limit. Choose two members. There is no separate provision otherwise for the deputy speaker. Within Article 93, you find a speaker, office of speaker or deputy speaker, whenever, so often as the office of speaker and deputy speaker becomes vacant, the house shall choose another member to be the speaker or the deputy speaker, as the case may be. Now this provision tells you, in the constitutional provision, this tells you something. The reason why I'm going into these details, you might have noticed very recently the level of questions, the kind of or the style of questions. Let's not call it the level of questions. Level हमेशा ही ऐसा रहा है. But the kind of questions that have been asked, they are of this nature. If you notice, they have been asking you this question. They have been more analytical. तो इसको analyze करके देखिए कह क्या रहा है. पहली चीज, कोई टाइम लिमिट नहीं है. दूसरी चीज, दो मेंबर्स होंगे, स्पीकर और डेप्यूटी स्पीकर. एंड वर्ड यूज किया हुआ है, दैट मीन्स देयर विल बी टू ऑफिसर्स. फर्दर, so often as, that means that whenever you see the seat of speaker and deputy speaker vacant, as soon as possible for you, house को जैसे भी लगे. Now this means that there is a certain level of discretion in the decision of a house. ये हाउस का डिस्क्रिशन है कि वो कितनी जल्दी हो सकता है. एज सून एज मे बी दे विल हैव टू रिस्पेक्टिवली द स्पीकर और डिप्टी स्पीकर, उनको इलेक्ट करना. दे हैव टू चूज. नाउ हाउ डज दैट इलेक्शन हैपन? नाउ लोकसभा की बात की जाए, द लोअर हाउस ऑफ द इंडियन पार्लियामेंट, बोथ द प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स, दे आर इलेक्टेड बाय द मेंबर्स. सिंपल मेजोरिटी से होता है, जनरली बाय शो ऑफ देयर वॉइस. ये आयज एंड नेज बोल के जोर से, जहां जिसका जोर ज्यादा होता है उसको हां कर दी जाती है जनरली. एंड अदरवाइज क्या होता है, बिकॉज इट इज द डिस्क्रेशन ऑफ द हाउस. अदरवाइज इफ इट इज नॉट क्लियर एंड इट इज एम्बिगुअस विद रिस्पेक्ट टू हाउ दिस इज गोइंग टू हैपन, तो वो कहां पे किस पलड़े की तरफ आवाज ज्यादा है नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, तो फिर बाय शो ऑफ हैंड्स हो जाता है. सो बाय शो ऑफ हैंड्स भी अगर नहीं हो पा रहा है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, देन यू ऑल्सो हैव द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वोटिंग सिस्टम. सो वो तो क्लियर कट डिस्टिंक्शन हो जाती है. बट एनीथिंग दैट इज हैपनिंग, सिंपल मेजोरिटी, 50% प्लस वन ऑफ व्हाट, प्रेजेंट. So, for example, you are present. There are many members of parliament who are generally not present. So, they will not be counted. Then there are certain members who are present but they refrain from voting. Generally, it also happens. In cases of bills, it happens. अगर whip जारी किया हुआ है तो बात और है. But otherwise, many people, to make sure that their political interests are safeguarded, they don't vote for certain matters in certain bills. कहीं बाहर पता चल गया वोटर्स को तो वो सवाल पूछेंगे, for example, for that reasons. अच्छा, what happens is that here present and voting means that only those individuals who have voted and their votes are valid and they were present in the house. ऐसे फोन करके, ऐसे वाईफाई से, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ आई हैव टू स्विच ऑन द एसी थ्रू वाईफाई, दैट इज नॉट द केस कि सर मेरी तरफ से हाँ है, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है ना. तो दैट विल नॉट बी द केस. सिंपल मेजोरिटी, present and voting. Why am I explaining you this? For one simple reason. When you think about simple majority, you tend to think about absolute majority sometimes, or you sometimes tend to, confuse it with majority with respect to the total membership of the house. Simple majority, when it happens, क्योंकि वो simple है, उसमें कोई परेशानी नहीं देनी है. दैट मीन्स सच आर दोज प्रोविजंस जहां पर आप क्या चाहते हैं, यू वांट दैट सिंप्लिसिटी शुड हैपन. यू वांट के सारी चीजें जो है स्मूथली रन हो जाए. फॉर दैट रीजन बेसिकली प्रेजेंट एंड वोटिंग विद वैलिड वोट्स, उनको ही काउंट किया जाता है. वैलिड वोट्स भी होनी चाहिए, नॉन वैलिड या इनवैलिड वोट्स को काउंट नहीं करते हैं. नाउ it is an office independent from the speaker and he is not subordinate to him, because simultaneously बोला गया कि एक स्पीकर होगा, एक डेप्यूटी स्पीकर होगा. ऐसा नहीं कहा है कि एक स्पीकर होगा एंड उसके अंडर डेप्यूटी स्पीकर्स होंगे या एक डेप्यूटी स्पीकर होगा टू असिस्ट हिम in superintendence, direction and control of the house, for example. वो नहीं है. All right, both are elected from among the members of the house and इसके अंदर राज्यसभा का कोई रोल ही नहीं है, कोई रोल नहीं. फर्दर, when he is presiding over a sitting, he has all the powers which are associated with the speaker, which means he is not exactly a proxy. Most of the times हम क्या सोचते हैं कि वो proxy है. वो proxy इस वजह से नहीं है because deputy speaker has to chair all the committees that he is a member of. But the speaker, when he is the member of any committee, he appoints the chairman, for example. He is the appointing authority. Speaker is the appointing authority. Deputy speaker becomes the authority. तो इस वजह से ये यूनिक एक डिस्टिंक्शन है जिसके अंदर हमें ख्याल क्या रखना है दैट डेप्यूटी स्पीकर इज नॉट कमिंग अंडर द परव्यू ऑफ द ऑफिस ऑफ स्पीकर. पहली चीज, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस डू नॉट मैंडेट फॉर दैट. See, for reading polity, there is a special style. When you're revising polity, I would recommend that you all should have the Bare Act of the Indian Constitution. वो येलो कलर की बुक होती है, मोटी होती है थोड़ी सी, but it is really fun to read because you realize there it is a mandatory provision for every UPSC aspirant कि आपको पॉलिटी पढ़ना है. It should be also through your Bare Acts. So it tells you how to read. One, it also tells you one more thing. What is the constitutional provision? कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में मेंशन्ड है या नहीं. फॉर दैट रीजन यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड दिस. अच्छा, फर्दर, why is it recently gaining importance and prominence? One thing is that the deputy speaker house has been absent, and furthermore, whenever you need someone to preside over the house, what happens is that the house then further decides from various members. आप मालूम है, आप जानते हैं, there are 10 chairpersons. अगर वो भी नहीं होते तो हाउस डिसाइड्स ऑन देमसेल्फ. हाउस इटसेल्फ डिसाइड्स who will preside over, for example. It is a slight murder of the legislative authority of the office of the speaker, because when you appoint the house itself, when it is appointing, that ensures a certain level of independence from the executive. That is fine. But when this happens, when you do not have the office of speaker and deputy speaker, which are constitutional provision, why did I say those words was because speaker and deputy speaker over a prolonged period of time, they ensure a certain level of dignity and decorum in the house. Now, what we need to understand is that while you have no deputy speaker, you are undermining a constitutional authority. How to ensure the continuity of the office of the speaker? You need to have the deputy speaker, and the deputy speaker is the one who ensures this continuity. Just in case speaker bimar ho gaye hain, if there is an unfortunate death of the speaker, or because he resigns, or any other reason, the speaker is unable to perform the duties of the office, when the speaker's post falls vacant, खाली है, तो वो deputy speaker का एक constitutional provision है कि उसे ही वो कारोबार संभालना पड़ेगा, वो बिजनेस संभालना पड़ेगा. द प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर इन स्पेसिफिक केसेस, फॉर एग्जांपल, अ रेजोल्यूशन फॉर रिमूवल ऑफ द स्पीकर इन इज अप फॉर डिस्कशन. It is the deputy speaker, by virtue of the provisions of the constitution, that it is the deputy speaker who has to preside over such proceedings. So अगर स्पीकर का रिमूवल भी है, I'm not just talking about resignation, I'm also talking about the removal of a deputy speaker, that also a removal of the speaker, that also is associated with this. वो भी साथ में इसी से associated है, and it is the deputy speaker who has to take care of all those matters. A deputy speaker is also the ex officio chairman of certain committees by virtue of his position. He is not supposed to appoint any person. No, he is, by virtue of the office that he holds, that is the office of deputy speaker, becomes the chairman of those committees. Now, generally what has happened is, now these provisions that I'm going to talk about, these are provisions which have come as a part of convention. Convention क्या होती है? लीगल सेंस के अंदर कन्वेंशन होता है एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो लंबे समय से चलता आ रहा है. ये लीगल प्रथा है. what you call pratha or some prachalan, for example, in Hindi. That is what a convention is in laws. तो कन्वेंशन क्या होता है? एक प्रैक्टिस जो आप मल्टीपल टाइम्स करते रहते हैं फॉलो, एंड एवरीबडी इज एक्सेप्टेड दैट इट बिकम्स अ कन्वेंशन. एंड इफ इट हैज नो existence in the written word of law otherwise, or maybe later on becomes a part of the provisions of rules, for example, rule book of the Lok Sabha, राइट? जिससे बिजनेस के फंक्शंस एंड फंक्शनरीज को कैसे प्रोसीजर फॉलो करना है वो बताया जाता है. ऑल ऑफ दैट देन इट बिकम्स अ पार्ट ऑफ द लॉ, और इट बिकम्स अ पार्ट ऑफ द रूल्स. बट अदरवाइज कन्वेंशन इज समथिंग विच इज नॉट रिटन बट प्रैक्टिस्ड. Now, the convention is generally, it is said, it has varied until the fourth Lok Sabha. सिंगल पार्टी थी तो स्पीकर और डिप्टी स्पीकर की ही पोजीशंस होती थी, तो वो दोनों ही एक ही पार्टी को चली जाती थी. बट इट वाज इन द फिफ्थ लोक सभा दैट श्री जी स्वेल, he was the one who was elected as the deputy speaker, and his term was extended due to emergency. An independent member the, not from the ruling party. So this was the first time that a non-ruling party individual became a deputy speaker. That means no constitutional provision talks about deputy speaker being any member of any ruling party or the executive or not. कुछ नहीं बोला है. हाउस की डिस्क्रेशन रखी हुई है टू एंश्योर द इंडिपेंडेंस ऑफ द लेजिस्लेचर, कि लेजिस्लेचर अपना कामकाज, अपना बिजनेस कैसे कंडक्ट करना चाहते हैं वो करे अपने हिसाब से. ट्रेडिशन फॉर द पोस्ट ऑफ डिप्टी स्पीकर राइट नाउ इज गोइंग टूवर्ड्स द पार्ट ऑपोजिशन पार्टी. They are the ones who provide you with the deputy speaker, and it started during the term of Morarji Desai's government. Now, you don't have to remember this, but this is now a convention, and this is what has been followed. Now, where does this office of deputy speaker find its roots from? Most of the provisions that we follow as far as the procedure, as far as various constitutional provisions with respect to the legislature as well as the executive, they come from the 1935 Government of India Act. So much so that this Government of India Act 1935 was the basic pre-constitutional law that we followed even after independence, up until the point we had our own constitutions which was enacted and given to ourselves. By the time 26 November 1949 happened, क्योंकि उस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे कुछ प्रोविजंस लागू हो गई थी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की, और अप टिल 26 जनवरी 1950 where the entire constitution was enacted and basically implemented as well. Till that point you were following Government of India Act 1935. But this provision, क्योंकि ऑप्शंस में यही रहेगा, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1935, एंड व्हाट वुड वी थिंक कि हाँ यार हमारा जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोसेस है, हमारा लेजिस्लेचर है, उसका स्ट्रक्चर है, इट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम 1935. यू वुड थिंक लाइक दिस इन द इन द प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन. वेयर यू वुड बी रॉन्ग इज द फैक्ट दैट इट कम्स फ्रॉम 1919 गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट. You will have to make sure that when you are pursuing these provisions of Indian constitutional history, you will have to go into the details. Not because UPSC tends to ask you those details, but because unless and until you go into those details, you do not understand it. I have seen many students who rote learn all these concepts. वो ना रट्टा लगाते हैं, ये नहीं करना है. तो इसीलिए मैं आपको कह रहा हूं थोड़ा सा इसकी गहराई में जाएंगे, यू वुड रियलाइज व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली, द स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली, then the governor's council, governor general's council, how the executive, legislature and the judiciary, they are interlinked. separation of powers कैसे होती थी प्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एरा के अंदर, प्री 1950 एरा के अंदर. सो ऑल ऑफ दैट विल बी कवर्ड देन, वो तब समझ में आएगा, अभी नहीं समझ में आएगा. यू विल हैव टू connect the dots backwards further. The first speaker was G.V. Mavlankar, but the first deputy speaker, his name was P. Ananthasainam Iyengar. So M. Ananthasainam Iyengar. Now M. A. Iyengar was the first deputy speaker. He was elected by the Constituent Assembly legislative when the Constituent Assembly was partaking legislative functions. तब की बात है September 3rd 1948. So the first independent era के हमारे first deputy speaker उनका ये नाम. And yes, the Constituent Assembly, sorry guys. So the first Constituent Assembly, अरे हाँ, the first Constituent Assembly, really sorry about this, let me clear this up. first deputy speaker was coming from the constituent assembly after independence. There is a case, ye dhyan rakhna. Later, under the new constitution, we elected the first deputy speaker of the house on May 28th. This date is not relevant. The first deputy speaker happened to come in 1952. अच्छा, एक और चीज, राज्यसभा, law commission and the office of speaker, they have certain similarities, and one of the similarities is that although the speaker lives, or rather the office of speaker lives with the life of Lok Sabha, but there is a provision in the constitution under article 93 which says that whenever the office of speaker goes vacant for any reason whatsoever, any other reason we mentioned it, and it has a broad connotation, there is a similarity in the sense that this office can never remain vacant. So what happens is कि जब नई लोकसभा आती है, जब तक नई लोकसभा आती है, तब तक जो पिछले स्पीकर है वो रहते हैं. फर्दर जब नई लोकसभा आती है, वो एक प्रोटेम स्पीकर को अपॉइंट करते हैं. एट दैट पॉइंट द ऑफिस ऑफ स्पीकर goes vacant, and it is the pro tem speaker who helps everybody to be taking their oaths as a member of parliament or member of Lok Sabha. फर्दर उसके बाद जब ओथ हो जाती है, दी हाउस बिकम्स फुल विद मेंबर्स, क्योंकि जब तक ओथ नहीं ले रहे हैं तब तक आपकी मेंबरशिप लेजिटिमाइज नहीं होती है, एंड दैट इज वाई ओथ लेना बहुत जरूरी है. सो आफ्टर द प्रोसेस ऑफ ओथ व्हाट हैपेंस इज the individuals who were elected to be the members, उनका sort of so called probationary period खत्म हो जाता है. Now they become the members, and now they become a part of the house itself, and then the house elects the speaker. That is how it happens. Every Lok Sabha has had a deputy speaker ever since 1952, and this is the first time that we have had 3 years, 7 months long process jahan par hamare paas we had no deputy speaker. Now, what have been the powers of deputy speaker? It has the same powers. The office has the same powers as the speaker. Number one, whenever he is sitting in that position. So the powers are not associated with person, and this is also a reminiscent of the concept of rule of law, where the law is powerful, not the person. It is not the word of a man or a woman that we follow. You remember that scene from Bahubali where Rajmata Sivagami Devi says, मेरा वचन यही मेरा वचन है और मेरा वचन ही है शासन. My word, I am rephrasing it in English, my word is the law. Where the words become law. What is a word? Something that you have written. For example, a constitution. For example, any act. Anything. मेरा वचन ही है शासन. Imagine that. How relevant Bahubali movie is for someone who wants to understand how the state works, right? So if you can, you should look, look for things in movies in this manner. If you would do that, you would be a true UPSC aspirant. I keep remembering that example that way back UPSC had asked a question from a movie called Rampage. Rock the Dwayne Johnson was a part of that movie, and very first few seconds of that movie it was talking about Cas9, CRISPR Cas9 gene editing technology, for example. Now, this is how relevant it should be. Chalo. Now, no appeal lies against any ruling or order given by the deputy speaker when he's sitting as a speaker. You cannot say, for example, you cannot say that, फॉर एग्जाम्पल कभी क्या होता है कि पेरेंट्स घर पे नहीं होते हैं तो वो अपने आपके एल्डर सिबलिंग्स को आपके आपके चार्ज में छोड़ के जाते हैं. यू आर द इन चार्ज एंड द एल्डर सिबलिंग इज रादर इन चार्ज ऑफ यू, एंड दे आर टू टेक केयर ऑफ यू. नाउ वो बीच में डांट लगा दें आपको, दे स्कोल्ड यू और दे स्टॉप यू फ्रॉम डूइंग समथिंग, और दे हिट यू और समथिंग लाइक दैट. हाउस होल्ड में सिबलिंग राइवलरी में हो जाता है. In that sense, you cannot appeal to your parents. Imagine that. Imagine that you cannot appeal to your parents. मम्मी मम्मी इसने ऐसे किया. So that is what they are saying right here. No appeal lies to the speaker against any ruling that has been given by the deputy speaker. So the speaker is powerless in the matters of revising और overruling any decision of the deputy speaker. अब deputy speaker की decision making का process तभी हो पाता है जब वो उस position पे बैठे होते हैं. When he is sitting as a speaker. So that means when he is holding the office of the speaker, it is not that he is holding the position pro tem. It is not a temporary provision as such. वो जब तक वेकेंट है, जब तक हाउस नया स्पीकर इलेक्ट नहीं कर लेता है, तब तक डेप्यूटी स्पीकर हैज टू सिट देयर. And for that reason, there will be no appeal lying against his orders and his rulings because it is the power coming to him by virtue of that position. The next individual, he is going to be at the same order of precedence. And the individual that you select or rather elect and make him sit on that position, उसको कोई special rights नहीं आ जाएंगे over his predecessor. So rulings and overrulings का कोई special law नहीं है with respect to the members. That means the orders or the rulings, they have a universal connotation. They act as precedents. Just like in judiciary, this is where you find that the legislature also holds certain quasi judicial authorities. ये एक और एग्जाम्पल है where for example with respect to disqualification, when the speaker is hearing the matter, it becomes a quasi judicial authority of the speaker. So this is where the lines become a certain bit blurred between judiciary and legislature. बहुत कम जगह ऐसा होता है जहां पर स्पीकर रादर लेजिस्लेचर और जुडिशरी के बीच में इस तरीके से लाइंस ब्लर हों. Under Article 1995 Clause 1 of the Constitution, when the office of speaker is vacant, deputy speaker can also determine petitions relating to disqualification under the 10th schedule. So nobody stops him from basically deciding on disqualification matters. Let's hope that the government does not use this as a provision in future. Any government does not use this as a provision, just like certain provisions were used to abrogate Article 370. With all due respect to the fact that abrogation of Article 370 is much to the likings of many Indians, but still, let's hope that this rule or this provision of the Constitution is not tweaked and arm wrestled in that manner. है ना? Although the deputy speaker gets to exercise these powers जब स्पीकर नहीं होते, मतलब जब घर में कोई नहीं है, घर वाले घर नहीं, हमको किसी का डर नहीं, तो ओनली इन दैट सिचुएशन दिस हैपेंस. बट these decisions are final, they are binding whenever he gives it as a ruling. तो ये डिसीजन फाइनल होते हैं. ऐसा जबरदस्ती वाला सीन नहीं है कि भाई बुला के डिसीजन तो दिलवा लिया बट उसका यूसेज नहीं दिया. फर्दर द टर्म्स ऑफ ऑफिस एंड रिमूवल एज फार एज आर कंसर्न, एक तो ये चीज ध्यान रखिएगा. Para 5 of the 10th schedule says that a person who has been elected, either the speaker or deputy speaker, shall not be disqualified up until the point they voluntarily give up the membership of the political party. They have to voluntarily give up the membership of the political party, but they are not disqualified on these grounds. This gives the importance and relevance of 10th schedule. This tells us how 10th schedule and the office of speaker and deputy speaker are interrelated. This tells us that the relevance of speaker and deputy speaker in matters of anti-defection law, it has to be upheld. The powers and position are to be upheld. Why? Because they are the deciding factors. They are the deciding authorities. Now, as far as terms of office is concerned, speaker or deputy speaker, they remain in office during the life of Lok Sabha, which is 5 years. Now, listen very carefully. The life of Lok Sabha is to be remembered, not 5 years. Generally, it is said to be 5 years. But what if there is emergency? तो क्या स्पीकर की और डेप्यूटी स्पीकर की पोजीशन वहां पर खत्म हो जाएगी जहां 5 साल खत्म हो जाते हैं? नो, इट इज नॉट दैट केस. व्हाट इज द केस? द केस इज टिल द लाइफ ऑफ लोकसभा. सो वील हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट. सो ये कैविएट्स होते हैं, थोड़ी थोड़ी चीजें हैं जिसको आपको ध्यान में रखना होता है. डेप्यूटी स्पीकर में वेकेट हिज और हर ऑफिस earlier in any of the following cases. पहली चीज, he ceases to be a member of Lok Sabha, not the member of political party, no, but the member of Lok Sabha. If he ceases to be that, further, if he resigns by writing to the speaker, it is like that meme of Akshay Kumar, right? Where the speaker is resigning to the deputy speaker and the deputy speaker is resigning to the speaker. That tells you one more thing that we had talked about as far as the Article 93 is concerned, where speaker and deputy speaker are two individual entities, not subordinate and superior to one another. तो ये चीज का ध्यान रखना है. If he is removed by a resolution passed by a majority of all the then members of Lok Sabha. So all members of Lok Sabha, remember this. Need क्या है एक deputy speaker की? Why do we need a deputy speaker? Is this a relevant constitutional provision? पहली चीज तो ये, it is not coming from rules of business. It is not coming from anywhere else apart from constitution itself. ये चीज का ध्यान रखना, constitutional position है. Unprecedented move hai. This is for the first time in the history of independent India for 2 years. Now that we have not yet appointed a deputy speaker, rather 3 years and some months now. Decreasing discussion in recent times, the productivity of the Lok Sabha is going down. You don't have to remember that. But what happens is that the office of deputy speaker, the office of speaker ensures optimization. दे आर देयर फॉर ऑप्टिमाइजेशन. नहीं तो मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को ऐसे खुला छोड़ दो तो यू नो द काइंड ऑफ बिहेवियर दैट इज टेकन अप अंडर द नेम ऑफ parliamentary privileges. So for maintaining the decorum of the house, which helps you optimize the resources and the time of the legislature, you require the office of speaker as well as the deputy speaker. Productivity goes down and otherwise hasty legislations happen. So what are the issues associated with the role of deputy speaker? Let's understand that and then we'll move on to the next topic. There is no specific time limit with respect to the appointment. We have discussed that. Further, neither the constitution nor the assembly rules, nowhere has it mentioned any time frame to fill up the vacancy. Then maintenance of neutrality. The presiding officer has to completely abjure, stop himself from all party related considerations while functioning. As there are structural issues to maintain a manner of dignity and integrity of that office with respect to manner of appointment of the speaker and deputy speaker as well, and also with respect to the tenure of that office. So these are certain issues with respect to relating to deputy speaker. Moving on to the next topic, and we will be now discussing the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Very recently, what we have seen is कि CAG को ILO का external auditor select किया गया है for a 4-year term from 2024 till 2027. 4, 5, 6, 7. These are 4 years. All those individuals जिनका थोड़ा सा maths slow. Now, CAG. What is CAG and why it is relevant? The position CAG has found its significance through the provisions of the Constitution, but it is a basic premise of rule of law that you have to ensure accountability, because unless and until you ensure accountability, what is accountability? Accountability is answerability plus action. What is answerability and how is it different from accountability? इसको थोड़ा सा समझते हैं. When you are answerable to someone, why did you do this? And you tell them this is the reason why you did this. But the reason that you use or the answer that you give, it cannot be arbitrary and you do not have any sort of discretion with that result. कि आपने आंसर दे दिया and that is it. There is no furtherance to that issue. तो वो तो सिर्फ आंसरेबिलिटी होती है. अकाउंटेबिलिटी इज अ ब्रॉडर कॉनोटेशन where you have already answered to the questions that have been asked. For example, you are still answerable and you are supposed to be held accountable with respect to everything and anything that you have done, including the reason that you have given. It should be non-arbitrary, it should be based on reasons, and principles of natural justice should not be flouted. तो कुछ एक चीजें होती है जिनका ख्याल रख के आप आंसरेबिलिटी को अकाउंटेबिलिटी में कन्वर्ट कर लेते हैं, एंड इट इज द केस इन केस ऑफ इंडिया एज वेल. In fact, everywhere you find rule of law, you will find accountability as the basic premise of all the provisions of the Constitution. For example, the Speaker, his answerability or accountability is through the House, right? For example, say the President, he is the head of the state. So the state which is represented through the legislature of the state, which is at the central level, he is answerable and accountable to that. And that is why impeachment ka process, if you are to consider, it happens through the parliament. Similarly, if you talk about the answerability of an IAS officer, answerability of an IPS officer, answerability of a member of parliament, answerability of any other individual, it is to the tune of accountability, because they can be, there can be actions taken against them on the basis of their answers as well. सिर्फ एक शो कॉज नोटिस दे देना या फिर एक नोटिस पुट अप कर देना या एक रेजोल्यूशन मैंडेट करवा देना, दैट इज नॉट इट. आंसरेबिलिटी टेक्स फर्दर शेप्स. Disqualification can happen, for example, dismissal, removal, and impeachment. Various processes can happen against various constitutional positions. That ensures accountability. And CAG is the embodiment of accountability in the Indian constitutional premise, particularly associated with those decisions which happen to be based on resource optimization or resources utilization. So the Comptroller and Auditor General of India is the one who ensures, it being an independent authority, it ensures that the resources are used in the right manner. When I say it is being used in the right manner, it means that it has been used in an optimum way for ensuring the greatest possible good for maximum number of people. So it questions questions the decisions that the government has taken or the Indian state has taken vis-a-vis all the resources that are to be spent out. The Constitution provides for an independent office. It is a part of Chapter 5 of Part 5 of Indian Constitution. He is the head of Indian Audit and Accounts Department. Overall, he is the guardian of public purse. Sometimes ये statements आ जाती हैं तो इसीलिए मैंने ये रख दी. पब्लिक पर्स का मतलब क्या हो गया? एक्सचेकर जितना भी पैसा खर्च कर रहा है, all the resources that are spent, he is the one who handles it all, who oversees it all. But there is an issue. There is a caveat, so to say. What is the caveat? मैं ये वर्ड बार बार इसी क्लास में यूज कर करके ना आपको इसके साथ वाजिब करवा दूं. So the caveat is that this office of CAG only starts to oversee things when things have already happened. It is not on the go, it is not beforehand, only after it has all happened. वो कहते हैं ना पुलिस के बारे में, जब क्राइम हो जाता है तब आती है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल. सो ऑफ कोर्स जब क्राइम होगा तभी पुलिस को इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी ना, उससे पहले इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगी तो इट वुड बी रियली, हम कहते हैं कि पुलिस को क्राइम से पहले आना चाहिए, बट इट इज अ वेरी peculiar situation where if we start policing the state even if nothing has happened or even before anything has happened, तो जानते हैं क्या होगा? As a society we will start becoming a police state. We will start having a police state. तो वो होना नहीं चाहिए. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर पुलिस वाला कहे कि मुझे शक है तू आगे जाकर ये करेगा, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, if the police officer says that I am suspecting that you are going to commit this felony or this crime, imagine what kind of state we would be living in. And that is why post the action, post the crime that has been committed, police intervenes. Similarly, Comptroller and Auditor General of India, if we are to ensure accountability for that same reason as well, what we have to make sure is that this guide, this friend, a philosopher of Public Accounts Committee, for example, in the case of Parliament as well, this individual has to oversee things and connect the dots backwards once everything has happened. What are the constitutional provisions? Number one, it is part 5 of the constitution that deals with CAG, for example, appointment, oath, service conditions, duties, and powers, everything. It is the constitution that provides the calculation of net proceeds that is to be ascertained, and it is to be certified by CAG, whose certificate is final, which means that it is not recommendatory, but it is based on a mandatory provision. The certificate itself would tell you that net proceeds have been correctly or accurately measured, so to say. And then CAG cannot suggest, it cannot preempt, or it cannot make presumptions. It is all based on facts. इसका मतलब क्या है? कैग आपको ये नहीं बताता है 2G स्कैम हो गया है जी. For example, no, the CAG tells you there are discrepancies in these two, say, accounting processes. You tell me which one is right. And based on that, a report is created, and that report is tabled in the parliament through the president. Now, कई बार ये सवाल आ जाता है, the CAG puts up the report into the parliament. वो नहीं है, it is through the president. Generally, it happens through the president. इस चीज का ख्याल रखना है. Further, it is the sixth schedule. According to this schedule, the district council or the regional council should be kept in such form as CAG prescribes with the approval of the president. So through the approval of president, even in cases of sixth schedule, आप जब district council या regional council के अंदर भी कुछ accounting processes या procedure को follow कर रहे हैं, that should be with the support of CAG. So CAG would approve this through the approval of the president. Now, third schedule also has certain provisions. Section 4 of the third schedule of the Indian Constitution prescribes the form of oath and affirmation to be made by judges of the Supreme Court as well as CAG at the time of assumption of the office. So, judges of Supreme Court as well as CAG. ये दोनों चीजें किस तरीके से. Now, I talked about the speaker. I talked about the Chief Justice of India. I am talking about CAG. What you have to do, this is going to be your homework. You will have to go through the order of precedence. Now, our beloved Lakshmikant has the order of precedence. It is mentioned in some of the appendices that are kept at the end of the book. तो एक बार आप सबसे गुजारिश है, everybody, everybody in the session or whosoever is watching this session recorded, make sure to go through that order of precedence. There have been no question as such in the recent past, but there can be one. Question ना आया हो उस पर खुश हो जाया कीजिए, because there can be one. चलो, we all know about ILO. I'm not going into the details, but what I want you to understand is that there are certain conventions, core conventions of International Labour Organization, which India has, although it being the founding member, has not ratified. So, what all conventions that India has ratified? Number 29, 105, 100, 111, 138, and 182. Which means right to organize and collective bargaining convention, because we do not promote trade unions, one, and right to strike as a matter of legal right. हम नहीं allow करते. Right to strike as such does not does not find place in any scheme of things in India. But we can strike as a matter of right to freedom of speech and expression. But right to strike itself is not any sort of right. ऐसा कोई अधिकार नहीं. First thing, that is why collective bargaining convention, which talks about strikes, etc., and right to organize ourselves into trade unions, for example, ये चीज हमने ratify नहीं की है. We have not ratified this. If you go through the new codes, there is a code on industrial relations. Code on industrial relations. This was, if I'm not wrong, this was passed in 2020. क्योंकि कोड ऑन वेजेस जो था वो आया था 2019 में. सिर्फ एक ही था which was created in 2019, Rest all other three codes, they were passed in 2020. So this industrial relations code, if you go through just the summary of it, you would realize that there is no such thing as right to strike. कोई right to strike exist नहीं करता, and that is why we have not yet ratified this. Second, we have not further, we have not also 138 हो गया, 100 हो गया, 105 हो गया, कहाँ गया 87, 87, yes, 87 नहीं हमने ratify किया, the freedom of association, protection of right to organized convention, directly associated with 98. Freedom of association, protection of right to organized convention is directly associated. It is talking about how workers can actually organize themselves, form trade unions, form associations, and how they can act as interest groups against the management or the businesses or even the governments. Because ILO is a tripartite organization, right? तो इस वजह से further कुछ important reports हैं जो ILO basically publish करते हैं. वर्ल्ड एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड सोशल आउटलुक एज वेल, एंड ग्लोबल वेज रिपोर्ट. ऑल ऑफ दिस इज थ्रू ILO. अपने लिए क्या रेलिवेंट था? अपने लिए इतना ही रेलिवेंट था व्हाट ऑल कन्वेंशंस डिड ILO हैज had, but India has not ratified. Further, let's move towards sealed cover jurisprudence. Sealed cover jurisprudence has relevance for us only to the extent that the Honorable Chief Justice has firmly refused the suggestions that have come from the government in a sealed cover. What is the sealed cover jurisprudence? It is basically a practice that is used by the Honorable Supreme Court, and most of the times even the lower courts, they use this provision just to make sure that there are certain pieces of information that the government has, but the government cannot relay that information through the courts, क्योंकि कोर्ट के अंदर जो भी प्रोसीडिंग चलती है, all of things that are happening in the courts, they are happening at the behest of public, and the public has as a matter of right has certain rights where, for example, अगर मैं कोई केस पुट अप करता हूं, anyone who is an associated individual, or so for example, if someone is putting up a constitutional matter and it is in manner of a writ or a PIL, everybody will have access to that. So where you want limited access of information, you use sealed cover jurisprudence. So it is allowed by the courts. It is a practice. It does not find mention anywhere other than, say for example, Rule 7 of Order 13 of, say for example, Supreme Court rules, Section 123 of Indian Evidence Act, when the government has to put up, for example, any evidence against any matter in the Supreme Court. That is how it is dealt. It is not any constitutional provision. It does not find place in CPC or CRPC. ये procedural law में नहीं, Evidence Act के अंदर होता है, because any information that is put up against any individual or by any individual, it is in the manner and in the form of evidence. वो तथ्य, वो प्रूफ होते हैं, वो एविडेंसेस जो हैं, वो प्रमाण होते हैं जो कि कोर्ट यूज करता है टू convict an individual or to define certain basic civil rights, etc. in civil cases. In cases of the government, there are certain pieces of information जिनका proxy होना या फिर जिनका so to say VPN लगाना उनके ऊपर बहुत जरूरी होता है, and it should only be on the authoritative basis that it should be dealt with. Now, it is normally used in only one of the two situations: when the ongoing investigations that are part of पुलिस जर्नल को हिंदी में रोज नामचा भी बोल देते हैं. This is something that nobody would talk about. You will find very few lawyers as well, only reputed good knowledgeable lawyers or those individuals who have prepared for judiciary, they would know what rose namcha is and whether or not that can be asked, and can the court ask for a rose namcha or a police journal. It is where the police writes down everything. It is not a DDR. It is not an official document. It is something that the police authorities use for their investigative purposes. आज मैं यहां गया. Today I inspected this particular house just to trying to find out the evidence. कोई DNA sample मिल जाए, so on and so forth. If any police officer or any havaldar is noting all of that down, he or she is supposed to note that down, number one. And then after that, that written document is known as the Roznamcha, the daily, not exactly the daily diary. Things from Roznamcha goes to the daily diary. So that police journal itself, when it is a part of police, it is a part of an ongoing investigation. In that case, sealed cover jurisprudence is used. Then further, if there is any confidential or private information and that has to be disclosed or that has to be bring to the notice of the court, there it has been used. You don't have to remember this case, but there was this case in 2014, BCCI reforms case, Bhima Koregaon case, Rafael fighter jet deal. If you remember, the government has from time and go, it has actually put up and used these instances. As a matter of fact, we have seen this in the past, है ना? Acha, when it come to NRC in Assam, government used this. This is what sealed cover jurisprudence is, and it does not find any provision in the constitution. If you notice, मैंने constitutional provision की बात नहीं की. This is only mentioned either in the Indian Evidence Act in a way where it talks about how the government has to put up evidence. Further, it also talks about certain Supreme Court rules. These are not CPC, these are not CRPC. कंफ्यूज करने के लिए आईपीसी सीपीसी सीआरपीसी बोल देंगे, ऐसा कहीं नहीं है. इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट में मेंशन्ड है, ये याद रखना. इट इज अ यस फॉर इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट 1872. फर्दर, it is a sealed cover jurisprudence. It is not a constitutional provision, but Supreme Court rules allow it to have. ठीक है जी. चलो, I hope you have understood all of this, whatever topics we have covered. Now, uh, let's do one thing. Let's move on to the next topic, and that is Bimaru tag. Now, recently a summit happened in UP, and the Honorable Prime Minister called the tag called Bimaru, trying to describe various states. The Bimaru Raj, for example, various individual states, including, say, for example, Uttarakhand, for example, Rajasthan, example, Madhya Pradesh, for example, Chhattisgarh, for example, now also Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, for example, Bihar, for example. These states were originally known as the Bimaru Rajya. Now we are calling them, including, if you include, say, for example, Jammu and Kashmir and the northeastern part, these were known as the special states. Now this term was coined, back in the day by a demographer by the name of Ashish Bose in 1985. All right. Now this is not coming from the parliament, not coming from the executive. uh, uh, Tamil Times, you can watch the recorded part as well. If you want, you can just push the entire, आप वो स्लाइडर होगा जो आपका YouTube का चलता है रेड कलर वाला, you can slide it backwards and you can watch the entire session. You will not be missing anything. Or you wait for the entire session to end and then you can watch the entire session in a recorded form. But then I would, recommend you to watch it live because you can then ask your questions. बाकी तो जो मिस हुआ है, that part you can watch it in a recorded form. You just have to slide back the slider, the YouTube slider, or you can double tap on the left side of your screen if you're watching it on mobile phones. All right. Now this term has no significance in today's time as far as we are concerned. Why? Because we are moving towards cooperative federalism, competitive federalism, etc. Now this term means sickly, somebody who's sick in Hindi. Now, this term is used to refer to those states which were slow in their growth process, their developmental aspects were limited, and their HDI was really low. For example, as far as 2011 census is concerned, the national average was 74.04%, the literacy rates. Bihar 63, 67 Rajasthan, 67 Jharkhand, MP was 70%, 71% UP, less than the national average. है ना? That is why the issue is there. This topic was in news, but iski relevance itni ki hai that this today has now been losing its prominence or losing its sheen. Today you do not use this. Is if you do that, it would be really orthodox to do if you are using the term Bimaru in your mains examination. If you're writing answers and you're using the term Bimaru. Yes, you can talk about special category states. Yes, but saying that you have Bimaru Raj or Bimaru states, orthodox. Moving on to the next topic, and that is the office of profit, a very important topic. Recently, allegations were raised against Jharkhand CM with respect to mining, allocation of various mines to himself when he was mining and forest minister of Jharkhand, right? I'm reminded of that song, "हमको हम ही से चुरा लो," है ना? Right? So the definition of office of profit is relevant where it has been defined and what it is and what constitutes an office of profit. It is relevant for us. It has been the talk of town for a very long time. लंबे समय से इस पे चर्चा चली आती है. Majority of the students, they are confused with respect to this topic. I am here to debunk all those confusions. Now, the office of profit has been interpreted as a position that brings to the office holder some financial gains. Some sort of financial gains happen because of the virtue of the fact that you hold that position. Remuneration comes or any benefit whatsoever. A benefit ho gaya, so that means it can be non-monetary in certain sense as well. The amount of such profit is immaterial. However, the constitution does not explicitly define the phrase. It mentions that somebody can be disqualified or becomes basically ineligible for certain positions if he is holding an office of profit. The objective and the intent is to avoid any conflict of interest between the duties and interests of an elected member. So nobody can actually use their interests to tweak the rules when they are a part of the legislature. तो ऐसा ना हो कि आपके वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट होल्डर्स जो है वो आपके इंटरेस्ट्स की वजह से आपको आपकी ड्यूटी परफॉर्म करने ना दे. फॉर दैट रीजन यू हैव दिस ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट as a provision that you cannot hold certain positions if you have an office of profit. What is an office of profit? Now, it is through the Supreme Court pronouncements, through various judicial pronouncements that it has happened, not otherwise, not in the Constitution, not in any other law, but through Supreme Court rulings. Whether the government is the appointing authority, that is a major factor. Number two, whether the government has the power to terminate the appointment. Number two, whether the government determines the remuneration or not, and what is the source of the remuneration and the power that comes with this position. All these five questions have to be answered. All these factors have to be considered while deciding whether an office of profit is actually one or not. Now, what are the constitutional provisions? 102 article and article 191 basically talks at the central and the state level respectively with respect to what is office of profit. A person shall be disqualified for being chosen as the member of either of house of the parliament. Either house of the parliament के लिए office of profit relevant है, and it happens also at the state legislative assembly or legislative council of that state. If he holds any office of profit under the government of India or the government of any state other than an office declared by the parliament by law, not to disqualify its holder. That means if a law is created in that resort, then it is allowed. That means all the laws and all the provisions that have been created under the law, if they are created so to remove any office that has been created by the government under that law from the term of office of profit, then it will not lead to disqualification. अगर किसी कानून के तहत गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ स्टेट को ये अथॉरिटी दे दी जाती है, अंडर दैट केस you would not be disqualified. So that is what office of profit is, guys. So what are the statutory provisions? Basically, it is enacted. Parliament has enacted the Parliament Prevention of Disqualification Act of 1959, which has been amended several times, and it expands the exempted list. कि कौन कौन सी चीजें हैं जो आपकी ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट नहीं होंगी. Further representation of People's Act clause 9A says that a person shall be disqualified if there is a contract involving him in the course of his trade or business with the appropriate government. तो conflict of interest जहां पर होगा वहां पर it will not be allowed. All right, chalo. Now let's end this session and we move on to the next session. Thank you so much, guys, and stay tuned. Keep watching. This is an 8-hour long marathon. This is me, Sanadat Bhardwaj, signing off. Take care.
The faculty will be covering this aspect, environment compatibility of the growth process. In these 2 hours, I'll be discussing the topics which are directly or indirectly related to inclusiveness of the growth process. When we call inclusiveness of the growth process, we really mean the economic and social development of the country. Where normally we measure the growth in terms of the rate of growth of GDP or GDP per capita. But how far this growth has been translated into the economic development was the major question in 80s and 90s. And that's why from 91 onwards, UNDP started measuring Human Development Index for all the 190 countries. And therefore, the Human Development Index, which was based on essentially the translation of the growth in terms of educational development, or the translation of the growth in terms of health development, and the translation of the growth in terms of the better standard of living. These three aspects they have taken, and based on that, they started comparing how far economic growth has been translated into economic development, that is measured in terms of Human Development Index. But in a country like ours, where the society is highly stratified based on the religion, based on the caste, particularly based on the geographical areas, it is also possible that, of course, as DI in aggregate may indicate a very improved picture. But if you go by the group wise, we find the situation is not very is very alarming. And therefore, the different sections of the society may not be getting the equitable benefit from the growth. And that's why the social development was added as one of the area of concern as far as the economic growth is concerned. But all these concepts of economic growth, economic development, and social development, they were all made inbuilt in the inclusiveness of the growth process. And therefore, after 2002 onwards, we have been focusing on the inclusive growth. And in our development strategy, the inclusive growth is playing a very significant role. Inclusive growth we normally define broadly. We define any growth which has a uh, broad-based parameters. That is, growth is coming from all the sectors equitably, and the growth is pro-poor. It means growth is helping those who are poor directly or indirectly, and the growth is resulting into the equitable share of benefit by all the sections of the society. Therefore, unless these three aspects are attainable in the growth process, we cannot call it a inclusive growth. So therefore, if you look at the syllabus, therefore the anything, any government policy initiative, any government schemes, any government program, which is directly or indirectly influencing the process of inclusive growth, has become part of the syllabus. Has become part of the syllabus. Of course, syllabus is not broadly or defined in a detailed manner, but if you look at the definition, then anything, any policy initiative, any program, any scheme, or any statement by the government directly or indirectly influencing the inclusiveness of the growth process has become part of the syllabus. And therefore, we have to identify the topics which are obviously assuming significance in the current days and also influencing inclusive growth. They have become the important topics for the prelim examination. And therefore, in today's uh, 2 hours and in the next Sunday 2 hours, I have decided that I'll pick up some topic today which are directly directly influencing the inclusive character of our growth process. And maybe next Sunday I'll be picking up those topics which are not directly but indirectly leading to the inclusive growth in the country. And therefore, the selection of the topic is basically based on the criteria, how far a particular topic which is relevant in today's context and also influencing the inclusiveness of the growth process. And that's why today in today's 2 hours, I have picked up 4 topics which are directly concerning the inclusiveness of the growth, that is the poverty, inequality, food security, and unemployment. These are the 4 topics which are directly concerned with the inclusiveness of the growth process. If poverty is rising, inequality is rising, unemployment is rising, people are feeling food insecurity, obviously we are not on the path of the inclusive growth. We are deviating from the inclusiveness of the growth process. That's why we we picked up these topics and see their relevance in the today's context. Why these are relevant in today's context? Because UPSC will pick up the questions only in those areas which are relevant in one way or the other in the last 1 year or 6 months. And therefore, we have to be watchful uh, in these topics where the some change, some policy announcement, and something has happened in these areas which made them important for the prelims. So therefore, I picked up the first is obviously poverty. Poverty is very, very important topic as far as inclusiveness of the growth process is concerned. As we have defined, you have seen in the previous slide, we have defined inclusive growth has to be pro-poor. If the growth is taking place, we are growing at the rate of on average 6%, 7%, but at the same time poverty is also growing, then obviously growth process may not be termed as inclusive growth. And therefore, we have to see what are the recent announcements by the government the eh, as far as the poverty is concerned. And therefore, I'll move forward in the fast forward mode so that we can cover in 2 hours these 4 topics. And I'll just give you the idea about these topics with the hope that you have already done all these topics. This is only for revision. And therefore, when we talk about the poverty, we need to look at 2, 3 important things. That is, how do we measure poverty in our country? Because in prelim, I have seen in many previous years, a direct question comes on the measurement of the poverty. Then we also have to look at the trends in the poverty. Then we have to also summarize the steps taken by the government so far in addressing the poverty. And why this topic has become all of a sudden important today, particularly in last 1 year. And that's why this has become an important topic as far as the CSE prelim is concerned, and as far as India's economy is concerned. Therefore, we define the poverty is a condition by severe deprivation of basic minimum facilities, including food, safe drinking water, sanitation facilities, health, shelter, education, etc. If anybody is deprived from these facilities, he may be considered to be poor. But question is how to measure it. To acquire these minimum basic facilities, we have to find out how much money or income a person require to earn to acquire these minimum basic facilities, and that level is defined as the poverty line. And therefore, measuring the poverty line has been an area of concern in India right from the beginning. And we have seen after the independence, the first official uh, announcement was made in 1962 when a group was set up to measure the poverty. And that planning commission expert group, they defined rupees 20 per person per month for rural areas, rupees 25 per person per month for urban areas as the minimum income required to acquire the basic minimum facilities. But how they have arrived at this these two numbers was not very clear. But in 1971, a kind of game changer has happened in the field of poverty. When these two economists, Dandeker and Ruth, they developed a scientific criteria, that is the calorie intake criterion. They developed to define the poverty line. And based on that criteria, they came to the conclusion that in rural areas, the rupees 15 per person per month is required, and in urban areas, rupees 21 per person per month is required. But they are the private estimates, not supported by the government. But after this, the Dandeke and Ruth publication was widely spread, and the book Poverty in India was published. Then the government was under pressure to indicate the poverty line, which is the official poverty line. And that's why in 1977-78, for the first time, government has set up a official task force to estimate the poverty line, and therefore this is called Alak Committee. Therefore, in 79, for the first time, we had the first poverty line definitions, official definitions, and using the same criteria as developed by the Dandeke and Rath, this task force measured the poverty line for 73-74, which was 49 rupees per person per month in the rural areas, and 57 rupees per person per month in the urban areas. But this poverty line is giving only one figure, that is national poverty line. People started asking that this national poverty line may not be valid in all the parts of the country. The cost of living maybe in Delhi and Mumbai is different from the cost of living in any small towns in any other part of the country. And therefore, we have to have the region specific or state-wise poverty line. And for that, another committee was set up, and that committee gave the report in 1993. And therefore, the first time, based on this Lakadwala committee report, we have state-wise BPL, state-wise poverty line definitions. State-wise poverty line definitions were developed first time by Lakadwala committee for 93-94 onwards. Before that, we didn't have any state-wise poverty line. This is an important point you need to remember. And therefore, from 93-94 onwards, we have a state-wise poverty lines, and we have calculated the state-wise poverty ratios by undertaking this survey based on the state-wise poverty lines. But the Lakadwala committee assumed that whatever national poverty line defined by the previous committee is valid, is okay. And therefore, in 1994, the consumption basket, which was valid for 73-74, was also applied for 93-94. But by the time, the consumption pattern of the people have changed significantly, and therefore the people started questioning the veracity of the estimates done by the Lakadwala committee. And therefore, to improve the methodology and to give the better picture of the poverty in the country, a new committee was set up, that is called Tendulkar Committee, in 2004-05. And that committee asked to revise the methodology and re-estimate the poverty line in the country. This committee, for the first time, made 2-3 important changes. One important change was that the consumption basket was bifurcated into 2 categories. One is the food basket, other is the non-food basket. It means for the first time in 2004-05, we have started giving the importance and weightage to non-food items. Till that period, the poverty lines were based purely on the consumption basket comprising of the food items only. And therefore, in the Tendulkar's definition, we have included the clothing, footwear, education, medical expenses, or entertainment, or the consumption of other services. They were also taken as the part of the consumption basket. It means apart from minimum food items, the minimum consumption of these services is also required for a decent living. And therefore, the based on this bifurcated consumption basket and adopting the uh, mixed recall period, the Tendulkar Committee estimated that the poverty line for 2004-5 was the 447 per person per month in rural areas and 579 per person per month in the urban areas for the year 2004-5. And using this methodology, Planning Commission estimated the poverty line for the 11-12, and for 11-12 poverty line for a family of 5 members was the 4,800 for urban areas and 3,900 for the rural areas respectively. And per day, poverty line was 32 rupees per person per day in urban areas and 26 rupees per person per day in the rural areas. This was the definition, the officially estimated, officially adopted by the government. And therefore, based on that, the calculations are made. But many of the state governments have submitted their complaint that the methodology adopted by the Tendulkar Committee is giving a very meager definition of poverty. And therefore, the 30 rupees, 32 rupees per person per day in urban areas and 26 rupees per person uh, per day in the rural areas is not enough to acquire the basic minimum facilities as envisaged in the definition of the Tendulkar Committee. Not possible. And in the event of the rising prices and unemployment and other situations, it is difficult to maintain this kind of poverty line. And therefore, most of the states made the complaint. In the meantime, some of the states have directly filed the PIL in the Supreme Court. And therefore, the whole issue was that the poverty line, as defined by the Tendulkar Committee, was very meager. It has to be enhanced. And therefore, in response, government set up the fourth committee that is called the Rangarajan Committee. And the Rangarajan Committee gave the report in 2014. They have again bifurcated the basket in two categories, but they have added more items, both in the consumption of food and both in the consumption of the non-food items. And they have identified the separate requirement for the calories, protein, and fat requirement of the human body. And they also identified the requirement of the people in terms of the non-food items, And therefore, based on that, the Rangarajan Committee gave the redefinition of poverty line and estimated the minimum poverty ratio. And they estimated that 972 rupees 972 rupees is the poverty line in the urban areas and 1407 is in the urban areas for 11-12. But the but this but at the same time, this committee's recommendation were not accepted by the government. They were not implemented by the government. Government officially implemented only Tendulkar Committee official poverty lines, and therefore all calculations of poverty ratios are made in India based on the Tendulkar Committee methodology. Thereafter, we don't have any official estimate of poverty ratios. And if you look at the the poverty ratios which have been calculated using the Tendulkar methodology, is that in 93-94 the poverty ratio was 45.3%, which was reduced to 37% in 2004-5, and 11-12 it was reduced to 21.9%, or you may call it the 22%. And the number of poor people, which were around 400 million in 93-94, reduced to 269 million in 11-12. And therefore, this indicates that over a period of time, of course, poverty has declined, but poverty defined in terms of these poverty lines is very meager. That was the basic question. And therefore, the in the meantime, the Sustainable Development Goals were also accepted by all the UN members in 2015. And in that, the international poverty line was defined that equal to $1.9 per person per day, per person per day. And by adopting this methodology, if we use this poverty line, our poverty line in India is more than 60%. Is more than 60% adopting the international definition of the poverty line. Therefore, the pressure on the government was that our Supreme Court also directed the government that only going by economic criterion is not a fair criterion as far as measuring the poverty in India is concerned. We have to take into account the other social factors also for estimating the poverty, and therefore the the poverty is re-estimated adopting the different methodologies. And therefore the other method which is used widely is the multidimensional poverty index, which is also computed by the UNDP in collaboration with the Oxford University. They have taken the three measures which they have taken for the computation of HDI, and within each head they have selected the indicators or parameters which the every person has to have for a decent living. Health they have taken two, in education they have two indicators, and standard of living they have six indicators. And giving the equal weightage to all, they have estimated the multi-dimensional poverty index. And they said that if any person is deprived of one third of the 10 indicators, will be considered as multidimensionally poor. Multidimensionally poor. And if you go by this definition, the poverty ratio in the country was quite high. It was not only 22% as measured by the Tendulkar committee. Initially, it was more than 40%. Therefore, adopting the definition either multidimensional poverty index or by the international definition of $1.9 per person per day, our poverty ratio is quite high. Poverty ratio is quite high because our poverty line is very meagerly defined. And that's why the question comes how to address the situation of identifying the poor people in giving various benefits under various schemes of the government. And therefore, in 2017-18, the government decided to adopt the SECCC based socio-economic caste census based criteria for identification of the poor. And under this criteria, the three parameters are defined. First category of parameters are those under which if any of the family is satisfied either of the parameters under this will be automatically excluded from the list of the poverty. It means automatic exclusion criteria was defined, and therefore 14 parameters are identified under this head. Any family satisfying either of these 14 criteria will be out of the poverty list, and the five criteria are identified for automatic inclusion. Any family satisfying either of the five criteria, like household without shelter, the destitutes or manual scavengers, PTGs, and the legally released bonded labor. If any of the family is satisfying either of these five, will be automatically included, and the remaining will be assessed how far they are deprived from the accessing to basic facilities. And three criteria have been developed under this, and this SECC criteria is being used in many of the schemes of the government where the poor are to be identified for providing a specific benefits. For example, under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, under Ujjwala scheme, we are adopting the SECC criteria for identifying the poor. We are not going exactly by the below poverty line ratios has been defined under various definitions of poverty by various committees. So we are adopting this definition wherever the identification of poor are required to be made to provide them the benefit by the government. And therefore, we have a two set of criteria available with us. In some cases, we are still pursuing the criteria based on the poverty line. But in some other cases, we are applying the SECC based criteria. Wherever the transfer of funds is concerned from center to states, the poverty ratio is one of the criteria. In that case, we are using the poverty ratio which were estimated based on the BPL line, that is Tendulkar BPL line. And that is the only the line which is officially accepted by the government so far. Thereafter, government has not given any official poverty line after Tendulkar, and therefore that line is still valid. That line is still valid, and therefore the using the SECC criteria, the around 49% in the rural areas uh, are considered to be poor. While in case of if you adopt the Tendulkar definition, then obviously in Tendulkar definition there were only 25% in the rural areas were below the poverty line. You see that this figure 11, 12, only 25.7%, 25.7%. This is the figure as per the Tendulkar committee. But the moment you move away from the Tendulkar committee and adopt the other criteria, the poverty ratio jumped. Therefore, whether we are on the path of inclusive growth or not, it depends upon which definition you are adopting as far as the poverty is concerned. You need to understand very clearly that as far as the prelim is concerned, they will be concentrating largely on the official estimates of the poverty. That is based on Tendulkar committee or to certain extent based on the Lakdwala and the Luck committee. Thereafter, the SECC based criteria is only adopted for identifying the poor families under various schemes for a specific purpose of providing them benefits under that scheme. That is the situation we have today. That is the situation we have today. And the government is compelled by the directive principles of state policy to take adequate measures to reduce the poverty, inequality in the country and to provide adequate livelihood, adequate employment, adequate education, and the adequate health facilities. Various articles I have listed here which made the government to, uh, to arrange all these facilities for the poor people. So therefore, if you look at the strategy adopted by the government right from the beginning, we can classify the whole strategy of the government in four categories. I'm just discussing with you the strategies adopted by the government for addressing the poverty related issues. In the first phase from 1950 to 74, we didn't have any specific poverty oriented strategy. We were only believing that the trickle down approach will take care of the poverty. Means the development strategy we adopted in second 5-year plan and thereafter will provide adequate employment to all the sections of the society. And if the employment is rising, obviously it will automatically take care of the poverty related issues. But it did not happen. It did not happen. And therefore, in this period, the poverty kept rising. And in 1974, when Dandekar and Rath first published their book Poverty in India, they estimated around 53% of the India's population is below the poverty line, which was very, very meagerly defined. That is rupees 15 per person per month and rupees 21 per person per month in rural and urban areas. Half of the population was not earning even that meagerly defined the minimum level of income. And therefore that generated the debate in the government. And therefore from the next 25 years, 74 to 2000, government swung into action and implemented the large number of the programs which are employment generation programs or asset creation programs for helping the poor, for helping the targeted groups. And therefore, in 25 years, the government has adopted various the poverty alleviation or employment generation programs targeting a particular class of poor people. And therefore, I listed the few programs which were adopted by the government during this period. And these programs have a dent on the poverty, and poverty started falling during this period. And therefore, from 53 percent here, it started falling and reaching to around 37, 38%. And this has impact on the poverty. And therefore, all these programs which I mentioned here, we have listed here. But from 2001 to 2014, a turn is taken by the government. The government approach has taken a big turn, and we introduced the entitlement approach, under which the providing the benefit to the poor people is no more a welfare program of the government. Rather, it is an entitlement of the poor people from the government. They have to be given this benefit as per the constitutional requirement. And therefore, the government introduced the entitlement approach from 2001 to 14, under which various kinds of entitlements are given to the poor people. Like in case of education security, we government implemented the Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, then followed by midday meal, which was ultimately culminated into Right to Education Act in 2010. It means up to elementary education, up to 8th standard, everyone has the right to get the education free of charge from the government. And that can be challenged in the court of law if you are unable to get admission up to 8th standard in any school of the country. And therefore, this education security was provided. Similarly, for health, the government introduced the National Rural Health Mission, National Urban Health Mission. Then they merged together and they introduced National Health Mission, and which was finally culminated into Ayushman Bharat in 1718. And under Ayushman Bharat, it has two components. One is converting the primary health center into wellness centers, and aims to cover 10 crore poor and vulnerable families, providing them the health coverage up to 5 rupees 5 lakhs for secondary and tertiary treatments. That is health insurance. And therefore, we try to ensure the health security to the poor people under the health security. For employment security in rural areas, we enacted the Manrega. Manrega Act came into being in 2005, where we are providing a guaranteed 100 days employment in rural areas if any the rural youth is not getting job in a particular season in a particular area. Similarly, we have a Right to Information Act enacted, giving the empowering the poor people to get the information about any project being implemented in the nearby areas where they can go and get the job. Similarly, to ensure the drinking water, we implemented the national mission on the rural drinking water supply, national mission on the rural drinking water supply, which was ultimately merged into Swachh Bharat mission in 2014, under which we are trying to provide drinking and sanitation facilities as well as the toilet facilities in all the homes of the country. Then, to ensure the food security, we enacted the National Food Security Act in 2013, so that everyone has this food security. If somebody is feeling or facing the hunger problem, they can challenge or they can challenge the in the court of law, and government has to ensure the food security to the person concerned. For nutritional security, National Nutrition Mission or Poshan Abhiyan has been implemented, and for the clean fuel energy, Ujjwala scheme has come. For electricity to all, the Saubhagya scheme has come. Therefore, all these schemes which were implemented during this period, we are providing entitlement to the poor people or the particular target group. We are not just implementing the welfare program for their promotion or improvement. Rather, we are giving them the right. But after the 2014 onwards, what we have shifted the focus, and we are also started providing them the social security social protection schemes were implemented by the government, Various kinds of insurance and security are provided. For accident insurance, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana came. For life insurance, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana came. For pension security, Atal Pension Yojana was implemented for the organized sector. For crop insurance, government implemented Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. For those who insured people covered under the ESI, the Atal Bima Vyakti Kalyan Yojana. And for the new employees, the Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Protsahan Yojana. For the unorganized sector, the Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Man Dhan Yojana. For Kisan, we have implemented PM Kisan. All these schemes which came into being was essentially for helping, for, for providing some assistance, social protection to the particular target group. So therefore, government is implementing various kinds of schemes and programs for the addressing the poor. But as I said that we didn't have the adequate data for substantiating our arguments after 11-12. We don't have the official estimates of poverty line after 11-12. Only poverty line we have today is as defined by the Tendulkar committee. That is the only poverty line definition which is accepted by the government and which is being used in various um, uh, methods for identifying the poor or in transfer resources from center to the states. This is definition we are using. This is definition we are using. For current years, the World Bank has recently, that's why the topic is important. For current year, the World Bank has brought out a report on global poverty trends for 2022. For 2022, the SDG number 2, reduction of poverty, has set the target to bring the absolute poverty all over the world below 3% by 2030. That was the target which was set in 2015 for the world over. And world over, the absolute poverty to be reduced below 3%. And when the global poverty to reduce below 3%, the country like India, we have to make a special effort to reduce the poverty below 10%, below 10% or below 7% by 2030. But the problem, as I said, is the availability of the data. But the World Bank report on the poverty highlighted that because of the pandemic in 2020 and thereafter the Russian-Ukraine conflict in 2022 have affected the poor people all over the world. And the World Bank estimated that even at the poverty line they have defined $2.15 per person per day. That is revised poverty line they have defined. And at this revised poverty line, they said that by 2019, the poverty ratio was 8.4%. 8.4%. And if everything had gone normal, it would have reduced to 8.1% in 2020. And we were moving in the right direction to achieve the target by 2030. But because of this worldwide disruptions on account of pandemic, or on account of the international and the war, particularly Russian-Ukraine conflict, the poverty started rising, and in 2020 it has increased from 8.4% to 9.3%, and therefore the poverty started rising all over the world, including India, including India. And the World Bank redefined the poverty lines. And based on their definition, they estimated the poverty ratios over the period of time. And they said that around the 71 million people will enter into the poverty during these 2 years. They've entered into the poverty. These are over and above the whatever poor people we have. 71 million more people have entered into the poverty. And they have estimated the poverty for low income countries, low middle income countries, and the upper middle income countries. And they find that the worst affected in these was essentially the poor people, poor countries, poor countries, and therefore the poverty has increased from 648 million to 7 1.9 million in 1 year, 2020, on account of the pandemic. And this has affected the poor countries more than the upper middle income countries, because upper middle income countries was able to mobilize the resources from their budget to address the problem of poverty in their country. But in the low income countries or developing countries like us, we are not able to spare so much money from our budget to spend on the poverty related programs. Therefore, the poverty in the country has increased. And as far as the India is concerned, if you take into account the national accounts based projections, then 23 million people pushed into poverty after 2020 and till 22, 23 million people. But if we use the CMIE data, the figure is 56 million. 56 million, 5.6 crore people more have entered the in, into the poverty ratio, and therefore the we are the worst sufferer as far as the increase in the poverty is concerned. Out of the global addition of 71 million people, the majority of the people who entered into the below poverty line or entered into the uh, poverty group is from India and the other Asian countries. The official estimate is indicating 23 million. It means one third of the poor people added in India itself. But if you go by CMI data, this figure is very high. Even going by the official national account statistics, 223 million is also not a small figure. Is not a small figure, and therefore the in India also the poverty ratio has increased, but we don't have any official estimate given by the government how much poverty we have today. We don't have. Therefore, we have to go by the 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 such type of estimates which we have from the various sources to have some idea about the poverty ratio in the country. Poverty ratio in the country. But when the poverty is rising, obviously, it is the inequality is also rising. Inequality is also rising, and you see that under this graph, the Gini coefficient, which is a measure of inequality, has increased from 62 to 62.6. It means the along with the rise in poverty, the inequality has also increased all over the world, and this has increased more sharply in case of India. It has increased more sharply in case of India. And therefore, both poverty is rising and inequality is rising. Therefore, we are deviating from the path of the inclusive growth. Path of the inclusive growth. And that's why the problem comes. That's why the topic has become important as far as the prelim is concerned. As I said in 21-22, the apart from the pandemic, the poverty reduction process is halted because of the international disruptions. International disruption because of the war in Ukraine, slow down growth in China, higher food and energy prices, and the worldwide inflation. We are also suffering on account of that. All these have added to the woes of the poor people, to the woes of the poor people. And this is the major issue. And as I said, the global extreme poverty rate is expected to be 7% by 2030. We are not able to reach the target to reduce the extreme poverty below 3% by 2030. Even World Bank has agreed it is not possible to achieve this target by 2030 because the bigger country like India, we are unable to reduce the number of poor people, and moreover we are not having the official data about the poor people. We are not having the data about the poor people. Therefore, the important topic today is how to handle the situation, how to handle this kind of situation. And therefore, the government has implemented various programs to address the poor people. And one of the program is Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan project or package announced by the government during the pandemic, which I'll be taking up subsequently. Therefore, the topic has become important as far as the India is concerned. The second issue, which is relevant from the inclusiveness of the growth process, is relating to inequality. If along with the poverty, inequality is also rising, then again we are not moving on the path of the inclusive growth. Inclusive growth, by definition, require the equitable share of the benefits of the growth. Means that the every person who is in the working age population should contribute to the growth process, and the person will contribute to the growth process only by getting the employment as per his skills and capabilities. And once he gets the employment, in return he gets the wages or salaries, which is his share in the development process. That is benefit the development process is yielding to that particular person. Therefore, the in such a situation, when the people are not getting the adequate employment opportunities, or they are not getting the jobs in accordance with the skills and capabilities they possess, it means the people are not getting the equitable share in the process of the economic growth. And if that is happening, it means we are deviating from the path of inclusive growth. And this is what is happening all over. And after 2015, if we look at the trends in the poverty, in the inequality, we find that the inequality situation is worsened after 2015. And we see that the more and more wealth is being concentrated in the hands of very few people. And you must be aware that the recently a report has been published. Of course, this is not a government report, but this is an Oxfam report, which is normally the data given in this report based on the government documents. So we can believe what the Oxfam report is saying, because they have not collected any new data. They have only used the data which is already published in the government sources. And using the government source data, they calculated the rising inequality in the country. And therefore, they find that in 2020, the top 10% held close to 45% of the country's total national wealth. This is the data in 2020, and the number of billionaires in 2020 increased to 143. 143 billionaires there are there in the country, which were only 69 in 2004-5. It means in the 15 years period, the number of billionaires have more than doubled in the country, and the more and more wealth is acquired by these billionaire class of the people. And the if you look at the acquisition of so much wealth by this group, has come at a time when the unemployment rate is as high as 15% in the country. And therefore, on the one hand, the people are suffering from the lack of jobs, lack of unemployment. On the other hand, the wealth and income is being accumulated in the hands of few. And one of the directive principles of state policy has already envisaged government should take all adequate measures to reduce the concentration of economic power in few hands. But still, the economic power has been concentrated in the hands of very few. And this has happened when 85% of the households in India suffered a decline in their income in the beginning of the pandemic. Means the more than 80% of the people suffered a fall in their income. But the top 10% of the people have accumulated more income and wealth. And during this period, the 120 million jobs were lost, and 92 million in the informal sector. And in 21 FAO report says that 200 million people were undernourished in India. given these shocking figures on the one hand, and the other figures we have the accumulation of wealth in the hands of few people, and as a result, the inequalities are rising in the country. The Gini mean coefficient obviously will be giving you the high values, indicating that the inequalities are rising in the country. And the report published, they highlighted three areas which are responsible for the rising inequalities in the country. That is the India's tax regime, declining emphasis on social sector spending, and push towards increasing privatization of the public goods. These three factors are identified in the report which led to rising inequality in the country. It means it is the government policies and government uh, initiatives which ultimately led to the rising inequality. Rising inequality, and when inequality is rising, obviously it has an impact on the rising poverty also, because we have a triangle: growth, inequality, and poverty. If growth is rising, poverty is bound to fall. But if the growth is rising, inequality is also rising. Inequality pushes up the poverty also to rise, and therefore the nexus between the three is very important to establish. And in our country, of course, the growth is slowed down after 1617, and therefore the it has very less indent of the poverty. But at the same time, during this period, the inequality has increased. Inequalities have increased in the country, and this indicates that we are suffering. We are suffering highly from the path of the inclusive growth. We are not moving exactly on the path of inclusive growth. We are not able to make the growth process pro-poor. We are not able to make the growth process the under which the equitable share is reaching to everyone. We are not able to ensure that the growth process is broad based, because all the sectors are not equitably contributing to the growth process. Growth is largely contributed by the service sector. 58-59% of the GDP is coming from only service sector. Agriculture, which is giving the livelihood uh, to 44-45% of the working population, is only contributing 15% to GDP. It means most of the poverty is lying in the rural areas, where 45% of the people are producing only 15% of the GDP, indicating the very low productivity and very low income of the households in the rural areas. RBI has estimated that the per capita income per day is hardly 27 rupees in rural areas. On average, every person in the rural areas is earning 27 rupees per day, which is much below even the poverty line defined by the Tendulkar. Tendulkar defined 26 rupees at the 2004-5 prices. But if you enhance the base here, we'll find that the the actual earning by the rural households or rural person is much below the poverty line, and therefore most of the poor people are concentrated in the rural areas, and therefore the situation which is indicated here is that the that inequality is rising. Poverty is rising. Of course, we don't have the official data of the poverty, but the trends which are available from other sources indicates that poverty has not declined significantly in the country. But again, it depends upon how do you measure the poverty. Some people will say poverty is declining, but depends upon how they define the poverty. And therefore, the whether poverty is declining or not declining, it depends upon how do you define the poverty at the first step. And therefore, the as I said, these three policies of the government have been regressive by nature. They are not promoting the inclusive growth. Rather, they are regressing the process of inclusive growth in the country. I'm not entering into the detail of this policy because the lack of time, but I have mentioned in this PPT various policies of the government which have led to the increase in poverty and inequality. When poverty and inequality is rising, obviously the next issue relates to the food security to the people. If people are pushed back into the poverty ratios or below the poverty lines, then the issue of food security come into the surface, and therefore the this topic has become relevant. That is ensuring the food security, and that is one of the area which also promotes the inclusive growth, because in the sustainable development goals also, goal number 2 said that we have to eliminate the chronically hunger people or hunger in the world. We have to eliminate by 2030 the people who are chronically hunger, and particularly we have to focus on the vulnerable groups in the societies, and we have to ensure that these vulnerable groups are getting the safe, nutritious, sufficient food all around the year. And this is the goal which was set in SDGs, and SDG number 2 is to end the chronically hunger people or chronically hunger by 2030. And that is possible only when in the country like India and the other such populous countries, they are able to reduce the incidence of hunger in their countries. Of course, when this goal was adopted, there was 896 people were chronically hunger all over the world due to extreme poverty. And this 896 million people have to ensure adequate food security at the global level, and 2.1 billion people were facing the food security in one way or the other. 10.6 million children dying of hunger every year, and majority of them is in the country like ours, which is a populous country, and we have a high inequalities and poverty ratios in the country. And poverty ratio is not concentrated in some areas. The poverty ratio is largely concentrated in the rural areas in some of the hinterland states. And therefore, the issue is to ensure the food security to the people. And when we talk about the food security, and we are able to, if we are able to ensure the food security, we are able to ensure at least the the availability of food to all the people around the year. And that's why the food security, when we talk about the three types of the dimensions of the food security. That is the availability of food in the country. That food grains or food is available in ample quantity in the country. There is no shortage of food grains and food related items, and the government has to ensure adequate availability of food related items. Then, if even if foods related items are available, they have to be accessible to the poor people. Accessibility has to be ensured, and even if it is accessible, it has to be affordable by the poor people. Because most of the people, of course, they have accessible, but due to high prices, they are unable to afford to buy these food grains, and therefore the availability, accessibility, and affordability has to be ensured if we really want to address the issue of food security in the country. This topic has become important because in pandemic period and thereafter, the government realized that the food security has become one of the issue, and therefore government introduced the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan project, under which one of the area was to ensure the food security to the people who have migrated from urban areas to their the native places during the pandemic period. That's why this topic has become very important today. And when the topic become important, and UPSC is free to ask any question from any part of the topic. That's why I try to cover in fast forward mode all the possible areas of the topic. Of course, I am not going into the details of that, but I am highlighting the areas which you can read yourself. And therefore, in the food security, we have to ensure availability, accessibility, and affordability. And since we are just like the system of the central government and the state governments, and the state governments are dependent on central government for transfer resources, and therefore it is the joint responsibility of the central and the state government to ensure the food security to all, to ensure the food security to all, and to have a food security in the country. The two important components are that we have to ensure the adequate domestic production of food grains in the country. And if we are not able to produce domestically adequate food grains, then the government has to arrange the imports of these food grains. And once the farmer produces adequate food grains production, then procurement has to be done by the government from the farmers to maintain the buffer stocks. And while maintaining the buffer stock, we have to supply these stocks to the needy people through the elaborate arrangement of PDS system, public distribution system. So therefore, when we talk about food security, we talk about running the PDS system plus the buffer stock policy of the government. Because running a PDS system requires a very appropriate buffer stock policy of the government. And to maintain the buffer stock, government has to make procurement from the farmers. And to motivate the farmer to produce more of the food grains, government has adopted right from the beginning the minimum support price policy, MSP. Of course, it has become a very controversial issue today. How much food security, how much MSP to be settled, whether it should be statutory, not statutory, all these things are going on. And therefore, when we talk about food security, we talk about buffer stock and we talk about public distribution system. Running a public distribution system is a Herculean task for any government, and for a country like India, which is widely a spread country, and the culture is different in different part of the countries. And therefore, we have developed the PDS system right from the beginning. From 1939-65, we did not reactivate the PDS system. PDS system in India was introduced by the Britishers during World War II to ensure the availability of all requisite material to the army through the PDS system. But after independence, we did not feel it necessary to activate the system, and therefore we rely only on the supply of food grains without PDS to all. But in 1965-66, because of acute food crisis which has happened, led to the reactivation of the PDS system. And therefore, 1965 to 1992, the government adopted universal PDS system. Means that all the population of the country, no matter whether you are rich or poor, and male, female, all the people of the country are covered under PDS. It means every household is entitled to get the food grains at the PDS prices, And the third phase came in 92-97. In 1992, we realized that by 1992 we became the official exporter of the food grains. We produce so much food grains that after meeting our needs, we have a sufficient surplus to export. And therefore, government realized that it's not necessary to cover the whole population under PDS. And therefore, the government implemented the revamped public distribution system from 92-97, under which the PDS system was implemented only under selected blocks of the country. And around 2,400 blocks were selected by the government where the PDS system will be implemented. In rest of the block, PDS system will not be available. Under PDS, the advantage is that the subsidized food grains are provided by the government. But the system could not run for a longer period of time because it led to the black marketing, the pilferage, and the movement of food grains from one place to another place. Therefore, the request of the state governments, the phase 4 started 1997 till 2013, where we implemented targeted PDS system, where of course whole country is covered under PDS, but whole population is not covered. It means in each district, in each block of the country, or in each urban area of the country, we have to identify the people who shall be getting the benefit of the PDS system. And therefore, the additional responsibility is identifying the people who should be covered under the PDS system. And from 2013 onwards, the PDS system is being run in accordance with the provisions of National Food Security Act. And therefore, today we are having the PDS system which is being run as per the NFSA provisions. Therefore, these are the phases through which we have passed through as far as the implementation of PDS is concerned. But when we put the PDS into the action, the responsibility of center and the state was very clearly defined, was very, very clearly defined. The center is responsible for ensuring the availability of food grains in the country. No state was allowed to directly import food grains. The center is responsible for ensuring adequate food grains to all the states. And for that purpose, the central government has to maintain adequate buffer stocks. And for that, the central government has to motivate the farmers to produce more and more food, grains related items. And therefore the MSP and the fertilizer subsidies, the investment in the agriculture infrastructure, setting up the APMC markets or setting up the FCI, all these have come only after 1966 when we implemented the PDS system in the country. And therefore the responsibility of the central government is to ensure the availability of food grains to all the states all the time in the year. The second responsibility of the center is that no matter whether you are in the Mizoram or you are in the Mumbai, you have to get the PDS food grains at the same price. Uniformity of the price has to be maintained. We cannot differentiate the PDS prices in different parts of the country. And that's why the government has ensured that the uniform prices by ensuring the affordability. And therefore the central government started announcing central issue price of the subsidized food grains. And that central issue price has to be accepted by state government, and the state government will supply the food grains to the people at the central issue price. Only responsibility of the states is to ensure accessibility of food grains to all the needy people, which means that the state government has to put in place elaborate arrangement of distribution of food grains in all parts of their states. And for that matter, they have put in place the the elaborate of fair price shop system on the ground level, and at the district and regional level they have set up the food commissioners so that the food grains distribution is smoothly reaches to the people through the fair price shops. And this is the responsibility of the state government. And when we introduced the TPDS system in 1997, the other responsibility of the state government was to identify the poor people who will get the benefit under the TPDS. And therefore, the two responsibilities of the states were to ensure the accessibility through the elaborate arrangement of the shop system, fair price shop system, and second is to identify the poor people who will be getting benefit under PDS. And therefore, the PDS was jointly implemented by the central and the state government, and it was implemented till 2013 in the same way, and the quantum which is being made available was different till 13 and was different after 13. After 13, we have introduced major changes in the PDS system. And therefore, this table, which I have included here, just to give you the feel about the pre-NFSA and post-NFSA changes. The most important change was that prior to pre-NFSA, the PDS system was a welfare program announced by the government. A welfare program, depending upon the capacity of the government was implementing the PDS system. But after NFSA, it has statutory backing. It has become a statutory act, and now the government is bound to ensure the food security to all the people in the country. And NFSA says that 75% in the rural areas and 50% in the urban areas to be covered under the food security system. That is NFSA. Till 2011-12, we were covering only 29.5%, which was the below poverty line population. As per the Rangarajan committee, we were covering under the NFSA, under the PDS system. But after the NFSA was enacted, around 81.3 million people, you may call it 81 crore people, were covered under the PDS system. The PDS system scope has increased 2-3 times after the NFSA. After the NFSA, and entitlements have also slightly changed in the NFSA regime vis-a-vis the pre-NFSA regime. The second important change is uniform price is fixed under NFSA for all the food grains throughout the country. Rice is made available at rupees 3 per kg, wheat rupees 2 per kg, and the other coarse grains rupees 1 per kg. While in the pre-NFSA stage, we were having the different price set for the APL category, BPL category, or the AY category. We were having three categories in pre-NFSA stage. But after the NFSA, we have only two categories. One is the AAY category, this is the Anuyojana category, and the priority household. And they were given the food grains. And you see that when we have uniformly announced the prices 3 to 1, and the subsidy burden on the government has increased manifold after NFSA, manifold. And also today we are incurring around 2 lakh crore rupees from the budget as the food subsidy. And food subsidy is normally calculated as the minimum support price into 1.25, that is 25% of MSP is considered to be the incidental charges. That is charges which is being paid for the storage, for distribution, for statutory charges, for transportation, etc. And MSP into 1.25 is a thumb rule, and minus the CIP, central issue price, and central issue price is obviously 3 to 1, 3 to 1, and therefore the subsidy is being calculated. Subsidy is being calculated for wheat. The subsidy is 18.31 rupees per kg. So much subsidy is being given by the government, and for rice this is 25 rupees 17 paise. The huge subsidy is being given by the government after NFSA, and therefore the burden on the government has increased. The another important change which has occurred after the NFSA is to introduce the portability in the PDS. One nation, one ration card scheme was introduced by the government. Prior to that, the person where he's living, he has to register in one of the fair price shops, and he can get the subsidized food only from that particular FPS. But when the people are moving from their native place to other places in the search of the jobs, then they are losing the benefit of the PDS food grains. And in the cities where they got the job, they have to buy the food grains at the market prices, which are exorbitant, and therefore they were deprived of getting the PDS food grains away from the homes. And therefore, to introduce the portability in the PDS system, the government introduced that all poor people identified with the state has to be given the smart card. and that smart card will contain all details of the person concerned, and all the fair price shops in the country have to install the e-point of sale machines, e-point of sale machines, and therefore right from the FCI till FPS, all the distribution channel has to be fully computerized under the PDS system. And the end part is fair price shops where the people approach for getting the PDS food grains. And the highest part is the FCI godowns where the state take the release from the FCI to meet their food requirements. But the problem was at the point of the distribution through FPS, and therefore the people were not getting the PDS food grains if they are not staying in their native areas where they are registered. And to make it more simplified and more fruitful for the people, the portability is introduced. Now, once they have the smart card, which is also the linked or seeded with the Aadhaar, then they can go anywhere in the country in any fair price shop, which are installing the e-point of sale machine, which are linked with the database maintained by the government. Then the moment they insert the smart card in the system and biometric signs are verified, then the whole picture of that person will come, indicating his entitlement, and therefore the fair price shop owner will have to supply the food grains to the person concerned. And at back end, the state will do the calculation for transferring the food grains from one state to another state to clear the balances. That is the back end system start working. Therefore, the portability in PDS has helped the poor people to get the benefit of the PDS food grains in any part of the country. And this has improved the relevance of the PDS, and also have been able to address the problem of food security to the people, even if they are staying away from their places. And to run the system very successfully, the successful buffer stock policy is required. Successful buffer stock policy is required at various points of time in a year. How much stock to be maintained by the FCI is to be ensured, and government from time to time keep announcing the buffer stock to be maintained by the FCI at different years of the year, different part of the year. Different part of the year, government issue the guidelines how much buffer stock FCI has to maintain. And 1st April, 1st July, 1st October, 1st January, these are the 4 dates on which the FCI has to maintain a given amount of buffer stock indicated in the government policy. In any circumstances, if actual stock is less than this, the FCI has to intervene in the market and procure from the farmers to maintain the buffer stock. But the experience shows, the right hand diagram shows that the FCI is always maintaining the buffer stock, which is much more than what was prescribed by the government. And this has happened because in most of the time, government advises the FCI to procure the more food grains from the farmer to stabilize the prices in the market. And therefore, the FCI is maintaining the food grains much more than what is required in the buffer stock policy. Therefore, we are not lagging behind as far as the maintenance of the stock is concerned. So therefore, the system is that we are running the system successfully, but cost of the system is very high. Cost of the system is very high, and the high level committee set up by the government to improve the efficiency of the PDS system or FCI operations in the country. And they gave various recommendations which are largely accepted by the government and implemented. And one of the recommendations was that instead of first FCI procure the food grains and then they distribute to the state, why not some major state which have the capability of procuring directly from the farmers, they should be allowed to procure from the farmer directly, so that they can keep their requirement with them, and if they procure more than that, then they can return it to FCI. FCI will only pick up the additional amount they have procured from the farmers, and therefore this recommendation was accepted by the government. And majority of the big states are allowed to directly procure from the farmers, and after keeping their requirement of PDS, they will the balance, if any, they will refund to FCI, or they will supply to the other state where the FCI recommends. Second recommendation was the negotiable warehouse receipt system. Under this system, the committee suggested that instead of rushing all the farmers to the APMC market to sell their produce, we should motivate the farmers to keep their produce in the stock, so that the market stabilizes after the harvesting season. At the harvesting, glut always happens in the market, the excess supply situation. And in the excess supply situation, prices are reduced, prices goes down, and farmers suffer on account of that. And therefore, the negotiable warehouse receipt system was introduced and accepted by the government. But the other recommendations are not accepted by the government from the high level committee. The important point due to which this topic has become important from prelim is the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan package, which was announced during the pandemic period. During the pandemic period, costing 1.7 lakh crore, the package was announced. In this package, one item which was relevant for our topic is that 80 crore plus people will get 5 kg wheat or rice and 1 kg of preferred pulses free of cost. Free of cost for 3 months. Initially it was 3 months, but subsequently extended periodically. And the last date for which it is extended today is December 23. December 23. And therefore uh, one of the item in the package was ensuring the 5 kg food grains free of cost to the poor people. That was announced for the pandemic period, and pandemic period was over, but the scheme did not withdraw by the government. Government did not withdraw the scheme, and therefore initially it was run for 8 months, April 20 to November 20. And after some gap, the scheme was further announced for May 21. And under the revision, the pulses component was withdrawn by the government. But it continued thereafter, the month after month, and therefore the last uh, extension was given in October 22 to December 22. October 22, December 22. After December 22, government has decided to discontinue Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana in the form of providing the free food grains to the people. But only scheme was terminated or abolished by the government from January 23. But the benefits under the scheme is still continuing. It means the burden of the scheme is transferred on the NFSA. On the NFSA, NFSA is already providing it to 80 crore people, 82 crore people, the subsidized food grains at 3 to 1. At 3 to 1. And these 82 crore people over and above will also get the 5 kg food grains free of cost under Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, which was officially terminated from January 1, 2023. But the benefits of the scheme are transferred under the NFSC. It means burden on the NFSC is increased. NFSC is already providing the subsidized food grains at 3 to 1. And now the NFSA or PDS system also have to provide the 5 kg food grains free of cost to these people. And this is still continuing. This is still continuing. That's why this chapter has become important, because we are over providing these food. 82 crore people in the country, are they requiring so much support from the government? They are already getting the NFSA subsidized food grains as rupees 3 to 1, and they are also being provided over and above 5 kg food grains free of cost. If that is the case, then the 82 crore people are considered to be below poverty line. But poverty line says only the 22%, or at the most 29% if Rangarajan committee is applied. And this is the major issue in this topic. Government is is facing the huge fiscal burden on account of this. Already government has spent 3,90,000 crore under this package, and government is spending more than 1 lakh crore for providing this 5 kg food grains to all the 82 crore people free of cost every month. And this is the trick government is playing. It means the scheme is being run not purely on economic considerations. The scheme is being run on the economic and other considerations. Other considerations, which I need not specify here. Other considerations. And the scheme is officially is no more in the list of schemes of the government, but the benefit under the scheme is still continuing, and the benefits are put under the NFSA, and therefore NFSA and PDS, which is being governed by the NFSA, is overburdened today. They are providing already 82 crore people subsidized food grains at 3 to 1. Now they also have to provide the 5 kg food grains free of cost to these 82 crore people. And this is where the problem comes. This is where the problem comes. 82 million, 820 million or 82 crore people do not require such a support from the government. Such a support from the government. And if we marginally reduce the size of this target group, government will save very heavy amount on the fiscal burden. But as I said, because of so many extraordinary considerations, the scheme is still continuing. The scheme is still continuing, and the scheme is announced till December 23. Till December 23. And that's why this topic has become important due to many reasons. As we have seen that because of pandemic, because of the international disruptions, of course, the some poverty has increased, but it is not increased to such an extent that 82 crore people, which are already covered under NFSA at the most subsidized price, that is 3 to 1, they are further required 5 kg food grains over and above is not required. But government is giving this benefit to them. We are not against the poor people, but what we are against is the cost of this is borne in the budget. And when the government is bearing so much cost on these freebies or providing this such a food grains at such a free of cost, we are basically diverting the fund from productive uses to unproductive uses. From productive uses to unproductive uses. We could have used these funds for many other productive occupations or productive alternatives. And therefore, this is the criticism of the scheme of the government. And the last issue which I am considering under this Sunday marathon is the unemployment related issues. This topic has also a burning topic today because of the unemployment situation is worsened over a period of time, and particularly in the last 5 to 10 years, this is more worsened. And as I mentioned, that the inequalities are rising, and inequalities are rising to such an extent that most of the people are not even getting the job according to their skills and the capabilities. Unemployment is also rising along with the inequalities. And therefore, we are deviating from the path of the inclusive growth. Inclusive growth. And why this topic is important, as I mentioned, that the SDG number 8 is particularly a part of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you really want to attain the sustainable development by 2030, these goals have to be attained. These goals have to be attained. And I think you know that out of the 20 out of the 17 goals set for the 2030, 12 goals are relating to inclusive growth. Only 5 goals are relating to environment compatibility. Because as I mentioned that this sustainable development has two components, inclusiveness of the growth process and environment compatibility. And 12 SDGs are directly related to the inclusiveness of the growth process. And now we are considering this SDG number 8, which require that we have to promote sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Decent work for all. This is the important. This is the important. And by 2020, substantially reduce the proportion of youth not in employment, education, or training. This goal, this sub part is very, very important. This one is very, very important. We will see in data. Are we able to reduce the youth who are not in education, employment, and training? Therefore, the goal is very, very important, and goal is also relevant from the inclusive growth point of view. Inclusive growth point of view. These are certain data which is given at the global level by the UNDP. In Indian context, this chapter is also very important from the point of view of demographic dividend we have. And demographic dividend means that the working population proportion is more than the non-working population in the country. And this is the advantage we have. This is the advantage we have. And if we can utilize our working population more efficiently, the GDP can be increased by 1.5 percentage point without doing anything else. This is the estimation done by various studies that utilizing our demographic advantage will enhance the GDP at least by 1.5 percentage point. And the population in the young age group is very high in our case. 62.5% is the working age population, which is obviously more than the non-working population. And this is rising. This is still rising. And the peak will reach sometime in 1940s. In 1940s. And that is the period where we have announced the Amrit Call. And Amrit Kal will be from 2023-24 to 2044-45, and by that time, our the youth population will also peak by the time, and we will be having the maximum, the working population or youth in our country, and we can supply the labor to the whole world. But the problem in our case is this demography is asymmetric. It means the 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 people who are young in the age group of 15 or 29 or 15 to 35, they are in those states which are by definition poorer states, like hinterland state, the UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, the Chhattisgarh, Odisha, etc., West Bengal. These are the states which are relatively poor, and these are the states having the highest population in the young age group. The states which are relatively developed, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, there the population is almost stabilized. And therefore we have the youth power where the demand is not there. And where the demand is there, we don't have the youth population in adequate numbers. And second issue is the youth population we have is having the inadequate skills, or they are not having the skills which are required in the market, And the third problem is that the informal size of the economy is quite large as far as India is concerned. Large informal size of the economy. 90% of the workforce is engaged in the informal sector. And we have been experiencing jobless growth over a period of time. And therefore, the in this topic, I have to highlight certain technical points which you need to always keeping in view while defining the various terms under the topic. And the terms which are we using is activity status. Activity status means that the person who are already working, they are employed. And second is those who are seeking or available for work, that is, they are unemployed. And third category is they are neither seeking or nor available for work. Third category is called they are voluntarily unemployed in the country. They want to remain unemployed voluntarily. And this category is present all over the world in all the countries. That's why we always say that economy is never a full employment economy, because there are always the people who are voluntarily unemployed, and therefore we are basically concerned with the persons who are working and the person who are seeking the jobs, and therefore labor force comprises of those who are already working and those who are seeking the jobs. Workforce comprises who are already employed, and we calculate the unemployment rate only over the labor force, not only over the working population. The labor force minus workforce divided by the labor force into 100 will give you the unemployment rate. Whenever you say unemployment rate is 7%, 2%, 3%, we mean that the 3% of the workforce is seeking the job in the market, but they are not getting the job. They are the unemployment. They are called the unemployed people. And the work participation rate is total worker divided by total population. That is work participation rate. And labor force participation rate is the how much the total labor force is participating in the jobs. In the job, that is what is the ratio. Is all participating or not participating? And therefore, these technical terms we have to keep in view while understanding the topic. And then the NSSO defined the measure the unemployment under the three heads: usual status approach, weekly status approach, and daily status approach. Usual status is the people who has some skills in a particular area and he get the job in that area. He's called usual status. Usual status, if he's getting the job in that particular field, and out of 365 days, if he is not getting the gainful work in that usual status field for majority of the year, he is considered to be unemployed. But how long he will have to remain unemployed to be considered as unemployed by definition is not mentioned. And therefore, usual status approach is if you have a particular skill, say you are a carpenter and you are not getting the job of the carpenter in major part of the year, you are considered to be unemployed as per the usual status approach. Therefore, you may shift from your usual status to subsidy status. Officially or skill wise, you are a carpenter, but since you are not getting the job of carpenter, you may start working in some other area. Maybe you have become a rickshaw chalak, maybe you have become the three-wheeler chalak, or any other job you can do. That is subsidiary status. That is subsidiary status. Therefore, the NSSO collected the data of unemployed people as per their usual status or as per the other status. And other status is weekly status. We also collect the data and ask the people in the previous week from the date of reference, how was you placed as far as employment is concerned. And even if you get a 1 hour gainful work in the previous week, you are considered to be employed by definition. You are considered to be employed by definition. And in daily status approach, if you are getting the gainful job at least for 4 hours, you are considered to be half day employed. If you are getting a job for more than 4 hours, you are considered to be the full day employed people. So keeping these definitions in view, the data is collected to measure the unemployment trends over a period of time. And this table is also important from the point of view that the sources of data is also very important. Which data source you are using, which data source you are using will give the different kind of conclusions. And therefore, we need to know who collect the data about the employment and unemployment in the country. The measures the organization or primary organization which have been collecting the data on employment and unemployment status of the people is National Sample Survey Organization. They have been collecting the data on employment and unemployment from 72, 73 onwards. And the survey they conducted is quinquennial basis. After every 4 years, the survey is being conducted. Ministry of Labor is also collecting the data on employment and unemployment uh, in various ways. Because the NSSO data is available only after 4 years, therefore the Ministry of Labor Bureau started collecting the data on employment and unemployment on annual basis using the same methodology. But the data is available only from 11-12 onwards. 11-12 onward, the data is available. The Ministry of Labor also collecting or publishing the quarterly report on employment status in selected sectors. Selected sector means the sector which are export oriented and labor intensive sectors. And if in these sector employment is rising, we can conclude that overall employment in the economy is rising. If these export oriented labor intensive sector are not generating adequate employment opportunities, we can say that the country is not having the adequate employment opportunities. And then the Labor Bureau also publish quarterly report on employment scenario, which they publish on the establishment wise. They collect the employment status in each establishment employing more than 10 workers, and then they publish the data. Therefore, we have these are the government sources data we have. Government sources data we have on unemployment. And as I said, the most credible data is published by NSSO, but the data is available only after 4 years gap. And the other organization which publish the data, which is considered to be reliable also, is CMIE, Center for Monitoring the India's Economy. That is a private organization, but data is credible. Government is using CMIE data in various government reports, and even answering the parliament questions, we are using CMIE data sometimes. Therefore, CMIE data is also available, and CMIE is publishing the monthly data on employment situation in the country, monthly data. And therefore, we have the data available from NSSO, which is the 4 year gap period, and the CMIE data, which is available on monthly basis. As I said, the NSSO is collecting data from 72, 73 onwards till 11-12. We have a uniform data using the same methodology. The data is collected, and the NSSO publish the unemployment using the usual principal status, weekly status, and daily status. And the data is given to you. Data says that the principal status employment is 2.7% in 11-12, weekly status is 3.4%, and daily status 5.6%. The unemployment is not so alarming as far as the NSSO data is concerned. Question is, do we not have a problem of unemployment in the country? Why the data indicating such a low figure or acceptable figures? Therefore, to understand this, the dynamics, you also look at the year of NSSO surveys corresponding to that, the rate of growth of employment in these periods and rate of growth of GDP during these periods. For example, the 72, 73 to 77, 78. This is the first, the NSSO survey. First happened 72, 73, and second happened 77, 78. In this 4 year period, rate of growth of employment was 2.6%. Rate of growth of GDP was 4.6%, and the employment elasticity of the with respect to GDP is 0.57%. Divide this by this, you get the employment elasticity, meaning thereby that if GDP rises by 1 percentage point, by how much percentage point the employment will rise. And you see that the trend is falling. Trend is falling. Trend is falling. Rate of growth of employment is falling year after year. In each survey, we are finding rate of growth is rate of growth of employment is falling, and rate of employment elasticity is also falling. It has reached to 0.02. In 2015-16, it reached to 0.01. It means if GDP is rising by 1 percentage point, employment is rising only by 0.01 percentage point. It means growth and employment is de-linked in case of India's economy. Growth and employment is de-linked. Growth is rising, but commensurate to that, employment is not rising. Employment is not rising. And there are various reasons on the demand side as well as on the supply side. On the demand side as well as on the supply side, we have a n number of reasons to explain this phenomenon. But that I'm not entering into that because that requires at least half an hour to explain to me what are the factors on demand side which led to the falling employment rate of growth, and what are the factors on supply side which led to fall in the employment growth. But that the factors are there both on the demand side and the supply side. But the crux of the conclusion is that the rate of growth of employment is falling over a period of time, over a period of time. And therefore, despite this fact, this table indicate the very low growth rate of unemployment in the country. Why it is so? Because in India, even if the people are unemployed, they cannot afford to be unemployed for a longer period of time, and therefore they enter into the the informal sector to earn their livelihood. And this will be observed in this table. This table is very important to understand as far as the employment trends in the country is concerned. You see that in this table, the total labor force in the country is the 381 in 93-94, and it was the 484 in 11-12, and in 15-16 it is 485 total labor force, and the total workforce is this much. It means gap between the two indicates the unemployment, and unemployment is 7.2 million 93-94. It was 17.6 million in 15-16. In 15-16, but you see that what is the changes taking place in the economy. You see that in 93-94, the agriculture was employing 241 million people, and till 2004-5, the people employed in agriculture were rising. You see that they were rising, they were increasing. It was only after 2004-5 the number of people deployed in agriculture started falling. They started falling. And you see that in manufacturing, initially it rose to certain point, and thereafter it started falling. It means those persons who are released by agriculture, they are not absorbed in the manufacturing. They are not absorbed in the manufacturing, because in manufacturing employment is falling. Absolute number of people engaged is falling. It means they are entered into either non-manufacturing area or in the service area. But in the service sector, we have a dual system. On the one hand, we have a highly skilled, high knowledge intensive or highly capital intensive service sector. On the other hand, we have a very informal service sector, like small shops, small restaurants, and the small jobs you see around along with the roadside people are doing. They are the informal sector. And you see that the last column, which is also very important, is that the share of the total employment in the informal sector has been 90% in 99-2000, and has been around 93% even today. It means the most of the people released by the agriculture are absorbed in the informal sector, and therefore informal sector is flourishing, but the productivity in the informal sector is very low. Productivity in informal sector is 8 to 10 times less than the productivity in the formal sector. In the formal sector, particularly I'm talking about the service sector. In the service sector, the formal service sector is is hardly employing 5% of the workforce, and 95% of the workforce in the service sector is deployed in the informal sector. But the 5%, those who are employed in the organized service sector, they are contributing 50% of the service GDP. And the 90% who are engaged in the informal service sector, they are contributing remaining service GDP, indicating that the productivity in informal service sector is very low vis-a-vis the productivity in the organized service sector. But after the economic reforms, the service sector, organized sector expanded very fast. And since this is a highly skill intensive, capital intensive, knowledge intensive sector, having the productivity very high, and therefore as this sector expands, it contributes to GDP more, and the share of service sector in GDP started rising. But the share of agriculture started falling. But agriculture still employs huge workforce in the agriculture. But the whatever released by the agriculture is not absorbed in the organized non-manufacturing organized service sector. They are absorbed in the unorganized or informal service sector or informal non-manufacturing sector. And this is the system we are observing in India's economy. It means in India's problem of employment is not there. People have to work to survive. When they are released by the agriculture, they have to survive, and therefore for survival they work in the informal service sector to get the meager income. Therefore, the in India problem is not only of the rising unemployment, problem is also the quality of employment. Quality of employment is also deteriorating over a period of time because more and more people are deployed in the informal sector. And this is what is happening. This is what is happening. You see that this figure will give you the idea. The self-employed people in the country is 52%. These are the small people who are working their own job, own small establishment, maybe shop, maybe some they're repairing work, something. And the casual workers are 30%. So 82% of the workforce are either self-employed or casual workers. Only 18% are having some regular job, and the recent trend indicates that even among the regular, the the proportion of contractual people are rising. Those who are deployed on contract basis are rising, and therefore this kind of system we are having in India's labor market. And you see that the other important trend which has emerged is that the more the rate of growth of unemployment vis-a-vis the educational qualification, and this indicates that more you are educated, more likely that you will remain unemployed, because even if you are educated, you don't possess the skills which are required in the market, and the mismatch between a skill possessed by you and a skill required in the market leads to unemployment in the market. And you see that those persons who are not much literate, their unemployment rate is very low because they are flexible. They can do any kind of job. Today they are running they are running rickshaw. Tomorrow they become the worker, and third day they become laborer somewhere. But those who are educated, particularly graduates and the postgraduates, they are rigid. They will not be available for any kind of job. They would like to do the job which are incommensurate to their the qualification and the skills. And since they are not getting these jobs, their rate of unemployment is very high. Rate of unemployment is very high. After 11-12, the the government started the new kind of survey that is called periodical labor force survey in response to the IMF requirement. And this PLFS survey is basically giving more status to the education. They have selected the household based on the educational status. And when we find the rate of growth of unemployment, we find that the youth not in labor force, education and training, that is NLAT category, it was 70 million in 4-5, 84 million in 11-12, and 100 million in 1718. The PLFS survey indicated 10 crore youth are neither in education nor in labor force nor in training, and they are outside the labor market, outside the labor force market. And that's why the major problem area in our country is about this youth population who is nowhere. And that's why the in the SDG, the one of the target was reduce the size of this category. But the size of this category is rising as far as India is concerned. And therefore the PLFS survey provided a whole lot of data, whole lot of data. But over a period of time, after 1718 onwards, we have discontinued the traditional NSSO survey and we have started the PLFS survey. Under PLFS, we are giving weightage to educated unemployed people, and that's why the proportion of high unemployment under the PLFS indicates high educated unemployment in the country. Of course, government is claiming that over a period of time, the unemployment is falling. Unemployment is falling. You see, 1920, 2021, 21-22 PLFS survey indicate that the usual states of unemployment is falling 4.8, 4.2, 4.1. But if you look at the youth people still are having the high unemployment rate among the youth. A youth is still having the high unemployment rate, particularly educated persons. And that's why the government, the data given by the government indicating fall in the unemployment rate is only usual status data, and that too the whole age group 15 to 59. But if we bifurcate the various categories age wise, then we'll find that the unemployment is still very high among the educated youth. So therefore, the problem in this topic is that the structural change which is taking place in India is very, very slow. And the structural change is resulting into expansion of the informal kind of sector. And therefore, most of the people released by the agriculture are being absorbed in the informal sector. It means not only the unemployment is rising, but quality of employment is also deteriorating over a period of time. And therefore we have to address the two important questions. Number one, we have to generate adequate employment opportunities for the particularly youth. Number two, we have to improve the quality of the employment. And number three, for youth to get the job in accordance with their skills and capabilities, we have to provide them the skill training. And therefore, the what is the employment policy adopted by the government is the next topic which we may discuss some other time. But here I have highlighted the extent of the problem as far as the unemployment of the country is concerned. And as I said, I have gone into the fast forward mode because this is the 2 hours given to me, and I try to cover all those topics which are directly impacting the inclusiveness of the growth process. And you can conclude yourself: are we moving toward the inclusiveness of the growth process, or are we moving away from that process? And what to do to again get to the path of the inclusive growth? And I hope you will think over it and give a thought to it. Thank you very much.
Everyone, welcome to Sriram IAS. Myself Shiva Shankari, alias Shiva Ignatius. So today I am happy to connect with you. We are going to discuss the most important expected topics for Prelims 2023. Okay, so as you can see, this is our marathon session. So you'll be getting advantage of taking all those subjects, those important topics which you can go through in related topics. So now we'll come to our section, that's environment. As you can see that there are enormous topics, whenever you take a current affairs and all, there are a lot of topics to study. So that's a question which comes to a student, that which topic I have to focus and which is very important than others. So I have made a compilation of some topics here for your reference. See, this is the first topic which you are going to see, and the interrelated topics of this also will be doing. Project Tiger. Why we are going to see about Project Tiger? Because you all know that Project Tiger has been launched 50 years before, and the 50th year, celebration of Project Tiger has been recently conducted, and during that uh, day, two important alliances has also been done. So we will be seeing all those things. First, we'll see what is Project Tiger. So we'll start from Project Tiger. This was launched around 1973, so that's why we are saying this is 50th year. And why we have done it? So you should have a very straight and direct points related to the topics which we are going to see. So I've done in that manner only. So the main aim for bringing this Project Tiger is to, let me take the pen so that we can discuss. So the main aim is to conserve the species. Okay. So to promote the conservation of the tiger only, they have brought this Project Tiger. And if you see, this is the largest species conservation program also in the world. And about this Project Tiger, if you see, this was started as a scheme only, as a centrally sponsored scheme under the Ministry of Environment and Forest, where the ministry will provide assistance to protect the tiger. But later, they thought that this Project Tiger is like a toothless tiger, so we have to give some support or a backbone for this Project Tiger, because we all know that tiger is a majestic and magnificent animal. It's not only a flagship species, but it's also an umbrella species, to say. So you all know about that, the difference between all these species. But I like to mention about umbrella species. Since we have heard about the flagship species, means it's the species will act as an icon of that particular ecosystem. Okay, if you take Sundarbans, in Sundarbans there are a lot of animals and birds and everything. You'll be finding fauna, flora, everything you'll find. But the magnificent one is tiger. So that tiger itself will be a flagship species also. And even we can say him as a keystone species also sometimes, like fishing cat. He is a keystone species of that Sundarbans and all. So tiger is an umbrella species also. How we can say tiger is an umbrella species? Because when you are considering a particular ecosystem, if you're taking this tiger, when you're conserving the tiger, along with him, his prey, the cohabitants will also be protected. Okay, because he is going to attract the investment and he is going to help the others in the ecosystem. That's why he's called an umbrella species. So now we are going to see like how this Project Tiger evolved into a statutory body. Act I already told that this Project Tiger has been doing well, but the backing is important. Yes, for that, sorry, for that, uh, the National Board for Wildlife. Yes, this is the body you have to remember. National Board for Wildlife. They said that there should be a task force which has to be constituted for improving the protection of tiger in the country. So, as per the suggestions of National Board for Wildlife, a task force was constituted, and as per their guidelines, what we did, we constituted the National Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, that is one body, and the other, we amended an act. We amended the Wildlife Protection Act. We amended this Wildlife Protection Act. I think I would have written here. See, Wildlife Protection Act 1972, and then around 2006, and we established NTCA, National Tiger Conservation Authority. Okay, so NTCA is nothing but the national. It's a statutory authority, but its full form is National Tiger Conservation Authority. So this statutory body came into act, and they gave legal support, legal backing to Project Tiger. Okay, so this is the background of how NTCA came in the picture of tiger. Then what are the details you have to know about this tiger? As you see, I already told tiger is an umbrella species, and you also should know the three status related to tiger, because everything which is related to tiger we are going to see. Since this is an important topic, anything can be appearing as question in your UPSC. Okay, so if I say then tiger, if you're considering IUCN, that is International Union for Conservation Nature, for nature, that under that tiger is under endangered category. Okay, and then you come to our own act, that is Wildlife Protection Act. Here also we have schedules. Recently it is amended. Wildlife Protection Act got amended very recently, and then we converted it to 4 schedules now. But even then, tiger is placed under Schedule 1, and he is under highest protection. He is accorded highest protection. And then CITES, you take CITES. CITES has 3 appendices: Appendix 1, 2, 3. And this CITES is nothing but a convention which is trying to control the trade in endangered species of flora and fauna. So they have also placed tiger under Appendix 1. That means you cannot commercially trade a tiger. Okay, so this way the tiger is given a highest protection in the world. And you can see this tiger wherever they will be present. They can be, most of all we have an idea that tigers are present in the grasslands and marshy areas, because Sundarbans and all we know, and tigers are also present there. So we think like that, but tigers can be present from starting from rainforest to the temperate forest and swampy areas, grasslands, and even the tropical grasslands like savannas. You can find the tigers. Okay, one time in UPSC they asked a question like, they described certain statements related to Indian elephant, and they asked which of the above statements are correct. In that, even they have mentioned about the calving period of elephant, then the gestation period. Like this, the statements were there. So we have to be very much prepared about this also. If you take a tiger, not too much information is required, but you should know a tiger is distributed in India starting from Himalayas, okay, to the rainforest, that is which is in the Western Ghats. No, we have a rainforest there. You can find tiger there, and even the driest part of Rajasthan also you can find a tiger, and to the northeastern hills also we can find the tiger. So it's spread everywhere throughout our country. So if you take this tiger will is a solitary animal only. It will be always independent. And if you see the sexual maturity of this tiger, no, this happens for the female. It happens earlier than a male. Okay, the sexual maturity of a female happens earlier than a male. And this tigers can live up to 20 years in the wild. Okay, so I told this is mostly solitary, except the mother having association with the offspring, because tiger is a mammal. So that's how the mother have an association with the offspring. Otherwise it's a solitary animal. This way we have now known the information about tiger. And we also know how this tiger, Project Tiger, got converted to NTCA, the statutory authority, and it has a legal backing. NTCA gives legal support to the Project Tiger. Then you can see what are the other informations which we have to know related to this tiger. As I said, WPA is the one which has been amended around 2006, and based on that amendment, NTCA was established. Okay, but see, there are certain provisions which you have to know, like the voluntary village relocation program was conducted by the NTCA. Voluntary village relocation program means people will move away from that places where they previously resided, because the tigers has to be given priority and protected, which has that area has to be made inviolate. Okay, so for that purpose, what we did, the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, see here, and the Forest Rights Act. You all know about this. Very frequently in UPSC, you will be getting questions from this act, Forest Rights Act. This act also give the rights, individual rights, and the community rights for the scheduled tribes and the other forest dwellers. For that, Ministry of Tribal Affairs is responsible. But critical wildlife habitat is a provision under the same act, Forest Right Act. And for that, Ministry of Environment is responsible for according that critical wildlife habitat. So see, there also under the act when you're studying, they kept a provision called critical wildlife habitat. Same way, if you go to the NTCA site also, they have clearly mentioned that although that Forest Rights Act is granting the recognition of rights, individual rights, community rights to the scheduled tribes or other forest dwellers. We will study like this only. Scheduled tribes and other forest dwellers who are residing in that protected areas or wildlife sanctuaries or nearby that, anywhere we are granting them rights. No, it can be recognized. But there is one but. See this. The rights can be recognized in the forest areas within the core critical tiger wildlife habitat or any protected area or in any reserved forest, And after recognition of the rights, it may be modified and resettled. So see this statement. It can be modified and resettled for providing inviolate space to the tiger. That means after recognizing the right, you are granting them right. You are not saying that we are not going to grant you right. Okay, you are residing here for 25, 30 years, generation after generation you are here. So we are granting you this right, but we are going to modify and resettle you, resettlement under the voluntary village relocation program. So you'll be resettling these people outside that area, not the area where they used to live. They cannot continue live there. So because you know that I already told that Project Tiger is protecting the tiger, and for this purpose they established tiger reserves. Okay, this tiger reserve, no, it has core tiger habitat and the buffer zone. Two areas will be there. One core is completely inviolate of the human populations. Okay, accords highest protection for the tiger. So that's what they have mentioned. The core tiger area or critical area or the protected area, the reserve forest, anywhere these people are residing, their rights will be recognized, but these people will be, resettled again. So that's who is saying. Both the Wildlife Protection Act 1972 is also saying that, and Forest Rights Act 2006 also is insisting that. Okay, again, if you see under one section of Wildlife Protection Act, acquisition of rights is there, acquisition of land, okay, for the purpose of establishing national park or sanctuaries. The government can acquire the land. Okay, the state government can acquire the land. So for that they have given a provision under the Wildlife Protection Act itself. So here who will acquire that land? The collector will have every power to acquire that land for establishment of the protected areas. For that, during that period, they will pay compensation for the people who are residing there. No, they have their immovable property, maybe a house settlement. Then they will be settled. They will be paid compensation and they will be moved outside. So who is giving the authority for all these things? Which act? The Wildlife Protection Act. So you have to keep this in mind. The second case for acquisition of land is based on the Wildlife Protection Act, and the above one, that is relocation program, is based on Wildlife Protection Act and the Scheduled Tribes Act, Forest Right Act. Okay, so these are two important things which you have to keep this in mind, because instead of asking Project Tiger, they will not directly in UPSC, they will never ask directly the Project Tiger and this and that. Already lot of times questions are appearing related to critical wildlife habitat, community rights, habitat rights. This way questions are appearing in your UPSC exam. So they may ask in a different way in this pattern. Okay. Then I already told tiger reserves. Why we are bringing tiger reserves? Mainly to protect the tiger. Tiger reserves are established to protect the tiger. Na? So in the tiger reserves, this question was also asked in your UPSC exam. That core area is there. And they did not ask what is core area, what is buffer area. They did not ask like that. They have asked related to some wildlife sanctuary or reserve forest. They asked this core area, is covered, and the tiger reserve core area is present in that particular sanctuary or not. So this way the question has appeared. So, but you should know what is core area. The core area is a very important area. It's there, and it has a legal status equivalent to a protected area. Like how you are going to protect a national park or how you are going to protect a sanctuary. That type of protection will be given to the core tiger habitat. Okay, so there surrounding that there will be a peripheral area. So if this is a core area, then surrounding this will be the peripheral or the buffer zone. We call this a peripheral area, and here there will be everything. It can be a forest land or it can be a non-forest land, and it can be used for various purposes. But here this area should be inviolate of disturbances from humans, and that is called as core area. Okay, so this way only the tiger reserves are designed, and the main aim of the tiger reserve is to protect the tiger. For that only we are bringing tiger reserves, and now as of we are having 54 tiger reserves, Anna. So 54 tiger reserves in our country are there. And you have to remember one thing. Sometimes they may ask, tigers are present only in the central plains, northern in the northeastern states. No, starting from Himalayas to the bottom western Ghats, and from the east, west Rajasthan to the eastern side, the tigers are present everywhere. Okay, fine. Like if you are seeing about tiger, then we should know about the tiger census also. Okay, tiger census. So not every point related to tiger census is important, students. You should be very careful, because if they are asking, they'll be asking this way only. The details will be in this manner only. see, already one time they gave only one statement related to elephants in the elephants related to elephant census. They said, elephants are present, the highest number of elephants are present in this state. Like that, they have given a statement for you. Na? So, same way, if you take tiger, see, this is the data for the tiger census. The tiger is keep on increasing. Due to the consistent effort made by NTCA and all, the tiger is continuously increasing in population. So now, as of now, this every 4 years the census will be released. Every 4 years the census are released. So last census was made in 2018, and this year census which came out has mentioned about 3167 tigers present. Okay, so in the 2022 we are having 3167 tigers are present in the present in our country. And if you see in the census, they are already dividing that tiger habitats into 5 landscapes. Okay, see this. So sometimes this can be focused landscapes. How? Based on the Shivalik Gangetic Plain, it's separated like this: Shivalik Gangetic Plain, then Central India and Western Ghats, then Western Ghats, then Northeastern Hills and Brahmaputra floodplains, Sundarbans. This way, 5 regions are there, the 5 landscapes. Then they will estimate the tiger. So the tiger, they are saying that the tiger occupancy, see this word, tiger occupancy has increased from 1758 cells of 100 kilometer square in 2018 to 1792 in 2022. So it is increased. It has increased. Tiger population has also increased. Tiger occupancy has also increased. Also, they said, the population. So if there are some points related to it, the point will be in this manner. The population increase in the landscapes. How it happened? Which is the area, which is the region where the highest increase is there? Shivalik and the Gangetic floodplain, followed by the Central India, the Northeastern Hills, and Central India and the Eastern Ghats, the Northeastern Hills, then Brahmaputra floodplains, then Sundarbans. Okay, this way it got increased. So first region where we are finding largest number of tigers is in the Shivalik and the Gangetic plain only. But you see the last one we have put Western Ghats. Western Ghats has shown decline. There is no increase at all, so it is not there. So 4 regions only has shown increase. This only they may ask us a question. As you see, there are 5 regions, 5 landscapes. In that, all have shown increase, and this is the highest. This landscape has the highest increase, but Western Ghats shows the decline. Okay, this way only you have to read a census. Then Nilgiri cluster you take. Nilgiri cluster is home to the world's largest tiger population. You can find in Nilgiri cluster, right? But recent data shows that the tiger occupancy throughout the Western Ghats has decreased. No, so except in few areas only there is no decline, but everywhere throughout the Western Ghats, because Nilgiri is also a part of Western Ghats only, it is also showing a decrease. Okay, so the growth rate, if you see again, it has slowed to 6.7% in the 4 years from 2018 to 2022. Previously, the growth rate was around 33%. That means we have increased the population, but growth rate has decreased. Okay, so previously it was 33 and see 6.7% where it is. And they said there is a genetically unique and small population of tigers. I don't know how many of you are from Odisha and you know about this, in Simlipal. Okay, there if you see what is the uniqueness in him, he is something, we can say a pseudo melancholist. That means that the one of that tiger which was present in the Simlipal had the stripes. You would have seen noted the stripes of the tiger, so that tiger stripes has become very broader in sense, and it has completely hided its amber color coat. That is very popular now. Tiger is very magnificent because of that color and the stripes over him. Now stripes has become broader and he looks like a black tiger. That tiger is present in Simlipal. In 2018, only 8 were present. So now they are saying that we have to take extra care and protect this, evolutionary tiger. They are saying this is evolutionary tiger who has evolved into this stage because of human-induced fragmentation. That is the reason this tiger has become like that. Human-induced fragmentation. That means that population was not able to contact the other tiger species, and they started interbreeding among themselves, and then that type of tiger, like looking black color, started appearing in that symbol. So that tiger, uniquely genetic tiger, also should be protected with extra care. This is what they have said. And you can see that we know that in Gangetic and Shivalik hills the population has increased, but the tiger occupancy in the Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Telangana, these states shows a decline. So this much is enough related to tiger census. Then what are the possibilities of asking questions related to tiger census? Already 2018 when the tiger census was out, they did not ask question from tiger census. But in UPSC, you would have find a question called M stripes. Okay, there was a question called M stripes. Go today and see that. So it's a methodology of monitoring the tiger for assessment. They're monitoring it. That is M stripes. But this is so far has not been asked in UPSC. Water source atlas of tiger reserves not has been appeared anywhere. So we can see what it is. Just a small information related to water source atlas of tiger reserves. So how they are preparing this water source atlas? This was prepared by using the remote sensing data only, and the GIS, Geographic Information System we have, no, GIS. So to how they are doing it by mapping all the water bodies within the tiger reserves, they are creating a map. Okay, this water source which is available inside the tiger reserve, you can see that how they are mapping. They are mapping using global surface water, the data from the global surface water and the open street maps. Through this only they are creating that map. Okay, so they are creating a map for surface water which is present inside inside that tiger reserves. So in this way, through various Landsat and all, they are trying to study and make this map. And this the map which is made, no, so the global surface water, you can see that the mapped products which are available will be based on occurrence, change, seasonality, recurrence, transition, and maximum extent of water. In based on these categories, you can develop the map. But what we are doing, we are developing based on seasonality. So seasonality means in India that is a problem. No, in every seasons, in some parts of the tiger areas and all, you come to Peninsula India, we are rain fed completely. So the surface water has to be based on seasonality. Then only you can know that whether the water is available in that particular place or not, and if the changing seasons happen, whether the water is available or not, you will be able to study in that manner. So for that reason, we have chosen seasonality, and we are using global surface water data as well as the open street maps for developing this water atlas. Okay, then the other topic which can be given importance, if not okay, project tiger. If they're not asking a question from project tiger and they're not going to ask any question related to NTCA, objectives of NTCA, so if they're not doing in that manner, then what they will do, they will focus on different section, such as Global Tiger Forum is a body which was established long back around 1994 itself. They have established this body. It's something intergovernmental body. No, what is intergovernmental body? A intergovernmental body where various governments join together and they come and form a forum for discussion. Okay, about the various knowledge sources they gather, how they can protect this species. In that way, they will be sharing the information with one another. So this intergovernmental body was exclusively it was set up for conserving the tiger only. In the tiger range states, there are some 13 countries called as tiger range countries, but in that only 7 countries like Bangladesh, Bhutan, you can see here itself we have Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Vietnam. So you have to know that India is a member of Global Tiger Forum. Besides, all of these were tiger range countries. There is one non-tiger range country also which is a member of Global Tiger Forum, that is UK. Okay, so they all joined together to form this forum, and the main goal is to protect and preserve that tiger species. For that, they will try to safeguard the survival of the tiger along with its prey, along with its habitat, the place where it resides. Everything will be done. So for this, they are having a lot of objectives by doing global campaigns. Sorry, to save the tiger, to save its prey, to save its habitat, and also increasing the habitat of the tiger. Now we are trying to increase the tiger, then you have to increase the habitat to secure the tiger also. You secure the tiger habitat. Okay, and also you're trying to bring frameworks, legal frameworks. You are trying to give share the framework which is established in various countries, and this will help in making a policy in the other countries. So in this way they are trying to share the frameworks, and also the infrastructural capabilities for the tiger conservation, everything will be done, and training and research will also be provided under this. Apart from this, you can see bilateral cooperation. Any bilateral cooperation, that means two countries join together, India, Bangladesh join together for protecting Sundarban tigers. So that way there will be bilateral cooperation for protecting this species. Okay. Then even like intergovernmental organization, individuals, and even the governments separately will support to increase the support from these people, like the government or any individual or any intergovernmental organization which is already there. Okay, so this way we are seeing that these are some of the objectives of the Global Tiger Forum, right? Now we'll go to the next body, which is recently formed when we are celebrating the 50th year anniversary of Project Tiger. So this was led by India. India was the one who has proposed this project and said that yes, we have to take care and try to protect the majestic feline species which are there. And for that purpose, they told we are going to launch this International Big Cat Alliance. And this International Big Cat Alliance was launched in India only, in Karnataka, where they celebrated the 50th year for Project Tiger. Around 9th April 2023, they have launched it. So what is this alliance about? That's the thing. The alliance is in the pre-stage. It is now only a baby which is born very recently. So there is not much information related to it, but they have said that this alliance main aim is to protect the not only the tiger but the 7 big cats which is present in the wild. Like you take tiger, you take lion, you take leopard, you take snow leopard, cheetahs, jaguars, pumas. These are 7 big cats. So they said we will join together, we will come together, we'll protect the 7 big cat species which are present in the wild. Then everyone agreed. And India is having the tiger, lion. In Gir we are having lion. It's a pride of India. Tiger we do have, leopard we do have, snow leopard we are having, because that's a pride of our mountain. Mountain ghost we call him. And cheetah, we killed him very long back. He became extinct, but now we are trying to bring him back. And we also have cheetah project for that. Cheetah reintroduction project we say. And if you want, you can search more about this cheetah reintroduction project. Even under the NTCA itself, there are a lot of information related to cheetah reintroduction. And we know that Punopalpur National Park was a national park where this from Madhya Pradesh we have brought the African cheetahs and put them inside that. And very recently, 2 of them also died. And this way, in that area is also specialized in the land and prey base for the cheetah. Okay, they have grasslands, they have even forest, and cheetah loves that, and that's how, like we are saying, it's very suitable for the cheetah population. So now we have 5 big cats, but the rest 2 is not present in India. But India said that we will lead this initiative, we will lead this alliance, and we are trying to open this alliance for the 97 range countries who are having all this cat species. Okay, there are 97 countries who are having them. So let them come and join the hands with us. And until this goes, if this gets established, what we will do, we will contribute 100 million US dollar for the next 5 years. We will do the contributions and all, not here. Please note it if you are hearing. So we are going to contribute it, and for over the next 5 years, and then every countries has to contribute for this project. Okay, so this way we are voluntarily, they have to contribute for this alliance, and we have to protect the cat species. And this body also will have a council and an assembly, and the council will have a permanent member, not permanent membership, the membership in turn. Okay, 5 years, every 5 years once, we will re-elect the members for the council. Like this, they have proposed a lot of things under the International Big Cat Alliance. Okay, so these are some of the points related to tiger. We have seen, tiger, I told, touching the tiger, what and all you have to know, I have already discussed. Okay, this way only interconnectedly the topic has to be dealt. Even you're taking a few topics in hand, you have to know that from that no question has to miss out in your exams. You have to be very sure like that. So then come to the water. Okay, after tiger, I like to introduce water for you in environment. So this year we are expecting definitely there should be some question from water section, but that question can be from any of the below topics which we are going to discuss. Why? The very recently World Water Day was celebrated. It is not the first World Water Day, which we celebrated in March 22nd. We celebrate World Water Day on March 22nd, but it's not the first World Water Day. When first World Water Day was celebrated around 1993, the first World Water Day was celebrated. Then who has organized this World Water Day? UN only, organized and designated by the United Nations. So That you have to be very careful who designates this World Water Day. Why they have designated that March 22nd as a World Water Day? The main aim is to promote the groundwater, that is, sorry, freshwater resources, okay, to promote and advocate the sustainable management of freshwater resources, to promote the management of freshwater resources, because water, already we know the SDG goal number 6 is also telling that every people has to have access to clean drinking water and sanitation. We are talking like that, no? So if we have to fulfill the SDG goal number 6, then we have to know the resource, we have to protect that very important resource, the freshwater resources which we have, a very limited freshwater resources which we have with us. For that only, to create an awareness, this day, March 22nd, has been assigned as World Water Day by United Nations. Okay, so every year different themes will be chosen to be celebrated for the UN Water Day. Then, so here it does not stop here related to water. You cannot end here. So we have to continue with the next topic called very recently the UN Water. UN Water is a collaborative body. It's not a UN body. It's a collaborative body. When I'm discussing about UN Water, I will discuss every details about UN Water. But this UN Water has conducted a groundwater summit. Okay, the UN summit on groundwater took place in 2022. So mainly, see, the previously completely freshwater resources and that groundwater, for that they conducted a summit. So what how the summit has took place? It's a major summit which was talking which was trying to highlight the resource called groundwater. Okay, that means making the invisible visible. That's the main aim of this summit. Okay, so it will turn the world's attention towards groundwater and accord the protection at the international level. For this only, they have called this summit. And this summit, well, this summit used two framework and report. One is the World Water Development Report 2022. World Water Development Report 2022 and the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework. These two only they used for the for assessment, for as a baseline. To take the data, they use these two reports. Okay, based on this only, this acted as a guideline to define the action that what the international community has to act to protect this water resources, this natural resources. That way, this summit took place. And if you see, yes, the UN Water Summit on groundwater is not a single event that only on that day the summit has took place. It's that 1 year, from 2022 there was a campaign they have launched, that groundwater making the invisible visible. As you can see here, it is culminating the 2022 campaign of UN Water only, groundwater making the invisible visible. So that ending session was a summit. After that campaign, no, that 1 year campaign, they conducted a summit on the groundwater, and it took place in 2022. And this is implemented, this campaign, no, it's by the UN Water Task Force, which is coordinated by the UNESCO and the International Groundwater Resource Assessment Center. These two bodies has collaborated. That means this is under UNESCO only. IGRAC is not a different one. It is under a UNESCO only. So UNESCO has coordinated with the UN Water Task Force. So before going to the other details, you can know something related to IGRAC. We said no, IGRAC is nothing but International Groundwater Resource Assessment Center. So what is this? This IGRAC is a UNESCO center only that works along with WMO. World Meteorological Organization is there, no, WMO, World Meteorological Organization. So they two jointly work. Okay, and this project, that is IGRAC, is supported by Netherlands mainly. The main specialization of IGRAC is nothing but the assessment and monitoring of groundwater. Okay, so what they will do, they will assess the groundwater, they will monitor the groundwater resources. For that, they require the support of WMO. So they will work in that manner. And one of their prime project is nothing but Global Groundwater Information System. No, GGIS, as you can see, Global Groundwater Information. So what they will do, they will give information about the groundwater resources, because they are the one who are assessing and monitoring it with the help of WMO. So this body, which is under UNESCO, has helped in managing this groundwater summit. Okay, along with the UN water. And when everyone is turning towards the summit, groundwater summit, there is some topic which is left this side. That is something called as water conference. First time UN conducted 2023. In 2023, UN water conference has been conducted. Okay, so in New York, there is no much details, but you should know that the UN groundwater summit has laid the road for the UN Water Conference. Okay, so the first UN Water Conference, and in that conference, they proposed the water action agenda. We already told that they are using the resources and they are forming an agenda, they are forming an action plan, okay, to save the resources. That was done in Water Conference, and where the world will unite for the water, the important resource called water. So this water conference was co-hosted by the governments of Tajikistan, Netherlands, okay, and everyone, the UN systems, the members, other stakeholders also will have uh, attended this water conference. And in that water action agenda, we have said no, these are that agenda. So this conference itself took place based on inclusiveness, that is participation. Okay, participation at the making the communities to participate in preservation and protection of the water sources. And second thing, that is why, these are the three pillars I can say. One is inclusiveness. Okay. Then second, action oriented. That means you should not only speak, you should implement that in order to protect the groundwater. Already we are losing a lot, so we have to protect that. Then cross sectoral. So not only protecting the water, you should also connect water with other sectors also, like energy you take. That way we are trying to connect it various with other various sectors, and then you're trying to protect the water. So this way they said that it should be inclusively done. It should be an action oriented action and agenda, and then it should be a cross sectoral one. So this is the water action agenda. That means committing to act, sustained and scalable implementation, and follow up and review process should be done. So you are first preparing an action, you're doing an action, framework, doing a framework, then implementing that, then after implementation you're checking, reviewing it. Okay, this way only that water action agenda will happen. And see the topics under this to be discussed. As we said, UN water is a body, so we should know what is UN water. And there is a report called UN water development report. This was used during the summit also. So you should know what are they. UN World Water Development Report. So maybe the question may not be there for the conference or not for the the summit which has already happened. The question can turn over to World Water Development Report. Okay. So what is this report? Who gives this report? Again, UN Water is a body, is a collaborative body which gives this report. But this body, they directly will not involve and release this report. They will seek the help of UNESCO. Okay, again, UNESCO is the one who published this report on behalf of UN Water. You have to know like this. So they are not doing on their own. They are doing, since UN Water has asked them to do it, they are publishing the report of this World Water Development Report. Okay, so then this and all is not much important. We can go to the last section. UN Water. We are discussing everywhere. We are seeing UN Water is the one who has started the World Water Summit. Okay, then conference. So water conference. This way we are seeing. But what is that UN Water? What is that body? So UN Water is a body. It's a UN body only. It's a collaborative body of UN where all the UN organizations, not one organization, almost 30 United Nations organizations join together in the name of protecting the water and sanitation. Okay, in order to focus on water and sanitation, or in order to work on water and sanitation, around 30 organizations joined together and they started carrying out the water and the sanitation programs in the name of UN Water. Okay, so it's a collaboration mechanism, it's a coordination mechanism, you can say, joining together and acting. So it comprises of United Nations members. Okay, even international organization other than UN, there will be other organizations, no, international organizations. Okay, all these people will be partners. The members will be United Nations entities, but the partners will be other international organization. Okay, so that way 30 members are there, who are called as United Nations entities. How this body came into establishment? You see, long back around 1977, there was a small group. They formed a small group under UN that group called as Intersecretariat Group only for water water resources. Okay, Intersecretariat Group for water resources. Then later, they only took care of the management of water and sanitation. But later, around 1992, okay, what happened? This group, that the Intersecretariat Group, it subsumed into UN's Administrative Coordination Committee. It became a committee. So it became that the group merged into this committee, and this committee started taking care of water and sanitation. This was carried again around 10 years. Again 10 years, they were the one who were taking care of all these things. Then around 2003, and we also know in 1993 only first time they celebrated World Water Day. Okay, when this committee was there. Then around 2003, UN Water it was established. Now it became a separate coordination organization. So this became a UN Water, which is a successor to ACC, and now it is acting and it is implementing the programs related to water and sanitation. So sometimes they may leave this intergovernmental body or government body, they may go to the NGOs which are there in this field. Okay. For that, I see this one is very important in that the Global Water Partnership. Global Water Partnership. This was established around 1996. This got established. Okay. So it's a network, we can say. It's a group. Around 3,000 partner organization are here in this group. So this group has spread around 179 countries. It is there. This network has around, you know, 16 in water partnerships and regional water, 13 regional water. These are not some factual data, but we have to know this network is present in around 179 countries. So how the membership is for this network? It is open to all organizations. You should know that it is open to all organizations which is involved in water resource management. Whoever is there to protect the water, to conserve the water, come join with us. Okay. And both the developed and developing country, government institutions, agencies of United Nations, anyone. That means anyone. It is open to all, even bilateral, multilateral bank, professional association. Okay, like this, even a private sector can enter and become a member of this network. So this main aim of GWP is to have a healthy and clean water. Okay, for everyone. So when they are having clean water, they will lead a healthy life. So that's the main aim of this GWP. So for that, they advocated this approach, integrated approach to water resource management. So that's why they have advocated for the application of this, plan, the approach. This approach is called as integrated approach for to water resource management. And what is this approach? Where this approach has first been published? Okay, why this GWP is using that approach? As you can see, this is that approach which is called as integrated water resource management. So this approach is talking about the process through which it promotes a coordinated development and management of water, land, and related resources. That is, it's not only for water but for land and other related resources joined to it. It's an integrated approach. Okay. So for main reason is to maximize the benefit, maximize the welfare and benefit for the people in an equitable manner. They have to enjoy it without compromising the sustainable development or sustainability of the ecosystem. So you should not compromise the sustainability, but at the same time you have to enjoy that services provided by the ecosystems. Okay, for that they have come up with the integrated approach. And see, these are IWRM principles. We call them as IWRM principles, and which was adopted at the International Conference on Water and the Environment. In this conference only, these principles came out first time, which was conducted in Dublin around 1992. They conducted this conference, and that's why these principles are called as Dublin principles. These are this principle. These principles are otherwise called as integrated water resource management. Okay, this principles only is used by that body. Global Water Partnership is a network of every organization. It's not a government body. It's not an intergovernmental body. It's a network which is consisting of starting from private organization to government organization. And the questions will come in this manner only, students. When you are taking a body, when you are taking an act. Okay. So I will say that how you have to prepare your notes. Sometimes there is an year-wise classification. Maybe like that 50th year it is celebrating. Sites you take. Sites. I have not included in this topic. I'll also say at the end of the session what are the other topics which you can prepare. So this is celebrating 50th year. When same way there are certain organizations, there are certain act, there are certain conventions which are celebrating its year wise. That means 50 years before it has been established, or 25 years before it should have come, or very recently there is an amendment. This way there will be some news related to them. And when you're preparing notes about these bodies or acts or conventions or organizations, what you have to focus, how UPSC is asking a question. UPSC is asking question related to what type of organization it is, whether it is a government body, intergovernmental organization, or it's a NGO, or it's a group of alliance, it's a group of people coming together. Okay, in this way they will be giving a point. That type of point will come. Then they will go to the objective of the body. Then they will go to any program which is conducted by that body. Okay, this way only they are going to ask questions to you. If related to act, they will definitely ask related to the important provisions inside the act, important provisions. You know, if you take wildlife, in one time in UPSC they asked Wildlife Protection Act. In Wildlife Protection Act, what section they focus? They focus related to hunting rights. You know, why Wildlife Protection Act is there? To protect the wild animals. But the contradiction is hunting. So if there is a provision related to hunting, they will touch that. And then the properties, that is whether the wild animal will belong to government or not, these types of provisions which are already there, the sections, under some sections, that will be touched by UPSC. So UPSC is very careful and concerned while they are making their questions. And you can also easily predict from where these questions will come. In this big act, no, around 25 pages, 30 pages we have, which will be focused by UPSC. That you can easily predict. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that when you are studying about a body or an organization, you should be very careful by giving importance to these things. Although it's a network only, it's also very important network. And here it is using a Dublin principle. These are the Dublin principles. That is, fresh water is finite and vulnerable resource which is essential to sustain the life and development and environment. Same way, water development and management should be based on a participatory approach. Okay, you should do in a participatory approach involving the users, planners and policymakers. Everyone should be included in that. Okay, then women has to be made to act in a major way. Women's participation is very important. And the last one they said is water has an economic value and its users should be recognized as an economic good also. So this way we have seen the various versions of water. The last topic in this is World Water Council. See, World Water Council is an international NGO, I can say. It's a non-profit organization only. This World Water Council is a multi-stakeholder organization. It's a NGO, which is known by the other name is Association LOI 1901. Sometimes they may give this name. World Water Council you would have read somewhere, but this name, because the doctors of the border, this way they have given a question one time in UPSC. Same way they may create a question in this manner. So it was created in 1996 based on the Marseilles, France conferences. So the mission of this World Water Council is completely that the international community uh, sorry, to gather the international community to convince the decision makers, you know, when they're making a policy and all, they have to include the water conservation. They have to keep water as the highest priority, highest political priority, which is set by them only, highest political priority. Why? For sustainable and equal development, sorry, equitable development of the project, sustainable development of the project, sustainable development or sustainable management of the ecosystems. This is very much required. That is why they have said this. And this council will do all these activities. See, the three main area is mobilizing the political action and playing a hydro diplomacy within countries, then promoting water security and organizing the World Water Forum. This World Water Forum, now what it is? World Water Forum is organized by this body only. But what is World Water Forum? As you can see here, the World Water Forum uh, is the largest international forum on which is conducted on water. Okay, but who is conducting it is conducted by an NGO. And every 3 years, this World Water Forum will be organized by the World Water Council, this body. Okay, and another one country will be there along with them for hosting this conference, World Water Forum. So WWC along with the country will host it. So you see, the ninth WWF took place in Senegal. That's the place in 2021 they conducted this World Water Council. The next one, that is the first time in sub-Saharan Africa. First time this conference took place in sub-Saharan Africa in 2021 only. And the next one is to be conducted in Indonesia. Okay, in 2024. That means 3 years once they will conduct this World Water Council. And in India, India is not a member of this. India does not participate, but there is a group organization and foundation in India in the name of, you can see this Jal Bhagirathi Foundation. So they will participate in the World Water Council, and the 58th Board of Governors meeting also was held in India only. The first time it was held in India, in Jodhpur they conducted it. Okay, there this Jal Bhagirathi Foundation joined on behalf of India. They represented. So it's a foundation. It's representing. So it's a foundation which is joining along with this World Water Council. It's an NGO. So NGO is open to all. So for that, the membership of Jal Bhagirathi is there for the Indian Forum. Okay, now we'll move to the next topic. As you can see, small topic. These are small topics. How you have to study this? This is a Green Growth Index. This is the 50th year celebration for Green Growth Index. So far, it's long time. They have not asked any index. So we are thinking that this time there might be some index which may appear in your exams. Green Growth Index is first time published in 2019. 2019 they published it by this institute, Green Growth Institute. Okay, sorry, Global Green Growth Institute. Sorry. And this index is a composite index, okay, that measures the country's performance in achieving the sustainable targets. SDG goals are there, no, and even the biodiversity targets. Now, HE biodiversity targets and all got expired. Now, the next framework has come. GBF, Global Framework, Global Biodiversity Framework has come. Around 2020, it got over. But in implementing all these things, in measuring how the countries are implementing that Paris Climate Agreement, you take HE biodiversity targets, you take like this, whatever goals are there or targets are fixed, then they will measure that how the countries are implementing it, and for that this GGI work with a lot of partners for compiling this index. So who are that partners? That partners can be of anyone. You can see this UN bodies. They can be of UN bodies, and some specialized agencies of UN, and some other specialized agencies also, like UNEP, okay, UNSCAP, UNIDO, United Nations, UNCTAD, UN Women, like this, even the FAO, the specialized agency of UN, and ILO, the specialized agency of UN. This way, the UN bodies and the specialized agency will be partner with this institute in releasing this index. Okay, then again you can see not only that, the intergovernmental organization can also be the partner, and financial institutions like World Bank, African Development Bank, they can be a partner. Then other alliances like Green Economic Coalition, these are some alliances, groups. Okay, international NGOs like the Oscar, you need not remember the name, but you have to know who and all can be a partner. So the UN agencies can be a partner, UN and UN specialized agencies, the intergovernmental organizations, financial institutions, and then international NGOs can be a member, then non-profit think tanks. Okay, not only our foundation, but think tanks can also be a member. So now who is that organization? Global Green Growth Institute. Who is he? Then about him, there is some information. He is an international intergovernmental organization. So he is an intergovernmental organization which was established in 2012. Okay, so this is also again in year-wise classification, it's important. So main aim of this main aim to establish this green growth index is to promote the sustainable economic growth, to bring sustainable economic growth in the developing as well as the emerging economies. No, India is also an emerging economy. So to bring the sustainable growth, economic growth, instead of we are growing, but we have to grow sustainably, without affecting the nature or without causing a negative impact on the nature. So for that purpose only, they brought this Global Green Growth Index. Okay, and this institute, which is an intergovernmental organization, it's not an NGO, it's an intergovernmental organization. Okay, which was established in 2012. Now we'll go to the next topic. This is the blue bond. You know, we all know about green bonds, but this blue bond was recently in news. So we should know something related to blue bond. As you can see, the major as SDG goal number 14 saying is talking about the life under water. So it's talking about life under water. The main aim of the SDG goal number 14 is to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas, and marine resources, whatever resources it can be, for your sustainable development. You have to sustainably use, wisely use them. Okay, and you have to conserve them. That's the main goal of SDG 14. So this blue bond you take, blue bond, what it is representing, why we have released this blue bond. Blue bond are nothing but a financial instrument that are mainly designed to support sustainable marine and fisheries projects. For that only they have proposed blue bond. Okay, it is related to sea, blue bond. And they are not a separate bond. They are not something separately for only marine sector. It's not like that. They are subset of all. The green bond is a general bond and general framework we do have for a green bond, but under that we have a blue bond. Okay, blue bond is focusing on marine sectors, ocean, seas, all these marine bodies and marine resources they will focus, and the fisheries projects. Okay, so the first time the blue bond was released by one country, Seychelles was the first country to launch this blue bond. The world's first sovereign blue bond was released by them. Okay, then World Bank came. Not first World Bank did not release. First a country released it. Then the World Bank released this in order to make the people to turn the people's attention towards the plastic waste pollution now that is floating as a marine snow in the ocean water, and lot of organisms are dying because of that, engulfing it, like how cows are engulfing plastic waste here, and the intestine gets blocked and they die. Same way the marine life, we also talk about microplastics. So in order to turn the world's attention towards that marine pollution, they launched the blue bond, okay, in 2019. But before them, in 2018 itself, Swiss government launched it. So it's nothing but a debt instrument which is issued by the government or any bank, we can say, or even by others. Anyone can launch it to raise money. Okay, to raise money. So by for what purpose you are going to raise money? Especially to finance the projects which are coming in the marine and fisheries or ocean related sectors. Okay, in such a way that money which is raised should be there to support projects which create positive impact on the environment, not negative impact. You know, if some there is some project like, okay, we can say that we are going to develop mangrove ecosystems near the interface, ocean river interface. Okay, for this we are going to use it. Yes, we can, like, because we are going to protect that ecosystem. For that ecosystem, which is going to create a positive impact on the ecosystem, at the same time it is going to provide livelihood opportunities for the people. So that way this bond has to be used. Okay, so I think here we would have mentioned, definitely see that to raise capital mainly to have positive environmental, economic, and climate benefits. For that purpose, you have to use this. And after World Bank, so 2018, Swiss was the one who was first launched it. Then came World Bank. Then the fourth blue bond was issued by China. China was the country was launched this blue bond, and mainly this is the first Asian country to do that. Okay, the first from Asia. First time a commercial bank launched this blue bond, and first time it was from Asia, and first time a private sector. All this first was given to China. So they did it around 2020. Very recently, SEBI from India, 2023. They strengthened the framework for the green bonds. You know, green bond framework is there. No, in our country we have green bond framework. Just make notes about it, bit notes. So in that green bond framework, they introduced the concept of blue and yellow. Not only blue. India introduced two bond, blue bond, yellow bond. Blue bond, no, mainly that blue bond was focusing on the water sectors, water marine sectors it was focusing, and yellow bond was related to solar energy, yellow, sun no, so yellow bond is related to solar energy. This way they introduced two bonds inside that green bond framework by SEBI. So the green, for what reason they have done? These are the subcategories of green debt security. Green debt securities. We are having already green debt securities. So under the green debt securities, they come as subcategories of green debt security. So what are these green debt securities means? It is defined. I am not defining it. The SEBI has done the definition as it's a debt security issued for raising fund that are to be utilized to project or assets falling under certain categories. What certain categories means? What? Blue means marine. Then green means green related activities. Yellow means solar energy. This way there are certain categories. No. So for that they are mentioning these are the securities which are raised for raising the fund for projects related to specific sectors. Okay. So now we will end this topic of blue bond. We'll move to the next topic. As you can see, this compressed biogas. Again, a very important topic, because very often nowadays in UPSCs, they are asking for the past 5 years. If you take your question paper and you see the allied sectors related to environment, the questions are often appearing. Like agriculture you take, okay, then you take energy sector, science and technology related to phytoremediation, bioremediation techniques. If there is certain news related to them, definitely they are asking that as a question for you. Or they may go to the conventional part. They may ask what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages of having organic farming, having this farming, and conventional farming. What are the disadvantages? Like this, the questions usually appear for you. So this compressed biogas is a new form of CNG. As you can see, we all know that how the biogas is produced. How biogas are produced by decomposition of the biomass sources. The biomass sources, like you see the agricultural residues, you can do. Biomass source means anything can be there. The municipal waste, agricultural residues, cattle dungs. You know, I have the diagram so that it will be easy for you to remember. You can see this diagram. See here, there is a cow dung. So the waste, cow dung, especially cow dung. Then agricultural waste, then municipal waste. Okay, then the dead crops or dry crops which are there, and like this, all the waste which can be used along with the the leftover agricultural products. As you can see that the horticultural waste, forest residues, anything can be included here. So now what happens? See this. This will be given to an anaerobic digester. It will be feed into anaerobic digester. This is the way. This is a process we are producing biogas. We are already producing biogas in our country. So this is a process we are producing biogas. Till this we are already doing it. Now only we have introduced this new method of compressed biogas. How we are going to do that? When it comes into the anaerobic digester, it gets digested, and now it will segregate into three. One, it will go as biogas. Second, in the biogas, it will form a slurry. See this, you can form a biogas slurry. This are all byproduct. Okay. Third, it will be forming a manure, organic manure will be the resultant of this process, the biogas process. But here comes the change. After the gas is extracted, what happens? In the biogas, we will never separate any component from that. But in the compressed biogas, what we are to do, we are going to separate that carbon. We are going to remove, okay, extract the carbon dioxide, water vapor, hydrogen sulfide, and ammonia. Okay, see this in the figure itself we have mentioned. So all these will be removed from the biogas. Okay, we are filtering all this. We are removing from it carbon dioxide, mainly carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and ammonia, along with the water vapor. Okay, so then what will be left over? The methane will be left over. So there is around 50 to 70% of methane content will be there in the biogas, in the compressed biogas. But in biogas, all these will be there along with the methane. So now you have removed everything. That is something called as purification process. In the purification process, you are removing the hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and ammonia along with the water vapor. And then from the compressor, you are then cascading it in the form of cylinders in the tanks. And then you are supplying it to the domestic purpose, domestic users, industrial purposes, even vehicles, CNG's vehicles. All this it can be used. Okay, so this is the major turnover in this biofuel section, because previously UPSC already asked questions from national biofuel policy. They have asked. Okay, even compressed CNG they have asked a question. Bio toilet they have asked. Like this, there are a lot of questions which has appeared from this section. Okay, so this is new in this section, so you have to know about it. And this, if you see the CBG, we call this a CBG. We call the compressed biogas as CBG, the short form. It has a calorific value and other properties and all, similar to the CNG only. The CNG which we are using now, no. So the CBG also has similar properties to CNG, and therefore it can be used as a green automotive fuel, because we are extracting carbon dioxide. That means we are removing carbon dioxide, we are removing hydrogen sulfide, we are removing ammonia, and because of this it becomes a green fuel. Okay, so thus it can replace CNG in the automotive industries, industrial sectors, commercial areas, everywhere wherever CNG is used, you can replace this with the CBG because it has similar property like a CNG only. And the CBG, no, see this, it is also free from liquids. I already told water vapor is removed. So and see over the entire range of temperature and pressure encountered in storage and dispensing system. So it is free from liquids. That's one major advantage. And it's also free from particulate matters such as dirt, dust, because we are purifying. No, in that process, everything will be removed from that. But the previous one, CNG, does have all these negatives, and that's why we are thinking to replace the CBG by CNG by CBG. Very recently, this came in the newspaper that the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, no, they inaugurated the Asia's largest CBG plant, where in Punjab they have launched it. See this, in the Punjab they have inaugurated it. Now this plant does not produce CBG. They have not yet started producing it. They have started producing only fermented organic manure. No, that only has been produced now using the paddy straw. Recently, very soon they will start produce the CBG gases. Okay, so this way we have seen the news, and relatedly compressed biogas is one topic which can give importance. And suppose if you want to take care of another small topic, there is Global Biofuel Alliance. This alliance was proposed by India again along with US and Brazil, like International Solar Alliance. No, we proposed it same way, Global Biofuel Alliance. Mainly this was brought for countries like India, US, Brazil and other like-minded countries to work together for the development of a biofuel, to increase the usage of biofuels in various sectors, starting from transport sector to industrial sectors. The use of biofuels should increase. For that, they are forming an alliance. They will exchange information, they will exchange technologies, they will exchange different techniques which they are developed in the biofuel sectors. So that way, because we also know we borrowed the agricultural like drip irrigation, these types of methodologies we have borrowed from Israel. So Israel is head in that. No? So that way, now we are trying to exchange the information with other countries. Whatever we gain, we will give them. Whatever they have gained, they will give us. Knowledge exchange will take place, and through this, the biofuel sectors will flourish. So main emphasis is on strengthening the market, facilitating the global biofuels trade, and development of concrete policies and provision of technical support for national biofuel programs worldwide. Okay, everywhere this biofuel program has to be enhanced. Okay, so this alliance, no, it works in collaboration and complement the existing, that whatever schemes, whatever programs which are existing in various countries related to this bioenergies or bioeconomy you take, or any energy transition sectors, anything, renewable sources. We are having a lot of programs related to that, and whatever it is existing, this program, this alliance will work along with that only. It's a supplementary group only, so it will work along with that. Okay, so this is a priority of India. That's the last point which we have given under G20 presidency. This is which India has announced during the Energy Week's celebration. They have done it. So see this topic. This is cloud forest asset. I thought of including this here because already UPSC has asked questions from various kinds of forests like equatorial forest, then even moist dry deciduous forest. They either they describe it, then they ask what type of forest it is, or they will give the forest and then they say what are the they will give some statements. There is an abundance of epiphytes present in this forest, and the temperature ranges like this. That the three statements they will give, and you have to choose the right answer for related to that forest. Or sometimes they give that this particular place have a mixture of all these forests. Like even the last before year, the question was like that. No, so they will give some states or union territory, and you have to choose which is the right answer for that. So where you will find all the mangrove forest and dry deciduous forest and evergreen forest also in one place. That way the questions will come. So see, this cloud forest is so far not asked and so far not touched. But when this UNFCCC conference was going on, that there is a body called Earth Security. This Earth Security came out with the global forest asset. Okay, they propose this idea of global forest, cloud forest asset. So this cloud forest asset is like they are introducing a cloud forest bond for the country to realize the economic values and benefits this cloud forest is providing to us. So for that, see, this is the topic. First, I'll discuss the topic. Then I'll go and discuss what is called cloud forest for you. The cloud forest asset is the one report released by them. The report is in this name, that cloud forest asset financing a valuable nature-based solution. That was a report. Okay, financing a valuable nature-based solution. So this, yes, that the report reveals around, many hydroelectric projects are depending on the water provided by this cloud forest, which is now threatened. Almost previously 17% of the forest is cloud forest, but now we are having only 1% of that cloud forest existing in the world. So we have to protect it. At least now we have to realize and we have to protect it. For that, we have to bring cloud forest bond. They told like that in this report. They said that should be cloud forest bond, where the governments has to governments will acquire money through this bond and will protect their cloud forest. Okay, so where some hydroelectric projects is established and that project is enjoying the water which is provided by this cloud forest without paying any money back. Now you pay. Let us protect the cloud forest. This way they are giving you a solution for protecting the cloud forest. Then UPSC may ask, what is cloud forest? What is cloud forest? See, as you know, these are also equatorial forest only, like rainforest. These are also equatorial forest, but this forest is they can be found above 3000 meter, 3000 meter above sea level, and up to 10,000 meter above sea level you will find this forest. That means on the mountains you will be finding this forest. But the place which is having an equatorial climate, that is around 23-degree north to 23-degree south, you will be finding this cloud forest. Okay, the height of 3000 to 10,000 feet you can find this forest in the tropical area. And and that, what are the unique character of this forest? As you can see, this forest is having shorter trees. When you take a equatorial forest, they have big gigantic trees around 60-meter height. They will have trees, but this forest, that is cloud forest, has around 10-meter height trees, very shorter trees only. And the trees are in such a way that it's like completely covered by cloud. No, this forest itself is covered by cloud. As you can see this figure, this is also a cloud forest only. So the forest is covered by cloud. That means there is always a presence of mist layer will be always present there. So now the sunlight will not reach this forest. So the lower layer and all. So what happens, the trees will be always crooked, it will be bending in some way or the other. So in this way it makes the way for the epiphytes to grow. Okay, so you can, like the one character of the equatorial forest, that is evergreen forest, or the tropical forest, is presence of epiphytes. Same way you can find epiphytes here, like orchids, very beautiful orchids will be present, the flowers, no, which you have seen. Same way ferns, mosses, lichens you will find throughout the forest. And one important character of this forest is it plays a very important role in hydrological cycle. We know that what forest act as a carbon sequestration. It stores carbon. Apart from carbon sequestration, that is an important function of a forest. Apart from carbon sequestration, this forest, that is cloud forest, plays a very important role in hydrological cycle, where the precipitation, the fog, the fog from the mist, it touches the leaves and it forms small water droplets, and this water droplets reaches the soil, and this soil, it is always saturated with water. Soils are saturated with water. That is why you can see that it is saline in character. The soil of equatorial cloud forest is saline in character, because we also studied in agriculture sector, overuse of water in your agriculture field will turn the soil to salinity. Here the soil is saline only, but it always helps, it gives water, provide water throughout the year for the people. Wherever there is a cloud forest, people used to rely on cloud forest for the water supply. It will come from this forest only. So that is a major important function of the cloud forest, and there are a lot of hydroelectric projects which are established in the cloud forest by utilizing these waters. Okay, so that's why this body has said that it is time that we have to realize that we have to pay what we have taken from this cloud forest and protect them. Already we have demolished a lot of cloud forest, and now it's time we have to protect these forests. Okay, so this way, these are some of the characters of the cloud forest which you have to keep in mind. Then comes the last topic which I like to discuss with you. See, this act, there are a lot of acts which I want to discuss. but we have very less time and we have to do very important topics. I chose that Wildlife Protection Act 1972 will be the better one to discuss here. Often questions are coming from this act. We know when tortoise is placed under Schedule 1, like a tiger, what some Schedule 1, then what priority it will be getting, or what important protection it is going to get. That way the question was asked and they gave it will be equally protected like a tiger. This types statements will be there in the question. So anyway they are asking. One time I told hunting, related to hunting, that you can hunt a wild animal, you can kill a wild animal. In that way there was a question. And one time there was a question like related to animals are government property. This way they have asked so far many questions. Now amendment has come in the Wildlife Protection Act. What are the important amendment points which you have to know related to Wildlife Protection Act? That only we are going to discuss. As you can see here, see this. Main first thing is that this time Wildlife Protection Act said that we are going to manage that Wildlife Protection Act. We are going to change a bit in order to induct the provisions of sites. Okay, in order to fiercely implement the sites, we are going to change them a bit. So in that way, they have modified the schedules. Previously, there were 6 schedules under Wildlife Protection Act, but now they have reduced to 4 schedules. Now there are only 4 schedules: Schedule 1, 2, 3, and 4. Schedule 1 and 2 will consist of the wild animals, and Schedule 3 is for plants, and Schedule 4 is for the CITES species. So now the Schedule 4 will include the CITES species. Okay, this way they have proposed, and they brought the change. And they also said that now we are going to insert a new chapter under the act, and through that we are going to bring different authorities. Designation of authorities will be there by the central government. The central government will designate authorities. In that first authority which they are talking about is management authority. The main duty of this management authority, role of this management authority, is that this person is responsible for issuing the permit. You take sites, because sites is now brought inside. So sites is brought inside, then the trade should be addressed. For issuing permit and certificates for trade of the scheduled animals or scheduled specimens, that who will do? Management authority will do. Okay. So that for that purpose we are bringing in an authority for issuing the certificates and permit. And there will be another authority called a scientific authority. The main duty of this person is to advise the management authority. Okay, you are issuing the permit, you are issuing the certificate. If that specimen is surviving, if it is live, then what are the ways it will impact the travel, the trade will impact its survival. That way this body will advise. Because the specimen is there in the wild, that is the organism or a plant is in the wild, and if you're trading it, what impact it is going to create on the survival of these species which are there in the wild. So this way they will advise that management authority. So again, when they are issuing a certificate or they are issuing permit, they have to keep one thing in mind, that identification mark should be used for the specimen. And if the identification mark is not used, then that is completely prohibited. You cannot modify or remove the identification mark, and that is totally prohibited. You have to use the identification mark, proper identification mark for each species. Sometimes the elephant will be, specimen will be there, you will be giving that the Schedule 2 animal which is protected less. So then that is completely a cheating type of thing, so you should not do that. So they completely prohibit this kind of activity. And also they said that, see, the registration certificate to be obtained by person possessing live specimen of scheduled animals from the management authority. Not only permit, not only certificate, they should get a registration certificate for the species which are living to trade that. Then even the breeders also should take permission. The breeders of the species in appendix 1 of schedule 4 required to make an application for license. For that they have to take license from the chief wildlife warden. Okay, for breeding they are going for breeding. No, the schedule 1 animals which is mentioned under the Wildlife Protection Act, they have to take the license for that. For the breeding they have to take license within 90 days of the amendment has comes into force. They have to take the license. This is another important move. And very important moves is that, see this, we have discussed this number of schedules reduced from 6 to 4. Then vermin species, removing the schedules of vermin species is also important. So they removed, that's previously the 5th schedule, it includes vermin species which are called vermin. So now we have removed that. So because we know vermin, no, every time if it is included, we are considering it's a vermin only. Even if it goes endangered or threatened, like the Kondana rat and all, Elvira rat, all these are rat. That is why they are considered vermin, but they are in the critically endangered species. So government said that okay, whenever we feel that there is some species which has become enormous and we have to pull them, we have to kill them, then we will declare them as vermin, not throughout the act. Okay, we will not consider every time them as vermin. Okay, in that way they have brought a change. Same way, the control of sanctuaries, we all know Chief Wildlife Warden is the one who will manage and protect the sanctuaries, the protected areas. On the guidelines of the central government, he will do it. But in case of the sanctuaries which are falling under the scheduled areas or areas under Forest Right Act, now he has to consult the Gram Sabha and make the management plan. Okay, so there is increase in penalties also as per this, and even the live elephant. No, for transporting a live elephant, you are bringing an elephant from one area to another area, taking it for religious function. Then you can do it, but for that you have to take ownership certificate. Okay, there are certain conditions they have prescribed for taking ownership certificate. You have to take it and then you have to move him. Even the surrender of captive, they are inserted a new section called surrender of captive animals. Now you have captured a wild animal and you are having it in your home. So what you can do, you can just walk to the chief wildlife warden and surrender that to him. So no action will be taken against you. So in this way, they are trying to take back the captive animals from the people. Okay. So because all these are these are the properties of government. So surrendering such items and the items will become the properties of the state government. Okay. Then they also relaxed restriction for related to certain sectors like filmmaking. For filmmaking, you can go inside the sanctuary. Okay, but it should not cause any negative impact on the environment. For only for filmmaking, you are allowed. So even certain activities like grazing, the movements of livestock, all these, even drinking water by the local communities, now it can be done without any permit. Okay, so these are some of the important provisions which you have to keep in mind. And after that, I thought of discussing biological diversity heritage site, because very recently Ladakh became the first biological, that place that was the first biological diversity heritage site in Ladakh. Other than that, every states, most of all are having this biological diversity heritage site. But there are certain criteria for assigning this biological diversity heritage site, and the state government, by discussing with the local government, they will identify the biological diversity heritage site, and they will announce. So state government is responsible, but for management they will consult with the central government. Central government will frame rules and regulations. In consultation with central government, they frame rules and regulations for managing this site. So very depth discussion we cannot do now. So this way you have to keep these 2 points in mind. So related to biodiversity heritage site, it is not having equal protection like protected area, national park or wildlife sanctuary, but it is communities are participating in protection of that particular site. That is why it is biodiversity heritage site. Okay, communities will be involved in protecting them. Right now, see these apart from these, see these topics like Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Again, this is an important topic only, and some topics like the conventions, Rotterdam, Stockholm Convention, which is there for persistent organic pollutant, and Rotterdam for hazardous chemical movement and a transboundary movement of that. So this too is again in the year-wise classification. It's an important topic which you can focus. And CITES is also celebrating 50th year, the Convention for Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. Same way, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, every year we used to study that. Very important move only we'll be studying. Based on that, India recently came out with the LTLED, Long-Term Low Emission Development Strategy, India submitted to UN. So what are those points that you can make? And loss and damage finance, which was also proposed during the 27th meet in Egypt. And the lifestyle for conscious lifestyle. Mission for conscious lifestyle life movement. So to reduce the impact of people's behavior on the environment by promoting circular economy. So this you can focus. Then global biodiversity framework is something like called as Kunming Montreal biodiversity framework. After the expiration of H biodiversity target, this came and this gave 4 long-term goals and 23 targets to be focused by the people. The forthcoming years, this will be done. Then coral reef section, the cryomesh is a technology which recently came in the news for preserving the coral reef. Along with that, coral spawning was a term which came in the news. Already in my videos, I have already made the definition. I have explained all this thing under coral reef. I have done it. If you have not watched, you can watch that also for the information. Then Nilgiri Tahar and the red panda. In the animals, there are a lot of animals which are given in various sites, but you have to focus in especially Nilgiri Tahar, then red panda, red crowned roof turtle, and the leaf soft shell turtle. It's not here. So these are some of the organisms you can focus. Along with that, you can also prepare for 5 more or 6 more organisms. So don't study everything, you will not remember. Then Misty scheme is for mangroves. This also has been given by our government in the budget they proposed, and eco-sensitive zone. I have made a video for that also. You can watch that. Then Blue Duke is announced as a state butterfly of Sikkim. So you can think that Blue Duke is a butterfly. They may give the name and they may say it's a bird and all something. So then National Clean Air Program, Green Skill Initiative under the INVIS program, and Biodiversity Authority. Again, you can focus on him. And forest conservation rules. Very recently, 2022, we came up with the new forest conservation rules. So you can focus on these topics. Since we don't have sufficient time to do everything, I have also given the other topics which you can focus. So all the best students, just keep in touch, and then you get the benefit of watching these videos. Through this, you'll get a lot of information for your forthcoming 2023. Yeah. Thank
Hmm. क्या 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 मिनिमाइज करके पीपीटी खोल दिया। ये खोल लिया मैंने, मिनिमाइज करके पीपीटी खोल लिया ये। सिस्टम 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 हाँ खोल लिया। अच्छा एक सेकंड सर, ये आपकी स्क्रीन नहीं विजिबल है, वो वाली स्क्रीन ऐड करनी पड़ेगी सर। ये पेन टैब हटा के आप फिर से पढ़ा सकते हैं पीपीटी। क्या क्या हाँ नितिन जी बोलिए। आप एक बार पेन टैब जो वाला सिस्टम है वो हटा दीजिए और डायरेक्ट लैपटॉप से पढ़ाने की कोशिश करेंगे पीपीटी के थ्रू, क्योंकि आपका ना पेन टैब वाली स्क्रीन नहीं ले रहा है। तो फिर कैसे होगा, उसमें लिखेंगे कैसे फिर कुछ लिख एक बार टेस्ट करिए, एक बार मैं देखना चाह रहा हूँ ये होगा या नहीं। ओबीएस की सेटिंग्स चेंज करनी पड़ेगी या तो वो लेके सेटिंग सही नहीं हुई है वो। ये मैं आपको यूट्यूब इस पर देता हूँ, टीम व्यूअर्स पर। टीम व्यूअर्स सर मेरा साइन एक सेकंड सर। आप एनी डेस्क के आपके पास टीम व्यूअर्स है? टीम व्यूअर्स है। ओके सर, मैं कर रहा हूँ। इंक्रिप्शन की नेटवर्क इश्यू। Sir, just hold on. I'm logging into TeamViewer. सर, स्क्रीन बंद कर दीजिए आप अपनी। सर, वो देख दीजिए अपना सेशन कोड, ज्वाइन सेशन करके
660
660
421
421
697।
आप सर अपनी स्क्रीन बंद कर दीजिए। OBS की वेब विजिबल हैव यू क्लोज्ड इट?
ये स्क्रीन बंद कर दूं OBS की?
सर, अनेबल टू कनेक्ट बताया।
नहीं, इसका पासवर्ड डालेंगे तब तो कनेक्ट होगा ना।
The number you have dialed. The person you have called is speaking to someone else.
आशीष जी, स्ट्रीमिंग चल रही है, बंद कर दूं उसको?
स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन है तो फिर एक्टिव रखना ना। 4:30 बजे से आपका है।
हाँ ठीक है, तो मतलब ये क्या करूं इसमें? इसका स्क्रीन शेयर का क्या करना है? टीम व्यूअर्स पे क्यों नहीं आप कनेक्ट कर पा रहे?
अभी कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ आपका? मैं कनेक्ट कराता हूँ सर, 1 मिनट दीजिए बस।
हाँ नितिन जी बोलिए।
सर, ये मैं कनेक्ट ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ एक्चुअली आपसे ना, टीम व्यूअर से।
आप पासवर्ड डालेंगे तब तो कनेक्ट होगा ना?
सर, पासवर्ड मैंने डाला था, वो हो गया था। आप दोबारा बोलिए एक बार पासवर्ड।
VM
VM
V फॉर विक्ट्री, M फॉर
VM
मुंबई, 9PV
सर नहीं ये स्ट्रीम की है सर, स्ट्रीम की नहीं चाहिए, वो आपका जो
टीम व्यूअर का पासवर्ड दे रहा हूँ मैं आपको
सर। ये तो आईडी गलत बता रहा है, एक सेकंड।
आईडी लिखिए 660 421 697।
एक सेकंड सर, ये हाँ जी 66 सर, दोबारा बोलिए।
660 421 697।
ओके सर, प्रयत्न करना।
और पासवर्ड तो उसमें डालेंगे तब तो।
पासवर्ड, हाँ सर पासवर्ड बताइए।
BM एम फॉर मुंबई,
VM
9PV
9PV
726।
726। हाँ सर, I'm having, okay sir, got it। अब शायद आ रहा है सर। अब आप मिनिमाइज करिए अपना OBS and okay, I can do it। एंड सर अभी देखते हैं, टीम चल रहा है। सर अब आप वो कर सकते हैं, यू कैन ओपन योर PPT, यू आर लाइव। PPT सर, PPT वट एवर यू आर टीचिंग वो कर दीजिए।
अब स्क्रीन आ रही है।
हाँ जी सर, OBS मिनिमाइज कर दीजिए बस अपना। हाँ सर, अब PPT खोल दीजिए। PPT नहीं खोल रही आप?
खोल दिया मैंने ये।
सर आप OBS मिनिमाइज कर दीजिए सर।
OBS मिनिमाइज है ना, OBS मिनिमाइज है। फिर मैंने इसको ओपन कर दिया डेस्कटॉप से नोट 3।
सर आपकी OBS ही दिख रहा है, दोबारा देखो। टीम व्यूअर्स हम लोग कर देंगे।
टीम व्यूअर्स कनेक्ट है।
सर एक सेकंड, अभी फिर से नहीं आ रहा। तो मेरे को आपका तो दिख रहा है ठीक है। OBS सर बताइए, आप पढ़ा लीजिएगा।
तो अभी क्या स्क्रीन पर आ रहा है?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी।
मतलब मेरे PPT लिखने से वहां पर आ जाएगा स्क्रीन पर?
यस सर, यस सर।
Good evening. Hope now it's okay to you people. We can talk. So let's talk about the our marathon session of that is the exclusive topic that is needed for the prelims this year. Which topic you have to cover in history?
सर वो टीम व्यूअर वाला बार आप हटा सकते हैं, उसको क्लोज कर सकते हैं, वो दिख रहा है जो टीम व्यूअर। हाँ इसको, यस सर, नाउ यू कैन क्लोज इट सर, ओके कर दीजिए।
So exclusive topics for the prelims. Normally we have 18 to 20 questions each year from the history segment, and now they are balancing the things in between ancient, medieval, and then art and culture, and then modern India. So perhaps they are dividing in between 6, 6 and 6. This is how they had an average maintenance of the entire discussion. 18 to 20 questions. Suppose you have, then ancient medieval we have the 6 question, art and culture, and then modern 6 question. Like that they are maintaining the whole discussion. So here at this stage, the prelims, when you talk about the session of prelims, then ancient India, what are the topic you should normally see into? Focus on, suppose we focus on the Harappan civilization. So Harappan civilization, what type of questions normally they ask? They ask question from town planning, exclusively. They give lots of options in town planning regarding the structure of the city, and then they gave the material used, and at the same time exclusive any options from the entire Harappan civilization. So this is the way that you can maintain that how the question you can tackle from the Harappan civilization. Suppose if you take the example, of one question regarding the Harappan cities. If you take the one question regarding the Harappan cities, so here at this first instant, the city is divided into segments, that is eastern and the western side. Okay, fine. Revise in the proper manner. Suppose if this is a landscape, then they put the city structure like this. This is called citadel. This is called lower town. Fine. And then citadel is slightly raised, and then it was houses meant for the elite class people, or then structurally what are the things you find in between, that structure, important buildings and important location you have to keep in mind. Okay, suppose they can ask the question here on the seals, Harappan seals. This is the best specimen of Harappan art, and they can have question on the possible usage of the seals. So here you can see the seals, it was either used as religious icon, second, it was used for the purpose of trade, or third, you can see it may be the state order, might have the king had presented something to the people in direct communication. So religious icon, trade, state order, These are the possible usage of the cells. And then categorically you can find that what type of options may be there related to the cells. Suppose there are Pashupati cell. Pashupati cell. So Pashupati cell, they can ask about the animals present in the Pashupati cell. Animals that is there in the Pashupati cell, and at the same time they can ask about comparative cells from the Mesopotamia. So the Mesopotamian cells, generally you can see it's a cylindrical cells. Mesopotamian cells was generally a cylindrical cells. But here the Harappan cells, either it is a square or the rectangle, or they have a circular thing. So possible use of the cells. Such type of questions you can focus here in the Harappan civilization. You must look at the religion. The religion of Indus Valley civilization. This is also a very important topic of this topic, this chapter, the Indus Valley civilization. So you must focus on the religion and some important findings of the religion with the area as well. Along with, you can talk about the burial practices. Burial practices is also very important part of the Harappan religious cult. Right? So Harappan religious cult, the burial practices are also a very important part. Okay. So here, from here, you can also, there are 3 types of burial you must be knowing. The complete inhumation, partial inhumation, and pot burial. So with example, complete inhumation, partial inhumation, and pot burial. Okay, so from here you can get the question. Then in the Vedic civilization, normally you can have question from the Vedic literature. Vedic literature, you can have a very important description. So what are the Vedic literature? Suppose we take the Ved, Brahman, Aranyak, Upanishad, right? So generally you can see that Vedas, if Vedas, particularly the Rig Veda, there are 10 volumes. What are the volumes and what are the descriptions? And suppose they can ask the question, the early knowledge, geographical information of the Aryans. Early Aryans and their geographical informations. Geographical informations. Means what are the things mentioned in the Rig Veda related to geography? You must remember this. What are the things mentioned in the Rig Veda related to geography? That means the name of the rivers as well. The Vedic names of the rivers. You must realize this is early Aryans. So every description related to the Rig Veda, you must remember. Okay, suppose there are 10 volumes in the Rig Veda. There are 10 volumes. They can ask question related to the very specific volume. Very specific volume. For example, for the 10th volume, there is a Purush Sukta. You must be knowing Purush Sukta, and that is Purush Sukta is related to the origin of Varna system. Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudraj. Like that, in 3rd volume, we have the Gayatri Mantra. Gayatri Mantras. third volume, we have the Gayatri Mantras. Okay. And then Vishwamitra, he composed the third volume. So these are the questions you can expect from Vedas. And recent finding, suppose, is there any description about the fossil analysis of, that is the DNA analysis of the fossils of Rakhigarhi? What is meaning of the word Aryans in the recent sense? So meaning of the word Aryans, you must know that it is not the race or any other things, except that is simply a linguistic community. So this is a way that you can read the entire volumes. Here you focus for the prelims examination. Then in the Buddha or Jaina, So Buddha or Jaina, generally they don't ask question related to their life, but at least you arrange the life cycle of Buddha. Life cycle of Buddha means what? That Buddha's birth, Nirvan, Dharma Chakra Parivartan, and Mahaparinirvan. So Nirvan, Dharma Chakra Parivartan, and Mahaparinirvan. Dharma Chakra Parivartan and Mahaparinirvan. So what is the meaning of these three words? They could ask. Then Bodhisattva is a very important aspect of Buddhism. Bodhisattva, a very important aspect of Buddhism. So Bodhisattva, like Tribhanga, what is Tribhanga Bodhisattva? There are three: Padampani, Vajrapani, Manjusri. What actually it denotes? So Padampani, Vajrapani, Manjusri, these three bodhisattvas are there in the paintings of Ajanta. These three bodhisattvas are mentioned in the paintings of Ajanta. So Padampani, what is their characteristics? Lotus holder Buddha, Buddha is known for compassion. This is compassion of Buddha. Vajrapani, it is a power of Buddha. Manjusri, it is the wisdom of Buddha. These three important findings you can from the paintings of Ajanta. Okay. So question from the Bodhisattva is likely always. Then they could ask the question regarding the various sects of Buddhism. Like Asthabirvadin or Mahasanghika. These are the questions likely in the Buddhism. There are so many sects in the Buddhism. So all these sects you have to keep in mind. All these acts you have to keep in mind. Right? Asthabirvadin and Mahasangika. Okay, so Bodhisattva, you have to prepare. In Buddhism, mostly, this is the most important topic from where you can look at. Okay, then in Jainism, there is typical questions related to Jaina cycle. They can ask what is meaning of asra, what is meaning of bandh, shambara, nirjara. They can ask question that how the Pudgal, that is karmic particle, is deeply associated with this. They can ask about the Anekantbad. Fine. Anekantbad also is a very important Buddhist philosophy, Jaina philosophy. They can ask about this. Okay. Then in relation with some important aspects like the God in both Buddha and Jaina, right? Soul. What is the description of soul in Buddha and Jaina? Okay. What is the description of incarnation? These things should be very clear. Okay. So God, whether Buddhism accept it or not, Jaina accept it or not, soul, incarnation, this description generally you can from the Jainism. And then prepare the various sects of Jainism. Okay. In the Mauryans, in Mauryan Empire, focus on inscriptions. Their location. Last time there was many questions from this inscription last couple of years. So focus on the inscription. Rock, where is the major rock edict, major pillar edict, and the cave. These all you have to keep in mind. Major rock edict, major pillar edict, and cave. These all you have to keep in mind. So where are the major rock edict? Suppose we draw the map of India and then locate the major rock edict. All must be knowing Sahbazgari, Mansera, Giranar, Sopara, Kalsi, Dholi and Jaugarh, Yeragudi and Sarnati. So locate it on map immediately. And then there are 14 major rock edict. Write all at least. So these 14 major rock edict, you start, remember not all 14, but you can remember the first rock edict, what is the content, second, third, fifth, then 12 and 13th. 12 and 13th. So therefore, these are the rock edict, their content. What is the content there in the 13th rock edict? Write all this. So inscriptions you must prepare. All the major pillar edict where we have found the pillars, all the major rock edict with geographical description. They are asking question from this segment regularly. So focus here in ancient India, Mauryans. Then you can talk about the Arthashastra. Arthashastra and Indica. So description of Arthashastra and Indica, you must prepare descriptions, including some descriptions of administration, Arthashastra and Indica. Okay, some administrative terminology is associated with Arthashastra, you must prepare. So Mauryans, you must focus all these things. Numismatics is always a very important portion. Numismatics. Okay, numismatics, you can focus here. Mauryans, what are the name of coins? Mauryans, what are the name of the coins? Like we have Karshapan, or we have Mashak, or the Kakini. So what are the names of the coins? Then second, you can talk about the Indo-Greek. This is a revolutionary thing, that after the advent of Indo-Greek, what are the type of coin system? What changes you observe in the coin system? Okay, focus here. What changes we have observed in the coin system? And third coinage system is the Gupta. So what are the examples of the Gupta coin? Suppose they had issued the Sumedh type of coin or the Kumar Devi type of coin. What are these commemorative coin or the decorative coin? You can look at. So numismatics, you must prepare in the ancient India. Must prepare in the ancient India. Okay. Gupta age is known as Golden Age. Golden Age. What characteristics? Development of science and technology, you must look. Then there is a literature. All the literature you must prepare well. And along with that, inscriptions of the Guptas. These three things you must focus: science and technology, literature, and inscriptions in the Gupta age, which is how to prove the Gupta age is a golden age. In ancient India, Chinese traveler like we have the Fahian, Wen Sang, Wang Se, and then Itzing. So these are the Chinese traveler. Remember their description. In ancient India, you must prepare the caves, their paintings, and like Ajanta, Ellora, Elephanta, Ajanta, Ellora, Elephanta. Then Badami cave, then Udaygiri cave in the eastern coast. These 5 caves is very important for the prelims, their description of the paintings. And of course, architecture. Of course, architecture. Architecture. Then temples are very important dimension. Temples, you must prepare the architecture of the temples. You have question from this segment. So in early medieval India, we have the three important architectural things in the temple, that is called Nagar, Beshar, Dravid. If you try to locate it on the map, very easy, so that you can remember the entire things. Look, above Narmada, there are three styles of temple. Here, here, and here. Three styles. These are sub-style of Nagar school, which you call Orissa school, Orissa school, Orissa school. Then we have Khajuraho school, Khajuraho, and third is Solanki school. Solanki school. So Orissa school, Khajuraho school, Solanki school. Give the example properly and then find some of the features of this school. That would be a great help. यहाँ से questions, you can have so many questions from here. Orissa school, Khajuraho school or Solanki school, then we can have so many questions from this school with example. With example. ठीक है, बेसर स्कूल से देखिए, बेसर स्कूल में you can prepare the examples from Rashtrakuta, Chalukya, and Hoysal. With example. And the Dravid you can see. So Dravid school is very much related to Pallavas and Cholas. So Pallava and Chola, these two things you must look into. So Dravid school is very much related to Pallavas and Cholas. So Nagar school, Besar school and Dravid school. Besar school is in Maharashtra and Karnataka, right? And then rest here is a Dravid school. So make it a pure classification and then start writing about all these description under one note with examples. Then only when you'll be able to make it. With examples, you're able to make it. So temples are very important. So in ancient India, you can look all these features. Then Pallavas and Chalukyas, these two dynasties always very important. So in Pallavas, you must prepare the Mahendra Barman. he is the person who was known for literary geniusship, Mahendra Burman, right? And Chanukya, you prepare the Pulkesin second. And his relation with the Harshvardhan, Harsha. So Mahendra Burman first and Pulkesin second, you must prepare. In Pallavas, you must prepare the aspects of Mahabalipuram. Mahabalipuram. What are the dimensions of Sapta Pagoda? ये तो पढ़ा होगा आपने, Sapta Pagoda, but actual number of temple is 8. Actual number of temple is 8. ठीक है, इन सब पर फोकस करना है आपको. And कुछ important features you have to take in record, like penance of Arjun, like Ganga is descending on earth. You know, these are the features of Mahabalipuram. यहाँ पर ये सारे features आपको दिखाई पड़ेंगे, right? So these are the features of Mahabalipuram. ये features आपको दिखाई पड़ेंगे यहाँ पर. इन सबको कवर करना है, right? इन सबको टेक्निकली आपको कवर करना है. फिर उसके बाद देखिए, एंशिएंट इंडिया में आप फिलॉसफी, जो 6 फिलॉसफीज है, उसको भी आप देखेंगे और उसके क्या क्या मीनिंग्स है. 6 फिलॉसफी के क्या क्या मीनिंग है, उसको भी आप रिकॉर्ड में रखेंगे. ठीक है, मिडिवल इंडिया पर आते हैं हम लोग. तो मिडिवल इंडिया में आप ट्रिपार्टाइट स्ट्रगल में तीनों डायनेस्टी को प्रिपेयर करिएगा. पाल, प्रतिहार, प्रतिहार एंड राष्ट्रकूटा. इसके जो पॉलिटिकल डायमेंशन है, द रूलर्स एंड द कंट्रीब्यूशन, इसको प्रिपेयर करना है. पाल, प्रतिहार और राष्ट्रकूटा, इसके पॉलिटिकल डायमेंशन को प्रिपेयर करना है. ठीक है, एक एक रूलर, गोपाल, धर्मपाल, देवपाल, इसके क्या रहे थे कंट्रीब्यूशन. और दूसरा, फॉरेन ट्रेवलर्स. फॉरेन ट्रेवलर्स काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो आप जरूर करिएगा मिडिवल इंडिया में. उसके बाद आप जो राइटर्स हैं दिल्ली सल्तनत में, वो 4-5 राइटर्स को आप जरूर याद रखिए. 4-5 राइटर्स में आप याद रखिएगा मिनहाज उस सिराज को, मिनहाज उस सिराज को जरूर याद रखिएगा. आप याद रखिएगा अल बरूनी. अल बरूनी का क्या डिस्क्रिप्शन है, आप जरूर याद रखिएगा. अल बरूनी, अल बरूनी के डिस्क्रिप्शन को जरूर याद रखना है आपको. इस डिस्क्रिप्शन को जरूर याद रखना है. किताबुल हिंद और मिनहाजुल सिराज तबकाते नासरी, क्या डिस्क्रिप्शन है इसका. उसके बाद आप रेहला, जो इब्न बतूता है, इसके डिस्क्रिप्शंस, और जियाउद्दीन बर्नी. दिल्ली सल्तनत में आपको केवल इन्हीं 4 राइटर्स को फोकस रखना है. Descriptions of these writers, descriptions of these writers, ये दिल्ली सल्तनत में आपको फोकस करना है. ओके. और पॉलिटिकल डायमेंशन में आप प्रिपेयर करेंगे इल्तुतमिश को. इल्तुतमिश के एकता सिस्टम से इल्तुतमिश के मॉनेटरी डिस्क्रिप्शन से यू कैन हैव क्वेश्चन। ओके, इल्तुतमिश के बाद आप रजिया प्रिपेयर कर लीजिए और बलबन प्रिपेयर कर लीजिए। अलाउद्दीन खिलजी ऑलवेज इंपॉर्टेंट एंड मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक। सो अलाउद्दीन खिलजी, मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक, इसके रिफॉर्म्स और इसके वर्क्स, मोहम्मद बिन तुगलक के जो भी वर्क्स थे, ट्रांसफर ऑफ कैपिटल, इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ टोकन करेंसी, कराची एक्सपेडिशन, इन सब पर आप डिस्क्रिप्शन प्रेजेंट करेंगे। ओके, इससे ज्यादा कुछ दिल्ली सल्तनत में पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। पॉलिटिकल एंगल से यहां पर क्वेश्चन नहीं आते ज्यादा। ये लिस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है अभी, मगर आप इस चीज को इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते, और वो है सूफी और भक्ति। सूफी और भक्ति को इग्नोर नहीं कर सकते। ठीक है, देखिए सूफीवाद में आप निश्चित रूप से चिश्ती और फिर सुहरावर्दी, या फिर जो भारत में से विकसित हुई थी सिलसिला फिरदौसिया, इस तीन चीज को, चिश्ती, सुहरावर्दी ठीक है, चिश्ती और सुहरावर्दी, इसको देखेंगे और फिरदौसिया को भी देखेंगे। फिरदौसिया को भी देखेंगे। भारत में क्या एकमात्र सिलसिला विकसित हुई थी फिरदौसिया। देखो क्वेश्चन था एक बार कि मकतूबात एंड मलफूजात, ये दो वर्ड आया था ना, व्हाट इज दिस? सो मकतूबात एंड मलफूजात, ये सूफी हिस्ट्री को डिस्क्राइब करता है, या सूफी लिटरेचर को डिस्क्राइब करता है, बायोग्राफी ऑफ सूफी संत को डिस्क्राइब करता है। और ये फिरदौसिया के जो भारत में, बिहार में फाउंडर थे, बिहार में था ये फिरदौसिया, इसके जो फाउंडर थे सरफुद्दीन, उसने लिखा था ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्क्रिप्शन है। और देखिए क्वेश्चंस कहां से इन लोगों ने फ्रेम किया था। ठीक है, तो इसका ये मतलब सीधा है कि ये वाला टॉपिक एकदम कैटेगरी फिगर करना है, बट इसके लिमिटेशंस के साथ। व्हाट आर द लिमिटेशंस ऑफ द सूफी मूवमेंट? उसी तरह से भक्ति मूवमेंट में भी क्लासिफाई कर लेंगे सगुण भक्ति एंड निर्गुण भक्ति। और सगुण भक्ति में जो भी राम मार्गी और कृष्ण मार्गी है, क्लासिफाई करके डिफरेंट डिफरेंट जो इसके प्रोपेगेटर हैं, उसके बारे में यू हैव टू गेट द इंफॉर्मेशन एंड देयर लिटरेचर, फाइन, देयर स्पेशलिटी। So these are the things that you have to mention in very first stroke. ठीक है, these are the things you have to mention in very first stroke. सूफी और भक्ति, इस पर आप काफी फोकस करेंगे। उसी तरह से विजयनगर अंपायर में संगम डिनेस्टी में आप कैच करिएगा, संगम डिनेस्टी में कैच करिएगा देवराय को, देवराय फर्स्ट एंड सेकंड बोथ। और उसके बाद सीधे तुलुप डिनेस्टी प्रिपेयर करिएगा, एंड दैट इज कृष्णदेव राय। उनके सारे मिलिट्री अचीवमेंट और कल्चरल अचीवमेंट, अष्टदिग्गज, लिटरेचर, सो मिलिट्री अचीवमेंट और कल्चरल अचीवमेंट कृष्णदेव राय को, इसको अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करिए। राइट, कृष्णदेव राय को जो लिटरेचर है, अमुक्त मालिदा या फिर जाम्बती कल्याणम, क्या डिस्क्रिप्शन है इसका, ये प्रिपेयर करिएगा। सो तुलुप डायनेस्टी में केवल विजयनगर अंपायर में यही इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट विजयनगर अंपायर में फॉरेन ट्रैवलर्स, इसका बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है डिस्क्रिप्शन के बारे में। फॉरेन ट्रैवलर्स जो भी डिस्क्रिप्शन देता है, सती के बारे में देता है, टैक्सेशन के बारे में देता है, ब्यूटी ऑफ हम्पी के बारे में देता है, इसको आप जरूर प्रिपेयर करिएगा। जितने भी थे, पुर्तगीज थे, और चाहे वो पर्शियन थे, चाहे इटालियन थे, चाहे रशियन थे, दे ऑल हैड गिवन द गुड डिस्क्रिप्शन अबाउट द विजयनगर एम्पायर। तो ये वाला जो टॉपिक है वो बिल्कुल अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करना है फॉरेन ट्रेवल्स। इसी में कल्चर भी आ जाएगा, सती सिस्टम, देवदासी सिस्टम, ये सब डिस्क्रिप्शन देता है। तो जो भी था, चाहे वो अब्दुल रजाक हो, चाहे वो नुनीज हो, चाहे वो निकोलो कांटी हो, ठीक है, बारबोशा हो, ये सब डिस्क्रिप्शन देता है विजयनगर एम्पायर के बारे में। तो इन सभी के लिटरेचर्स यू मस्ट डिस्कस एंड यू मस्ट गेट इनटू। These are the hot topics for the prelims examination, fine। और मुगल्स में जब हम आते हैं तो मुगल्स में आप प्रिपेयर करेंगे तो उसमें नो डाउट इन दिस दैट यू हैव टू प्रिपेयर एट लीस्ट अकबर एंड औरंगजेब। Akbar and Aurangzeb, you'll discuss about all the things। राजपूत पॉलिसी क्या है, रिलीजियस पॉलिसी क्या है, सारे रिलीजियस पॉलिसीज के डिस्कशन होने चाहिए। आप रिलीजियस पॉलिसी में आप एकदम स्ट्रेट में जैसे 1562 से उठाते हैं और 1582 तक जितनी भी रिलीजियस टॉप पॉलिसीज हैं, एबॉलिशन ऑफ स्लेवरी, एबॉलिशन ऑफ पिलग्रिमेज टैक्स, इबादत खाना, मजहरनामा, और उसके बाद फिर दीन इलाही, इन सब का डिस्क्रिप्शन विथ कॉजेस, इसको आप याद रखेंगे रिलीजियस पॉलिसी। राजपूत के साथ रिलेशन में आप वतन जागीर, यू मस्ट प्रिपेयर द वतन जागीर, द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ वतन जागीर, दैट हाउ राजपूत्स वेर वेरी मच एसोसिएटेड विथ वतन जागीर। ओके, यहां से आप देखेंगे और डिस्कस करेंगे। तो अकबर की राजपूत पॉलिसी और अकबर की रिलीजियस पॉलिसी, इन दो बातों पर आप ज्यादा फोकस करेंगे। उसी तरह से औरंगजेब के बारे में भी जब हम देखेंगे ना, तो औरंगजेब के बारे में प्रिपेयर करेंगे तो औरंगजेब, द प्रिपरेशन ऑफ औरंगजेब preparation of Aurangzeb with Deccan policy, Deccan policy and religious policy, religious policy, ये सब आपको डिस्कस करना है, डेक्कन पॉलिसी एंड रिलीजियस पॉलिसी। दो चीज औरंगजेब से केवल आप ट्रैक करिएगा। उसके अलावा आप मुगल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जो जनरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का हायरार्की था, सरकार, सूबा, परगना, ये सब। इसके अलावा मनसबदारी सिस्टम में केवल अकबर के प्रिपरेशन को आप देख लीजिएगा, और मनसबदार और जागीरदार में क्या फर्क होता है ये भी आप प्रिपेयर कर लीजिएगा। एक लाइन का प्रिपरेशन है, ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता इसमें। सो मनसबदारी और जागीरदारी सिस्टम अकबर की, ये दोनों काफी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो जनरल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, चाहे सूबा, सरकार, परगना और ग्राम, कौन कौन से ऑफिसर्स थे इस पर, ये जरूर आप अपना डिस्कस कर लीजिएगा, ठीक है ना। और उसके बाद देखो बच्चे, मनसबदारी और जागीरदारी कर लेंगे, और लैंड रेवेन्यू एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ अकबर, इसमें कितने तरह के लैंड थे, क्या रेवेन्यू असेसमेंट करने का तरीका था, ये चीज अकबर से आप तैयार करेंगे। इसके अलावा मुगल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में कुछ भी पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है अभी, लास्ट मोमेंट के रिवीजन के लिए। आर्ट और कल्चर में, आर्ट और कल्चर में केवल 3-4 चीजों पर ज्यादा फोकस कर लेंगे तो 80% कैच पॉसिबल है। पहला है आर्किटेक्चर, जो हमने बताया, टेम्पल्स और मुगल दिल्ली सल्तनत का आर्किटेक्चर, और उसमें आप उसकी जो मटेरियल यूज्ड है उसको जरूर देखेंगे। आर्किटेक्चर हो गया। पेंटिंग, पेंटिंग में जितने भी पेंटिंग है एंसेंट और मेडावल में वो तो देखेंगे। फोक पेंटिंग से क्वेश्चन जाते जरूर प्रीलिम्स में आएगा। सो फोक पेंटिंग से जो पेंटिंग आएगा, क्वेश्चन आएगा, उसमें जैसे देखो मधुबनी पेंटिंग हो गया, थांका पेंटिंग हो गया, कलमकारी पेंटिंग हो गया, मंजूषा पेंटिंग हो गया, राइट, और वारली पेंटिंग हो गया, सौरा पेंटिंग हो गया। ये कुछ फोक पेंटिंग है जो काफी पॉपुलर फोक पेंटिंग है। तो इनको आप जरूर उसके ज्योग्राफिकल लोकेशन, अगर कोई प्रोमिनेंट पर्सनालिटी है तो इसको देखेंगे। तो पेंटिंग में जो मैंने फोक पेंटिंग बताई, अदर देन द मुगल की पेंटिंग क्या थी और ये सब, इसमें फोक पेंटिंग में ये 4 5 6 नाम जो मैंने बोला आपको, वो जरूर याद रखिएगा। ठीक है ना? तो ये सब दिखाई पड़ता है, तो पेंटिंग है, दिस इज कॉल्ड फोक पेंटिंग। म्यूजिक में आप, यस, यहां पर आप कैटेगराइज कर लीजिएगा। म्यूजिक में आप हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक, जैसे आप और कर्नाटक म्यूजिक। सो हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक एंड कर्नाटक म्यूजिक, दो चीजों पर यहां पर आप फोकस करेंगे, हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक और कर्नाटक म्यूजिक में। तो इसमें हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक और कर्नाटक म्यूजिक में इंस्ट्रूमेंट, वोकल इंस्ट्रूमेंटल, ये सब तो करेंगे, बट इसके जो घराना है इस पर भी आप ध्यान रखेंगे, घराना, ठीक है। और डिफरेंट टाइप, जैसे ध्रुपद है, ठीक है, ख्याल है, ध्रुपद, ख्याल, ओके। उसके बाद आता है ठुमरी, उसके बाद आता है ध्रुपद, ख्याल, ठुमरी। उसके बाद आता है टप्पा, तराना। ये 5 जो है आप जरूर हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक में प्रिपेयर करेंगे। कर्नाटक म्यूजिक की त्रिमूर्ति जरूर याद रखिएगा, त्रिमूर्ति जरूर याद रखिएगा। इसके अलावा और कुछ उसमें ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगाइए, इससे ज्यादा ना तो पूछेगा और ना ही हम उसको देखते हैं। तो कर्नाटक म्यूजिक की त्रिमूर्ति, ठीक है, मुथुस्वामी दीक्षित यार, आर समाशास्त्री एंड त्यागराज, ये जो कर्नाटक त्रिमूर्ति हैं इसको जरूर याद रखिए। और ये जो डिफरेंट स्कूल ऑफ सिंगिंग हियर इन द हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक, ठीक है। फिर म्यूजिक जो पॉपुलर है, फोक म्यूजिक, उसकी एक लिस्ट होगी, वो स्टेट वाइज रहता है फोक म्यूजिक। उसमें से कुछ कुछ आप याद कर लीजिएगा, जैसे मंगनयार है, जैसे डांडिया है, ये सब चीजें आप जरूर याद रख लीजिएगा फोक म्यूजिक से रिलेटेड। ओके, तो मेडिवल इंडिया एक तो म्यूजिक हो गया, उसके बाद डांस। डांस तो क्लासिकल डांस, ये काफी क्वेश्चन में आता है और मेंस प्रीलिम्स दोनों के लिए। तो क्लासिकल डांस को आप भरतनाट्यम से लेकर के कुचिपुड़ी या फिर मणिपुरी, यहां तक जो 8 हैं उनको आप प्रिपेयर करिएगा। और इसके जो इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनालिटी अभी मॉडर्न डेज में काफी एक्टिव है, जिनको काफी अवार्ड मिला है, इनको आप जरूर मॉडर्न डेज के। आया? आगे। और ये स्क्रीन शेयर हो रहा है कि नहीं, ये देख लीजिए।
नहीं आया क्योंकि मेरे को टीम ईमेल दीजिए।
अब आ गया होगा, देखिए, रुकिए।
तो लेट चलता है।
हाँ ठीक है, आ गया।
नहीं सर अभी तो नहीं आया।
आ रहा है।
अभी तक नहीं आया। स्क्रीन नहीं सर
वही चल रहा है। हाँ, कुछ भी डालने से कैसे चलेगा? आप डीजे टीम व्यूअर देखिए। टीम व्यूअर्स का आईडी है, 1 मिनट आ रहा है, थोड़ा स्लो हो गया ये।
स्ट्रीमिंग तब तक स्टॉप कर दीजिए। स्टॉप।
Look, some of the important topics that you have to look into. Economic history of India is always very important. Economic history of India. There are 3 important topics in this. First is the land revenue administration. Land revenue administration. Second, you can have impact of the British economic policies. The region of drain of wealth, commercialization of agriculture, destruction of handicraft industries, growth of agricultural labor, and rural indebtedness. So impact of the British economic policies, this chapter is always important. So discuss all these things like drain of wealth, commercialization of agriculture, destruction of handicraft industries, and growth of agriculture labor and rural indebtedness. Growth of agriculture labor, rural indebtedness. So these 4 things you have to remember. And third is stages of colonialism. Stages of colonialism. So stages of colonialism, the first stage is mercantilism, then free trade, and then we have mercantilism, free trade, and then we have a finance capitalism. Mercantilism, free trade, and finance capitalism. Fine. So you have to prepare all these 1757 to 1813, 1813 to 1860, and 1860 to 1947. 1947. So finance, capitalism, free trade, and mercantilism. Then second topic, which is very much expected now these days, that is socio-religious reform movement. Right? At least you must remember the caste movement in southern India. Caste movement in southern India, like Ejhaba movement, self-respect movement, and Maharashtra. Jyotiba Phule, M.G. Ranade. So local and regional caste movement and that is there in the Maharashtra. You must remember for this. This question normally you can have from the prelims. More focus you can give in the post 1857 period. Post 1857 period, particularly after establishment of Congress, Indian National Congress. Okay, prepare well the sessions of the Congress along with moderate and extremist. Differences and important point of conflict like 1905 Banaras session, 1906 Calcutta session, 1907 Surat session. These sessions you must prepare in context with the moderate and extremist. Okay. Then the British policy of divide and rule, the partition of Bengal, evergreen topic. Always we have question from this segment, partition of Bengal. Okay. Then all the acts, particularly 1892, 1909, 1919, and 1935. All these acts you must remember. Must remember. 1892, 1909, 1919, and 1935. All the acts you must remember. The provisions of this act. Okay. The period between 1911 to 1919. That's all about the home ruling movement. Home ruling movement. Then Lucknow session. And then Montfort reform. This segment you can have question in the objective. Okay, home ruling movement, Lucknow session, Montfort reform. This question you can have in the segments of the objective. Okay, fine. Then come to the Gandhian movement. Focus on the in between the two movements like non-cooperation movement and civil disobedience movement. In between all the events, very categorically, small incidents but very important. So in between NCM and CDM. Likewise, CDM and Quit India movement, in between these events, all you have to prepare. Like Simon Commission, like Nehru Report, like Jinnah's 14-point formula, Deepavali Declaration, Lahore session of Indian National Congress. These are the small issues. Generally, they are targeting now these days. So likewise, in the CDM to Quit India movement, all the episodes of 1937 election, individual satyagrah, Lilithgo report, Lilithgo formula. Okay, what is difference between that is other reforms presented by the British like Lilithgo formula or the Cripps mission, right? All the provisions of the period between 1940 to 1947. This is a very hot and complex period. So here the August proposal, that is the UNESCO proposal, compare with the Cripps mission, so that you cannot confuse, should not confuse and cannot mix up also. So all the provisions of the August proposal and all the provisions of the Cripps mission, and how much difference you can observe between these two proposals. Likewise, you prepare here for the cabinet mission as well. Cabinet mission. So comparative study of all three proposals before the independence of India, that must you go for. Okay, so August proposal, Cripps mission, cabinet mission, all the proposals one by one categorically you can watch it. In between these, you have dimension of the revolutionaries. So revolutionary personalities like Bhagat Singh or the Suri Sen. So 1922 to 1930, all these revolutionary movement, summarization of all. Right? Summarization of all. So, and peasant movement after 1857, like Indigo, Deccan, and Pabna peasant revolt. Right. In the 20th century, you can go for all the Gandhian peasant movement, Champaran, Ahmedabad, and Khera, Gandhian peasant movement, Bardoli Satyagraha, Mopla revolt, and Mopla revolt and Tebhaga movement. So these are the important regional issues you must prepare along with the commissions and the committees. Right? So these are the topics you must look into before we finish the chapters. So it's the time is very less. So focus on your revision only. And remember one thing, कि बहुत ज़्यादा बुक्स खोल करके रिवीजन नहीं करना है, केवल और केवल आप जो रिवीजन करेंगे वो केवल एक ही बुक से रिवीजन करेंगे, सिंगल बुक से रिवीजन करेंगे, या सिंगल जो क्लास नोट्स है आपका उसी से रिवीजन करेंगे जो अभी तक आपने क्लास नोट्स बनाया है. यू मस्ट रिवाइज ऑल दीज क्लास नोट्स टुगेदर, राइट? और एक ही क्लास नोट्स को आप बार बार रिवाइज करेंगे. ठीक है? सो दैट्स ऑल फॉर द डे एंड keep all these in your touch. Wish you good luck. Thank you so much.